Welcome to Sinful's Horror Stories. Today's video features true scary stories sent in from viewers like yourselves. If you want this channel to continue, email your true scary stories to thesinfulsavant@gmail.com. I'll leave a link to my email in the description box below at the end of the video. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, do it now for future content. Sit back, relax, stay sinful. Story number 1. I had just finished an 8-hour shift at my job. I was sitting outside in front of the store smoking a cigarette when a man approached me. I get off at 11 o'clock at night. Sometimes sketchy people wander the streets late at night in front of the store I work at. I was waiting for my Lyft ride to arrive. The man was standing so close to me, it was making me uncomfortable. He looked like a homeless person or somebody down on their luck. I thought he was going to ask me for a cigarette, but he didn't. The man then started talking about how he had just been released from prison and had done 8 years. The man said he used to fight people in the streets and would knock them out cold. Now I was getting scared. I was getting ready for this guy to swing at me at any moment, but he didn't. But if he did, I would have to dodge his punch and run back to the store I work at and scream for help. He raised his voice and talked about the fact that you can't really fight people anymore because there are cameras everywhere now. People will call the cops on you if you even lay a finger on them. I said, yeah, that's true, and nodded in agreement. I was still waiting for this guy to pounce on me, but he didn't. I was just waiting for him to leave at this point. A guy walked out of the store that I work at, and I think that was a man's friend. He told the guy I was talking with, "Let's go." I was finishing my cigarette, so the guy asked if he could have a few drags and finish it. At that moment, my Lyft ride arrived. I told the man that I had to go and that I was going to finish my cigarette later. The man became angered but started walking away. He shouted back at me and called me a punk ass. He walked away with the other man. I heard his friend say, "What happened?" I had never been so relieved to see a Lyft driver in my life. I was just so happy that that guy was gone. And that's my story of how I almost fought a stranger right outside of my job. Story number 2. A few years ago, I started a new job as a hospice nurse. I worked in a home setting and worked mostly night shifts. My job was to make my patients as comfortable and pain-free during their last days on Earth. So this night, I was assigned to go to an assisted living facility. As I entered the room, the patient's daughter was sitting next to my patient who was sleeping. She said to me that right before I walked in, she saw angel hands on top of her father. I smiled, not knowing what to say. We continued to chat, and the water faucet in the bathroom turned on by itself. She gets up and says, "She's here." I was shocked, but not really scared. There was a peaceful feeling in the room. The man's daughter goes into the bathroom to turn off the faucet. I asked her, "Who are you talking about?" She said her mother had come for her father. Her mother passed away a few years prior. She finally leaves after about 30 minutes of visiting, and I continue with my job making my rounds to my patients. Around 3:30 in the morning, I'm sitting in the recliner right in front of my patient, and I doze off. I wake up and see an older lady touching his face. Everything in the room was black and white. Then the lady with a big smile turns to me and says, "And how are you?" I jumped out of my chair like a rocket. I wondered if I was fully awake or not. I was so scared my shift couldn't end quick enough that night. The next night I didn't really want to go back, so they assigned someone else. The man passed away at 3:30 in the morning the very next night, at the exact same time when I saw that lady touching him. That experience was truly horrifying for me. Story number 3. This story takes place in the late 1990s when I was 16 years old. I would sleep with a candlelight in my room because my stepdad was a jerk and didn't want us leaving any lights on. I was always scared in this house because of the negative and dark energy. I would wake up in the middle of the night with the candlelight flickering really high in the dark room. On several occasions, I couldn't turn over in my bed because there was a heavy pitch black shadow lying next to me. Another time I was taking a nap in the living room and a small child started jumping and laughing on the couch next to me. I quickly woke up in a major panic, but then realized there was nothing there. A few years later, after I moved out, the landlord told my mom that the house had a dark history. Apparently, someone was shot to death during a drive-by shooting in this home. The landlord's daughter moved into that house right after my mom moved out. She passed away due to overdose. I still have nightmares from that old house. Story number 4. My 14-year-old daughter and I were home alone for a week and had just experienced a very bad storm, which caused our water to be shut off. It was a Thursday night and we were preparing to leave the next morning to go out of town. We needed to run to the local dollar store to grab jugs of water for our pet sitter to give all of our pets while we were gone. Our pet sitter came later than expected to get the keys and instructions. That was no problem for us, but we made it to the store just minutes before it closed at 9 p.m. As we arrived, we took note of how few cars there were in the parking lot, as it is usually packed every time we go. My daughter and I decided to split up once we got into the store and grabbed what we needed to make the trip as quick as possible. As soon as we walked in, we both spotted a man just standing motionless, staring directly at us. We gave each other a quick look and went in different directions to get what we needed. My daughter spotted him again next. He was watching her from a short distance. She quickly grabbed her things and came to find me. As she was finishing grabbing her things, he appeared in the same aisle I was. The man was about 5 feet tall and gave off pure evil vibes. The way he stared, unblinking, his body language facing directly to me, his eyes like that of someone completely out of their mind. Plus, the fact that he didn't have a basket or anything in his hands from the store. All of this was just wrong. I dealt with plenty of creeps in my life, but never anyone like this. I decided we need to get the hell out of there and quickly. My daughter and I met up and briefly mentioned how creepy this guy was acting while throwing jugs of water into the cart. When we went to go to the checkout, he was at the register. So I said, "Oh, I forgot something back over there. Come on." We walked around for a few minutes out of sight of this man, hoping he would be gone by the time we walked up to the checkout. When we approached the checkout, we saw that he was checking out, and the only other person in the store was behind him in line. So we thought, okay, he has plenty of time to leave the store and be gone by the time we get outside. Nope. After he checked out, he moved over to the next empty aisle and proceeded to go through all of the things he bought, as if he was organizing them in different bags. All the while, this man was never taking his eyes off of us. He finally left the store as we were paying. I felt so relieved as we watched him leave, but knew we still had to get to the car. The store was closing after we left, so we had no choice but to leave. As we stepped into the darkness that was the parking lot, we immediately noticed that this man had pulled his car right next to mine on the passenger side. He had his driver's side door open, and he was sitting half in his car and half out. The man also had music absolutely blasting. What was this guy doing? Why do stupid things always happen to me? As these thoughts raced through my mind, my daughter instinctively crossed in front of me as we walked to the car and jumped onto the driver's side back seat as I unlocked the doors instead of the passenger seat as she normally would. Keep in mind, my daughter and I literally look like twins. A bit older looking, of course, but the same tiny 5'3", 100 pounds, most vulnerable looking woman ever. However, we are not. We know how to protect ourselves if need be. We get into the car, and what do we do now? Leave and risk him following us and running us off the road? No. Go back into the clothes store where the only employees were two older women? No. Call the cops? Maybe later. I decided to take out my phone and start recording as my daughter quickly texted my other daughter our location and what was happening. Even though she was in Arizona, at least someone knew where we were. I passed my daughter pepper spray to hold on to, and I put my own pepper spray in the hoodie pocket. I decided the best thing to do was wait him out. I stepped out of the car and casually started smoking a cigarette as I kept looking over to see what he was doing and recording the whole time. I didn't want to show fear because I wasn't about to let this guy get the jump on me, even though I was scared as hell because my daughter was with me. After all, that is one of the main things taught in self-defense. Look aware and appear confident even if you're not. He just sat there watching us listening to his horrible music. If this man was trying not to draw attention to this situation, he was failing miserably. He had every light on inside and outside of his car. He actually had a pretty nice car, a new Cadillac two-door sedan, but it had these obviously identifying bright neon green lights that lit up the entire undercarriage of the car. By the way, he was so intently staring at me, I felt sick to my stomach. It was like he was about to pounce at any second. What would he have done if my daughter and I were not paying attention? She had gone onto the side of the car where he was. I truly believe that it would not have ended well. After about 10 minutes of this, he backed out of his parking spot and parked directly behind my car, so I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. He opened his passenger window and started staring again. I was so angry. Still recording, I held up my phone directly facing him. He then parked in another spot and continued to stare, hanging out of his car as I recorded his dumbass the whole time. This guy gave zero cares about anything I did or how obvious he was being. A few minutes later, he slammed his door shut and peeled out of the parking lot, down the street lightly burning rubber and leaving a trail of smoke behind. I've never seen that car again, despite it being a very noticeable car. I hope I never do, but if I do, I'll be sure to call the police. He's clearly not right in the head, and who knows what he might be capable of. To the idiot, I have no idea what you really wanted, but from what my daughter and I gather, you're the worst wannabe kidnapper ever. Thank you guys for watching and listening. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe for future content. Email your true scary stories to thesinfulsavant@gmail.com. I've been getting a lot more stories the past couple of weeks, and I truly appreciate the time and effort it takes to write them.
Hey guys, are you ready for another round of disturbing things I've found? This time we've got 6 disturbing things hikers have found in the woods that I think will be very interesting to say the least. I do wish we could have figured out more about some of these, especially the bloody backpack or the burnt out truck. But don't worry, there's still plenty to go around. From demonic statues to lake monsters, ghosts, and death. There's plenty in this week's episode. The only thing I need is about 20 minutes of your time and you to slap that like button silly, subscribe when I'd like more. Well, I was with Arc books into decay proceeded to prove the contents were absolutely gone. sir, it sure is cold out there this time of year, and with record cold seasons upon us, it is no fun. Welcome back to the swamp, my friends, and welcome if you're new. Today I'm going to be sharing some creepy and allegedly true horror stories from snowstorms and snowy weather. If you have a story from this time and you would like to share it as well, be sure to submit it at swampdweller.net or on Reddit at r/thedarkswamp. I'd love to see your story and share it with everyone here in the swamp. Don't forget to slap that like button, subscribe if you're new, and get ready for these creepy and allegedly true snowstorm horror stories that'll keep you up tonight. The Wolf and the Snowstorm by Sam. Hi, Swamp Dweller. I've been listening to you for almost 2 years now, and I've been contemplating sharing some of my stories and my experiences. My sister told me I needed to share some of them as some sort of therapeutic thing, so I will share one of them for you now. If you'd like more from me, just let me know. For some context, I am from Maine. This takes place in the year of 2008 in Jay, Maine. During December, my sister was 6 and I was 8. We were looking for our cat around our house, whose name was Panda, as he was more like a panda than a cat, to be honest. But we couldn't find him anywhere in the house. We thought he got outside again. It was snowing outside very badly. We went to see if we could find him. Last time he got out, he ran into the woods behind our house, which was honestly not fun, but he knew them pretty well. We had been walking for about 20 minutes outside, or at least what felt like 20 minutes. As the weather picked up, the snow turned into a blizzard quickly and we couldn't see where we were going anymore. My sister started to get scared and started crying. I told her we would be okay and we'll make it back. Everything will be okay. We turned back toward the direction we thought was the house, but after some time, we still had not found our way home, and I knew we were hopelessly lost. I was thinking of a way to get out of this storm and return to our mom. Then suddenly, the blizzard around us stopped blowing where we were standing, about 10 feet around us. And then, I saw something strange. I have not heard or found anything about it anywhere online, anytime I looked this up. Slowly, a wolf walks out of the blizzard around us. It was about 3 feet taller than I was, and I was standing at around roughly 5 feet at this time. It was pure white. Its eyes were a beautiful full blue. I then heard a gentle, feminine voice in my head say,
"One of my blood. Why are you out here?"
I said we were looking for a cat. As a kid, I didn't really know any better or what was going on. I had no idea what telepathy was, but this thing once more said,
"Come with me, little ones. Come on my back. I'll take you home. You are not safe here."
She crouched down. We climbed on her back and then started running the opposite way we were also going. The blizzard seemed to not be blowing at us as it stopped, but I could still see it raging all around us. After some time, we see our house. She slowed down when we came to the edge of the woods. We stopped and crouched down. She then said,
"Go home, little ones. You must go."
My sister and I ran to the door. Once we touched the door, the storm came back, hitting us in full force. I looked back and the wolf was mysteriously gone. We ran inside and my mom ran up to us, wondering where we had been. She said we had been gone for 4 hours. She wasn't alone. There were 3 cops in the house. We told her what happened and why we were outside. She didn't believe us. She wrapped us up in warm blankets and sat us next to our fireplace. If anybody has any idea what that wolf was, I'd love to know because I could never find anything on it. Thanks for listening. Predatory Cop in a Snowstorm by Mike for Hire. When I was in high school, I discovered a stolen car which I then reported to the police, and it could have led to something so much worse. Every day I got home from school, I would head upstairs and use the bathroom since my room was also up there. Being on the 2nd floor, I never had a shade or curtain on this bathroom window. It was a routine I would only do without giving it much thought. I would go up, do my business, and glance out the window. From the window, I could see the backyard and over our fence to a parking lot of some nearby apartments. One day, when I glanced out the window, I noticed a car sitting at the far end of the parking lot with the driver's side window down. This was odd to me as it had just snowed heavily the night before and the snow covered the car entirely except for that one open window. I laughed, thinking maybe it was just an older car and the window was broken or did not work, or someone who had parked there might have been drunk and forgotten to roll it up. Many thoughts went through my mind about all the possible reasons it would be wide open like that during the winter. I eventually put it out of my mind. After several days go by, I noticed the car had not moved, the window was still open, and I just sensed something was off. I thought the car had been stolen and dumped there or something along those lines. Deciding to be a good Samaritan, I wrote down the make, model, license plate number, and all that good stuff, and I brought it to my high school police liaison officer. The office of the liaison officer was nothing more than a custodian's closet with a window door, just like most other high schools, I'd assume. The window had been covered in black construction paper for the privacy of the students or staff that needed to discuss matters with said officer. When I brought the information about the car to him, I remember having to wait as he was in some meeting with a student at the time and did not answer my knock. Eventually, I had to go to class, so I handed the information to a friend who said they could get to the officer later. Later that day, I was called to the foyer and was met by the liaison officer and a uniformed officer. It turned out the car was reported stolen and the uniformed officer was there so that I could go with him to show him where the car was. I was excused from school and rode with the officer to my neighborhood and showed him the car. After filing out my information and talking to the officer for quite some time, I was brought back to school by the police liaison officer who met up with us later. This is when things could have gone very wrong for me. For some background, I will tell you that I've always had suspicions about this liaison officer. Before I brought the stolen car information in, I had witnessed the school's officer being overly friendly, if you want to call it that, with students, and many liked him and joked around with him. He would say incredibly weird things like,
"If we went camping and you woke up with your butt hurting, would you tell anyone?"
At this and other so-called jokes, students who liked him would laugh it off like he was just one of the guys joking around and having a good time, even if the jokes were inappropriate to say the least. I just felt that there was something off about this guy, but since many students liked him and seemed to vouch for him, I shrugged it off.
"So, what do you have planned this weekend?"
He had asked me when driving back to school in a weird tone. I remember being nervous, as I usually am shy, and I gave him a severe but ridiculous answer. I told him I was getting an oil change done in my car. He laughed at this and said I must have had more fun things planned than that, right? I laughed too, but I actually didn't have anything planned that weekend and did not elaborate. He then offered to buy me lunch from a fast food place a block away from my high school. Many high schoolers like to flock to this area when they were off campus to hang out and have lunch. At the time, I thought it was some reward for finding and reporting the stolen car. He was trying to groom me with food and being friendly that day is what I would later come to discover. Several months after notifying the car, news broke out that the liaison officer had been caught sexually abusing 2 male students on campus. Word had gotten around that he had apparently paid the students to do sexual acts and that there were VHS tapes involved. I had heard that he had tried to hand over the evidence to his brother to destroy, but his brother looked at one of the tapes and immediately turned him over to the authorities. Regardless of the facts, he was found guilty on several counts of sexual abuse and sentenced to prison. My instincts of being suspicious of him were indeed correct, and you should always follow your gut feeling. Thinking back on the car ride to school with him, I can't help but think what he could have done. What if he did try something and I refused? Would he have threatened to arrest me or something like that, to blame the stolen car on me? Would he have forced me to do something at gunpoint? The black construction paper over the window of his office door might have then put up some sort of barrier between him and his criminal acts happening on the other side. In any case, I'm just glad that nothing happened to me. I feel bad for the abused students and hope that they are doing okay these days. This shows that sometimes you never really know a person, and sometimes the people that are supposed to protect you aren't always as they seem. If you're anything like me, Swamp Folk, when you're doing your best to concentrate, whether it be narrating scary stories for the masses, editing new YouTube videos for everybody to enjoy, or just trying to get some writing done, being 100% focused is sometimes a challenge. And getting everything done as quickly and efficiently as you need is sometimes not possible. But I think I found the perfect solution. Since I've started using Magic Mind, it has quickly become my best friend, and as a person with a lot on their plate on a daily basis, making sure content goes out on a daily basis for you all, instead of reaching for that extra cup of coffee or trying to hit one of those unhealthy energy and dishes and wait as we stand snow by Skunk. Hello, Swamp Dweller. I'm a big fan and I've always wanted to submit a story since I found your channel, but I never had anything long-winded or particularly horrifying enough to catch your eye. And to be honest, I'd hope I never would. But unfortunately, here we are, my friend. I won't use real names, but most of my closest friends call me Skunk. My girlfriend and I are a same-sex couple living in a village about 30,000 people deep, and this place is cursed on another level. Let me preface this by saying we are both witches who believe in the work of the supernatural, so being this shaken up is entirely new for me. We've had friendships and attempts at polyamorous relationships, and seemingly out of nowhere, the moment the other party has crossed the village line, and walking out of the town limit feels like seeing the sun for the first time in decades. Some of our supernaturally inclined friends say it's the mines from the locally found Herkimer diamonds, a type of clear quartz named after the village they're found in. For those who may not know, quartz is especially good at concentrating and expanding energy. On to the story. This started long before we were even physically together, when we were just long distance. But it's taken a turn these past few days. A curse 6 years in the making. It all started one day when I forgot to refill my insomnia medication. We had just healed a rough patch in our relationship and spent days being our absolute best with each other. We were cleaning the house as usual, with me on trash duty and my girlfriend scrubbing away at the dishes. I found the bag I had put our medication in. Hers was there and mine wasn't. It hadn't even been 45 minutes since we left the pharmacy, and it was still light out, so we retraced our steps from the front of the store all the way home along the exact route. Nobody in this town cares about litter, so I doubt someone would pick up stuff off the ground even if they did see it. But let's assume that's what happened, that somebody just picked it up or turned it into the police. This is where things take a turn either way. Now, I know our house is haunted. Ever since we moved here from public housing, there are pages upon pages I could write about some minor hauntings we've gone through. I'm sure there are 2 gentle spirits upstairs, a ghost dog in our kitchen, and a threatening dark energy in the basement. I know, cliché. Neither of us go down there because of it, and this thing is setting its sights on me. I can just feel it. My girlfriend heard a scream outside the night before last while watching the snowfall for the first time this season. She rushed inside, shocked that I didn't hear it. I was about to go onto the back porch to see if there was an animal or some sort of trespasser on the property, as there had been before, but I couldn't even physically bring myself to open the door because it was so cold. So instead, I looked through the small window above the kitchen sink. Here's where many people would say they saw a shadow, face, eyes, or something, but I saw absolutely nothing. What I felt, on the other hand, was absolutely unreal. I have almost died twice in my lifetime, but the dread and fear I felt at this moment were undoubtedly worse than either of those events combined. I swear in my life that this is not an exaggeration. I've often felt invisible eyes on me from the windows or the shadows of my home, but this was worse than any of those other times. Of course, the entire Tri-County area used to be indigenous lands, and it was finally winter, and there were plenty of woods around, and the snowstorm was raging hard, so energy could definitely be all over the place, and that big W word I'm afraid to type out, aka Wendigo, could definitely be lurking around. But we quickly moved on from this, didn't want to think about it too much or conjure anything. Now, last night, however, was even creepier for me. It was now the 3rd night without my medication, and sleep was becoming more and more elusive. As I managed to sneak in maybe an hour or 2 of sleep, I awoke to my girlfriend snoring 3 times louder than usual, and the heat was at least 15 degrees warmer. I was annoyed, so I shook her awake and asked her if she turned up the heat while I was sleeping, to which she replied she barely was at all conscious most of the night, so I don't think she did. At this point, it's 5 a.m., and as I'm writing this, I have chills all over my body. I'm afraid to look out the window, but wish me luck. Thanks for taking the time to share my story, Swamp Dweller, and I look forward to your next upload. If you live in the northeastern part of the United States, then you know that a huge snowstorm came in this week. Well, I was at my boyfriend's house, and we couldn't find his puppy in his backyard. We kept calling his name, but we couldn't find him, and he wasn't coming to us, like he always does. In fact, we got really scared. and in fear that he somehow got out of the gated backyard, I grabbed my snow boots and ran to the back door that he has in the kitchen. To note, my boyfriend was standing by the back door looking for the dog, and his dad was at the front door talking to a postal delivery driver. We were the only three inside the house. I put on a snow boot, then hopped from one side of the kitchen to the other while putting on the other. As I slipped on the second boot, my foot slipped from under me because my boots were still wet. I landed hard on one knee, and my other leg flew out from in front of me. I then landed on my butt and knew I was going to fall backwards and land on my head. In that moment, I felt someone catch my upper back and shoulders with their hands and then squeeze my shoulders. It kept me from falling backwards and slamming my head against the tile floor. My boyfriend was standing in front of me and has a broken foot, so he would never have made it in time to catch me, so I assumed it was my boyfriend's dad. His dad came back and asked if everything was okay and what had just happened. I didn't think anything of it at the time and laughed off my bruised knee. Later that night, my boyfriend's mom came home from work, and I was telling her how her husband saved me from a bad fall. My boyfriend then cut me off and said his dad didn't even come into the kitchen until after I fell, and that he didn't know what I was talking about. We even confirmed this with his dad as well, and he even stated that he saw me sitting on the floor when he came back to check on the dog. I have no idea what I experienced, or what could explain what I experienced. All I know is that I fell hard, and that whatever happened saved me from possibly getting really hurt. I can't explain why I felt someone catch me, or why they squeezed my shoulders after they caught me. Can anyone else explain this experience? Or does anyone have a similar one? This story happened to me roughly 6 years ago. But I think about it frequently because it's the only paranormal thing I witnessed that I'm 100% sure was real. I can't help thinking, maybe someone had a similar experience out there, or somebody listening to the show might have some theories. So, it was the middle of winter, and it was terribly cold. There was a huge snowstorm outside. I went to my kitchen to make myself some tea. It was about 2300 hours. Note that I'm used to going to bed at around 3 to 4 a.m., so I was not sleepy in the slightest. I was approaching the table when my gaze accidentally fell on the street outside. I saw two men in dark clothes walking there along the road. They struck me as unnatural right away because of how they were walking. Calmly, slowly, leisurely, talking and gesturing to each other. With how strong the wind was, people just couldn't walk like that. I adjusted the curtain to take a better look. It hid them from my view for less than a second, and when I looked again, they were gone. The road where they were walking is long and surrounded by nothing. They just couldn't have hid anywhere during that split second. I was shocked and downright curious. The next night, I checked again but saw no one. The night after that, though, I saw them again. The same men walking in a similar snowstorm, just as slowly and casually. I stared at them for a while. Then I moved to the curtain again, just out of curiosity, and the next second, they were gone. I have never seen them again after this, though. I still check the street every now and then, whenever I approach the window. My only guess is that I somehow peeked into some other reality, where it wasn't cold and saw some ordinary two men going on their way. But who knows what it really was. I have seen some other strange things in my lifetime, but nothing I can really be sure of. I'm not impressionable, and I try to find an explanation for everything. And this is the only case where I can. Maybe some of you guys listening will have some ideas as to what this may be. I don't know much about paranormal activities, not in depth anyway, so maybe such sightings aren't that rare. So this story takes place when I was 6 years old. I don't remember the incident itself, but I do remember that day, some of what happened, and that trip. My parents have retold the story several times since, so I grew up hearing it and have all the other pieces that I was missing. We were going on a trip to see my grandmother for about 2 weeks surrounding Christmas. So my mother and my stepdad threw me and my brother in the van and we hit the road. My grandmother was living about 9 hours away at the time, and the trip is never the safest in the world, and worse yet during the winter. Getting to her house involved driving on steep, winding mountain roads with hairpin turns and sheer drops with no guardrail to speak of, in an old, beat-down van in the Canadian winter. I feel like my parents were being very optimistic and thinking that the van would even make the trip. It did not. In the middle of nowhere, in a heavy blizzard, the van had broken down. My stepdad managed to limp it 3/4 of the way there, but eventually it died. My mom used her 1 bar of cell reception to call CAA, basically the Canadian AAA. After that, there was nothing to do but sit and wait. In a place so rural, there's not a lot of traffic on the road, especially not in December in a terrible snowstorm. So, with no help on the way, they dressed us in our full winter gear and held us in their laps, just trying to keep us warm. They explained to us since then that they were freaking out. It was very cold, getting dark, and we had hardly anything left to eat or drink. And on top of that, they had a 6- and 3-year-old to keep alive. Yikes. So here it is. It was really starting to get black when my mom said something like, "What if nobody comes? What if they can't find us?" to my dad. And apparently, I pepped right up into her arms and said, "Don't worry, Mommy, Michael is coming." They told me that they thought that I was referring to Michael the Archangel because we were raised Catholic. They thought that I was meaning that he was coming to save us and was just trying to be reassuring in that little kid way. They smiled at me and thanked me for being brave. Not 2 minutes later, the only vehicle to come down that road since we had been broken down rounded the bend and cut through the dark with headlights leading to us. The tow truck CAA had been sent for us, pulling up beside us, and my parents left my brother and I in the van, jumped out to meet them. The guy driving the tow truck was out in the snow. He reached to shake my dad's hand and said, "Hi there, folks, I'm with CAA. I'm here to help. My name is Michael." I was 6 years old. Somehow, I had predicted the CAA call guy being Michael. And my parents, ever since then, have had no idea how it happened. Now, I know this might not be the worst and most terrifying story you've ever heard, but it is a bit spooky that a 6-year-old somehow knew that Michael was coming. This story took place when I was 23 years old, close to 10 years ago. I was living in upstate New York in a very rural area with my ex-boyfriend and his family. He and I used to argue quite a bit. One morning before he went to work, he and I got in a very heated argument. He was 20 years my senior, but during this fight he acted majorly juvenile. He jumped out of bed, flipped me the bird and yelled, "If you don't like it so much, then why don't you go ahead and go back to the Bronx?" That was all the prompting I needed. I threw on my Uggs and my winter jacket, grabbed my cigarettes and flew out of the house. I am unfortunately an impulsive person and didn't think to grab my cell phone before I stormed out of there. I didn't drive, so my only option was to walk. I don't think at the time that I intended to walk back to the Bronx, as it was a 3-hour car ride upstate. But I just needed to go for an angry, dramatic walk. I realized once I got to this road at the entrance of the trailer park that I had no idea where anything really was around here, as I had only lived there a few months at that point, and we really didn't go out a lot. I banked left, just walked and walked where eventually I knew civilization would be. I found myself walking alongside a very busy stretch of road, with 18-wheelers flying by, spraying me with slushy snow and soaking my shoes. I saw my then boyfriend driving by on his way to work, and he sped up as he drove past me, evidently still angry about our fight. I thought for sure he was going to turn around at some point, but he never came back. I pressed on, deciding instead to try and walk to my best friend's mother's house, which I knew would be in the same town. It started to snow, and I was losing momentum. I passed by a VFW, where a nondescript pickup truck was parked in the driveway. It wasn't until I had passed it that I even realized that there was a driver in the front seat. He called out to me,
Hey, honey, do you need some help?
My stomach churned, realizing I would have to accept this stranger's offer. I approached his truck slowly and tried to weigh out my options. He was a clean-cut, seemingly normal older white guy. Gray hair, greenish blue eyes, just average. I blurted out, "Are you a good guy or a bad guy?" and cringed at myself for asking such a dumb question.
I'm a good guy. I wouldn't tell you if I was bad.
I ignored the bells going off in my head and got in the front seat with him. As we drove, I realized I had no clue where my friend's mom lived. I knew the name of the road she lived on, but it spanned a good distance, so it wasn't very helpful in terms of finding my destination. I asked to borrow a cell phone so I could try calling my best friend to ask her where I was going. I called her 3 times and she didn't answer because she didn't recognize the number. I started to feel inexplicably hopeless. After a few minutes, he asked me where I was from and why I was out in the middle of nowhere, in the snow, wearing pajamas. I explained I was originally from the Bronx and that I had gotten into a fight with my boyfriend. He paused.
Hey, you wouldn't be interested in making a little money, would you?
I chuckled nervously and said, "Oh, no, thanks though." He responded with,
Well, I just figured since you were from the Bronx.
and trailed off, realizing at that point I was almost definitely in deep trouble. I muttered, "Oh, sure." He eyed me up and down and laughed at himself a bit before sharing.
Sure, she says.
I started to panic big time, but knew I couldn't show my fear. I scoured the scenery for a pillowy snowbank that I could land in if I leapt out of the truck, but to no avail, there were none. The houses were so few and far between, I became certain this would be how I met my demise. I'll never know why. But it was at this point that he decided to ask me who I was going to see. I quickly blurted out my best friend's mom's name and her husband's full name. He instantly perked up and explained that he knew the husband and how they used to snowmobile together 20 years ago. I felt the greatest wave of relief when he explained that he knew exactly where his old buddy lived. When we finally pulled up to that big yellow house, it was like arriving at the promised land. I reluctantly asked his name. "Steve," he said. Then he asked mine. I gave him a fake name, spat out a fake thank you, and ran as fast as I could to the front porch. I crashed through their front door and locked it behind me. I immediately started crying and running through the house trying to find my friend's mom. I had awoken her from a sound sleep, but she didn't say a word about it upon seeing how shaken up I was. Once I knew I was safe with her, I explained everything. The fight, the fleeing, the weird guy, and his sexual proposition, and she listened, horrified and curious at the same time. She made me promise to never do anything so reckless again. She told me she would ask her husband when I got home about this Steve guy and find out more about him. I returned to my boyfriend's later that same day and got really stoned and tried to forget about the events of that morning. The following day, my friend's mom called me to tell me that Steve was a dangerous person who her husband had cut off communication with years ago. The last he had heard about Steve was that he had been arrested for sexual assault. She then went on to point out how incredibly easy it would have been for him to hurt me and leave me just about anywhere on some lonely stretch of road, and no one would have known where to look for me. Not to mention, I might not have even been found until the snow thawed out. Upon sharing this story again with my best friend, who I mentioned in this story, she reminded me that I left out a super unsettling detail. When her mom called, she was able to tell me Steve's last name. One of the first results on Google with his name, plus the town's name, brought me straight to the registered sex offender website, with a mugshot of him. His eyes looked cold and empty, and I realized with him being on probation at the time, he would have been especially eager to not have me get him in any further trouble with the law. Her mom said it best when she told me that I must have had some serious guardian angels watching over me that day. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, I had a disturbing encounter with a creature or entity. I lived in the Appalachian Mountains range of Pennsylvania. It was November, around when daylight saving time occurred. I remember it was supposed to be a school day, but since the snow was so heavy, the buses could not drive out in the morning, so the school had been canceled for a snow day. I was so excited to spend the rest of the day outside in the snow. We had an acre of property, going quite far back into the woods. I walked deep into the forest to a small frozen pond past my property line. Then, suddenly, the woods went dead silent. No birds, no wildlife scurrying around, absolutely nothing. I remember thinking it was strange, but kept walking to make it to the pond. I should have turned around right then and there, but I was just a naive little kid. After I reached the pond, everything was still completely silent, and the hairs on the back of my neck felt like they were rising. I started to get frightened, and I didn't know why. I just felt like something terrible would happen to me if I didn't leave at that very moment. So I decided to turn back and run back home. As I arrived at the backyard, I realized it was so late and the sun was setting. My mom came running outside asking me where I was literally all day and to never disappear like that again. None of this made any sense because I had only been gone for about 20 minutes. I left my house with my snow gear around 10 a.m. right after getting the snow day call. It was now almost 8 p.m., meaning I had been gone for approximately 10 whole hours. I have no idea what happened, and how I had been gone for such a long period. I remember only being out there for such a short period. I'm unsure how to categorize this. I don't know if this was some sort of creature encounter that maybe made me lose time and forget what happened. I don't know if this was some sort of time warp or what. When I was 14 years old, I was spending a Saturday night relaxing, and all I was planning on doing was watching Netflix alone in my family's cozy vacation cabin. It was a small 2-bedroom cabin, out in the country, which meant there were no houses for miles, but I liked the quiet. My parents were out on a date and were probably not going to be home until well after midnight or so because all the roads were backed up due to the snowstorm. It was getting late, and I was waiting on the pizza I had ordered like an hour ago, and was starting to wonder what was taking so long. I just figured it was because of the icy roads. I sat on the couch and decided that I was going to be a man and watch a horror movie on Netflix, all alone. I was tired of being too scared and hit play. When I was about 5 minutes into the movie, I jumped to the sudden sound of the doorbell. Realizing that it was the pizza guy, I sped to the front door. I opened the door, and I was startled by what I saw. It was a dirty, middle-aged man. So dirty he looked like a homeless guy living on the streets. He had long, greasy hair and needed a good shave. The only thing that kept me from slamming that door was the fact that he was holding a box of pizza and was wearing a Domino's uniform, which honestly looked as if he threw it on as fast as possible. But the buttons weren't actually aligned, and it looked like it was a few sizes too small. The name tag on the shirt said Michael Smith. It looked like it was hanging by a thread. He was smiling at me, staring directly into my eyes, not blinking a single time. His eyes gave me an uneasy feeling. His smile was so big, almost unnatural. He said, "Hi, I'm Ted. Did you order a large cheese pizza?" I said, hi, yes. And he was still giving me that same cold smile. I reached my hand into my pocket, looking for the cash I had. Feeling nothing, I said, "I'll be right back." I left the money in the kitchen. Before I left to go into the kitchen, I pushed the door almost shut, leaving a very slight crack open. Walking into the kitchen, I grabbed my wallet and started shuffling through my bills trying to find the 20 I had in there. My concentration was disrupted by the sound of a breaking news alert on the small TV that we always had on the news channel in the kitchen. The bold letters on the bottom of the screen read, "Domino's pizza delivery man named Michael Smith found stabbed to death in ditch unclothed." I froze in shock. I remembered that the man standing on my front doorstep said his name was Ted, but had a name tag reading Michael Smith, and that he said that his name was Ted like I just mentioned. Chills shot down my spine as I put two and two together. I turned around, basically running to the door. I screamed when the door was wide open and the pizza box was laying on the floor, right next to the stairs. I reached for my phone that I always kept in my back pocket. I nearly cried when I felt nothing in my back pocket, and remembered that I had left it charging on my nightstand in my room, upstairs. I started going through all of the options I had. I couldn't just run into the snowstorm and run to a mile to the nearest house. I couldn't hide until my parents got home, and that definitely would be a few more hours. The only option I had was to get the phone upstairs and call 911. I felt like my heart was going to stop. I grabbed the biggest knife I could find, not that I was going to be brave enough to use it anyways. My knees and hands were shaking so bad, I slowly walked up the stairs, trying not to make a sound. I got to the last step and saw my room. The door was wide open. I started mentally preparing myself for what might happen as soon as I walk into that room. I tiptoed to the side of the door, making sure that I wasn't visible to whoever could be inside. I peered my head into the room. Nothing. No creepy killer standing in the middle of the room with an axe. In fact, the room was just as I had left it. I could see my phone in my nightstand, which was across from the further side of the room, right next to the closet. I walked in there and reached across my bed. It was just a few inches away from me when I was grabbing it. I was just a few inches away from grabbing that phone and calling the police. I inched forward. I took a big deep breath. Hearing the 911 operator's voice gave me a sense of safety. The woman on the other line said, 911, what is your emergency? Hi, yes, my name is Matthew Thompson, and there's a man somewhere in my house. I am in a cabin on 71 Shirley Avenue. I had said this very quickly. I had seen so many episodes of Law & Order, I had already known what information the operator needed. As the operator was telling me to stay on the line, something caught my eye. My closet. I always kept my closet closed because I had always had a paranoid feeling about it. I hated seeing the darkness in my closet, not being able to see what was in there. Of course, nothing had ever actually been in there, until now. The closet door was slightly open just enough to see two eyes staring at me. Those eyes were not the worst part. What keeps me up at night, to this very day, was the fact that he was smiling. So big. I screamed and the closet door swung open forcefully. Now I could see his whole body, his face still smiling at me. I have never ran so fast in my life. I booked it out the room, through the hallway, and the footsteps behind me were never farther than a few feet away. I managed to turn my head and see the man behind me chasing me, still smiling. I threw myself into the downstairs bathroom and locked it. He began to laugh, but this laugh wasn't like a deep, raspy voice, like I would imagine it to sound like. It was high-pitched. It was maniacal. It sounded so childish, which made the whole situation even more nerve-wracking. He was now throwing his body against the door. Every time I heard the man's body being thrown against the door, the man's childish laugh followed. I knew I didn't have much more time until that small, chintzy door eventually broke down. But I also knew that it wasn't going to be much longer until the police arrived. I quickly looked around the bathroom, unfamiliar with it since I usually used the downstairs one. My body was already halfway out the second I saw the small bathroom window, which I had never noticed until now. Somehow, after a couple more seconds of squirming around, I was outside. The cold snow felt good by this time. I had worked up a bit of a sweat. I had tried to get up and start running, but the storm was so strong. It was just hard to get a few steps away from the cabin. I could still hear the man banging against the door by his laugh. I could hear the wooden door start to crack. Just a couple more tries and he was in. He immediately noticed that the window was open and knew I was outside. I could hear his footsteps getting further away. He was running to the front door to get where I was helplessly sitting. I kept looking back and forth to see the sides of the house, not knowing which side he was going to come from. I then saw him peering his head over the side of the house, only making his smile visible. I screamed in fear as this man was still wearing that Domino's uniform, tiptoeing to me. He was tiptoeing like you would see in a cartoon, making his steps dramatic. This frightened me as I began to realize how insane this man really was. He was about 5 feet away from me when I heard the beautiful sound of the police sirens. There could not have been a better time for the police to show up, because as soon as that man heard the sirens, he gave one last look at me, smiled and waved as he ran off into the woods over the loud sound of the wind. I could hear that the man was laughing. When the cops eventually pulled into my driveway, I ran towards them crying out of disbelief of what had just happened. I tried to tell them the story, but the only thing that I was able to get out barely made sense. After they calmed me down, they were able to get the full story out of me. I stayed with 2 officers and made sure they checked the cabin inch by inch while 2 other officers searched the woods. By this time it was basically pitch black outside and my parents had finally arrived. After a long, thorough search, there was no sign of the man. I got absolutely no sleep for quite a while after that, still imagining that big, creepy smile. After this whole situation, I wish I could end this by saying I still hear that occasional knock at the door or something cliche, but it has been quiet with no signs of that man. I hope to never see that grinning face for as long as I live, whether that man's intentions were to kill me, or much, much worse.
Thanks for listening to these creepy and allegedly true snowstorm horror stories sent in by viewers just like you. As always, if you enjoyed these stories, please be sure to smack that like button as it helps me out a ton. If you're new to the swamp, why not subscribe and turn on notifications to never miss a new episode, as I upload them damn near every single day, and all things natural and supernatural. The unexplained and paranormal world is seemingly all around us. No matter how many times you reassure yourself after checking the entire house with your AK-47 with the bazooka attachment on it, and after yelling around the house that you are ready to pack out whatever demon lies around the corner with the blammy pack, you still somehow feel just a little creeped out and think that something's watching you. Welcome back to the swamp, my friends, and welcome if you're new. Today we're going to be sharing some creepy and allegedly true and unexplained horror stories sent in by viewers just like you. As always, if you have a story that you would like to share, be sure to submit it at swampdweller.net or the email you can find in the description down below. I'd love to share your story with everyone here in the swamp. An experience I won't forget, by Caleb. I recently found your show and have really enjoyed the chilling stories you share. However, I have made a point to stick to more of your cryptid and camping stories, as my wife and I only do ghost stories after one gets a little too real. I don't understand what happened, but getting other opinions might help us make more sense of it. My wife and I dated for 2 years over a long distance while I was out of state for school. And when I finished, we finally decided it would be best to have a face-to-face relationship. I moved her into my hometown, and starting from scratch with nothing, we moved into my sister's old room. Her family and I are all devout Christians, and her father was a Bible professor at a local university. So I never thought something like what occurred would happen. My girlfriend, now wife, had told me that her family had a few run-ins with paranormal occurrences over the years, and I knew that her father had pagan and Christian relics in his office. Still, I never thought much about it, as I had never experienced anything abnormal. That changed when one evening in the fall, we talked after dinner and told each other ghost stories we had heard over the years. Again, I never experienced anything paranormal and never thought I would, but I found the stories chilling and exciting. I don't know if we talked about this subject too long that night or what happened, but I think I said something along the lines of, I almost wish I'd experienced a haunting, for whatever reason, but we should have taken these stories more seriously than we did. We all went to bed like usual that night, and my wife and her sister went to my wife's room, her parents went to their room, and the dogs in the living room. It left me alone in my sister's room. Her sister's room was unfamiliar to me and a little unnerving, as she had a lot of old dolls from her childhood on the shelf facing the bed. So I typically left the door open where all the hall lights could shine in. I could feel in the back of my mind that I was still half asleep, so I spent a few seconds trying to get my eyes to focus and my mind to start fully working. By the time I was completely conscious and out of my fog, the figure was no longer there. As if I had blinked and it was gone. Thoroughly spooked, I chalked it up to being half asleep and seeing things and tried to go back to sleep. Later that next day, my wife and I were going about our day, and I could tell that something was really off. She wasn't as upbeat and seemed more on edge than usual. Whenever I would ask about this, she would attribute it to something else that was going on entirely. On a hunch, I told her about what I had seen and experienced that past night, trying to make it out as a joke. She didn't laugh, but looked right at me and told me something had also happened to her. She told me that at one point during the night, she got cold and tried to pull her heavy comforter over her more fully, but it felt like it was stuck on something. She pulled and began calling out her sister's name, who was sleeping on the floor nearby. They turned on the lamp on the nightstand and saw that the corner had been tucked into one of the drawers of the nightstand. This would seem innocent enough, but the nightstand was a half a foot away from the bed and definitely wouldn't happen naturally. This has never happened before and never has it happened since. From the best my wife and I could figure out, what she experienced and what I had must have happened around the same time of night and correlated together somehow. I told her father the next day, and he and I went and examined the area of the hallway where I saw the figure. There was nothing noteworthy that we could find outside of this relic-filled office that was behind a door. I lived there for quite some time after this and didn't really experience anything else that I could really mention to you, nor did any of the family pets act abnormally. However, from then on, my wife and I stopped watching movies or telling stories about the paranormal. My hopes in writing into your show today, Mr. Swamp Dweller, is that somebody listening to this in the comments may have something similar they've experienced. Someone else may have some insight into what may have happened that night, although I'm not sure I want to know. This is the first time I've typed this story out or gone over it thoroughly, and I dearly hope this was a good decision. Haunted Apartment by Tal. Hello, Swamp Dweller. I just started watching your show last week and have been enjoying your videos. Here is one of my stories I would like to share. For some time, I lived in a third world country in South Asia while I was a missionary for the churches from 2017 to 2019. It was early on in my service, and I shared an apartment with 3 other missionaries. Our apartment was pretty beaten up and definitely old. About a month before I arrived, the woman who lived next door sadly committed suicide. When my roommates told me this, I didn't really overthink it. But over the first week living there, we all noticed a change in the overall vibe in our place. It seemed to be darker, colder. We were all pretty lighthearted and laid-back people, but the vibes were just off. One night, while laying in bed, we heard a strange noise. For context, our apartment had a spacious living room, a dining room, and a small kitchen in the front of the apartment. Turning left would lead you to the back, where you would find 2 rooms and 2 bathrooms. There was also a room that was connected to the kitchen. It was boiling and humid, and we only had 1 AC fan installed in the more enormous back bedroom. So we all moved our beds in there to sleep, each one of our beds against the room's 4 walls with the door in the corner. So we began to hear noises coming from outside our room. We would hear footsteps as well as the switches to the fans being turned on and off repeatedly. One night, we even heard our iron fall to the ground. When we ran out to see what happened, it wasn't right next to the ironing board, but it was on the kitchen floor as if someone had thrown it. We were pretty freaked out, but none of us were ever alone, seeing that this was a rule that we agreed and followed for our 2-year service that we never broke. We were always with our companion. Me being the youngest and the one with the least experience, I was pretty scared. Not to mention homesickness, I come from a middle-class family in a small town on the west side of the United States, so I was beginning to feel pretty depressed and have a sense of someone watching me. One of the other missionaries in my apartment was a native of this country and only had 2 months until he went home. We will call him D. He noticed my depression and took me under his wing. The other 2 people were from England and California, respectively. I was companions with the British missionary, who we will call B, and we will call the 4th J. So one night, as we were all sleeping, D had woke up from a cold breeze. He looked over at my bed and swore he saw a woman in a shawl hovering over my bed. He tried to yell and get up from his bed, but could not move or speak, almost like he was in some sort of paralysis. He was terrified. The woman sat there looking at me and stroking my face. She suddenly looked up at D, and he blacked out. The next day he told us what had happened. I believed him, and B and J did not. Fast forward 2 months of similar spooky things going down, and D eventually leaves and goes home. N from Utah arrives, and we become friends instantly. One day I told them about the woman next door, and he was skeptical about her ghost haunting us. But as time went by, with continued unexplainable things going down, we all felt kind of eerie. One evening, the property manager is in the apartment next door cleaning. We hear him talking, and a woman's voice is replying. However, it was all said in one of the country's 20-plus languages, which we did not speak. Suddenly, he runs out of the apartment. We go up to the roof, as we were not allowed to explore the city that night, and watch him from above as he goes to a cemetery a block away and jumps over the gate. He begins digging things up and running around the cemetery like a madman, screaming. We had no idea what to do and eventually just went inside, occasionally hearing him and others yelling. This man then left, and we never, ever saw him again. I think he quit. A few weeks later, we were still hearing noises and footsteps, and then one day the dead woman's son came, packed up all her stuff, and left. As soon as he did, we all felt like lighter. It felt like everything just basically stopped. The strange occurrences were no more, and the apartment was all, brighter. It's hard to explain. I believe that woman's ghost was haunting the apartment and the building and the people and all that good stuff. I have many more stories from before my time in this country that would go well with your other featured content, but I'll send those in at another day. Always Be Aware and Alert by Dame W. Hey everyone, I am 19 years old and I live in the very southeast area of Washington State near the Blue Mountain Range. The story took place in a valley I used to live in and live less than 45 minutes away from it to this very day. This story took place when I was around 12, and it's not the most intense story, but trust me, it still leaves me terrified to this day, and I swear, I can still see this thing every once in a while at the corner of my eye. Anyways, I have been listening to Swamp Dweller stories for quite some time when it made me feel the same dread as I did that day when coming across this thing. I had been walking home in a very well-lit and populated area where I live. I walked down the final street before turning onto my family's private road. As I was walking, I was crossing the street that came off Main Street to my house, but then I felt dread that I had never felt before wash over me. So I stopped in the middle of the dark, but it was lit by a streetlight when I started making a complete 360 of my surroundings. That's when my gaze came upon the dark side of the street that I was standing at the top of. At first I stood there scared and sweating bullets, looking for anything to explain how I felt, but there was nothing to attribute it to. So even through my dread and paranoia, I took about 10 steps toward the pure darkness. Just then every feeling became 10 times worse. I stopped and I was just waiting for anything to happen, anything to show itself. But eventually I saw something in the orchard next to me, just a bit ahead. It was on all fours. It was utterly dark, like it was made of shadows, standing about 3 to 4 feet. Then, as soon as I saw it, I felt like it looked towards me with no facial features. Just pure darkness. I was petrified. I can't even explain the feeling that it made me feel. It turned to the road, bolting so fast that it was unreal. When it ran to the road, I got a more detailed look at this thing, being more scared than ever. Nothing, even my terrible experience, made me feel as fearful as I was when I saw the figure so clearly. But as soon as it bolted across the street, it also disappeared instantly, like it was just a flash. Like it had just become a part of the light around us, like it was never there at all. I couldn't figure out what I saw that night, and I just started running to my house, never stopping, about a half-mile all the way. I was out of breath, my lungs were on fire, my legs were aching, but I could not. I just could not look back behind me. I don't know what I saw that night, and even with all the stories I've listened to on the Swamp Dweller channel or anywhere online, I cannot find anything similar. If anybody listening to this story has any idea what I may have seen, please let me know in the comments.
In 2009, I was interested in the paranormal, since I had many paranormal experiences growing up. I found a website that held ghost tours at the old Southwestern General Hospital. I was excited and ready to go on a ghost hunt. The group that held the ghost tour was named Ghost, or Ghost Hunters of South Texas. The group was professional, and they used many of the items that paranormal researchers used at the time. Before the tour, they showed us proof that they have captured in previous investigations while investigating the property. EVPs included a little boy saying, "Play with me, please," and a woman with a southern accent responding to questions. The woman is said to be in an old-time dress, and sometimes old-time nurse attire. After the tour, the group said they were having openings for new members, and the new members would be tested and would be considered in maybe being part of the new team. I was quick to join and try out. I made the team. The team would have private group ghost hunts, so we would have the building to ourselves. The third floor was used as a hospice type of area. The building has 4 floors. The first, second, and fourth floor were left abandoned, and they look like a scene out of a horror movie. Hospital beds lay in rooms dusty and unused. Many had dates from 1995 and before. I even found a death log that had many names and dates. The most active areas were the 4th and 2nd floor. The 4th floor had a baby nursery and many rooms that were once used for families that would be welcoming new babies. One EVP that was caught in that area was one of crying babies. At the time the EVP was caught, there were no babies in the building, and it was after midnight sometime when it was caught. Also on the 4th floor, there was a long hallway with empty patient rooms. In that hallway, shadows were always seen running or moving. The 2nd floor was an old area. Also, many shadow figures were seen in this area. When doing research on the deaths in the building, I came up with what looked like to be a nurse who was crushed to death when a malfunction with the elevator happened years ago. During the time I was a part of this group, we investigated this building tons of times. I might even care to say maybe over 100. I also led ghost tours in the building with other members. I witnessed shadows, disembodied voices, screams, and one time heard a female humming a song only to find the room empty and dark. I've seen videos of doors opening on their own with no wind or people in the building. Also, the 3rd floor had employees that would see things and hear things very often. Patients also complained of a kid running in their room or a man standing over their bed just looking at them, only to disappear. Over the years, I gained experience and loved what I did. As a group, we investigated many places such as schools, homes, and cemeteries in El Paso. We also got to investigate the old Asarco smelter before it was demolished several years later. I got to ghost hunt with people from Ghost Hunters and Ghost Hunters International. I met many celebrities and the group had them take their own personal ghost tours. It was fun and I grew a thick skin for fearing anything that goes bump in the dark. One of my favorite places to investigate was Southwestern General Hospital. I never believed in being followed home. One night after investigating, I was at my apartment eating on my couch and watching TV. I had my hallway light on near the front door that was visible from where I was sitting. Suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow of a person on the wall near the door. I turned and saw the shadow in full form. It was about 6 foot tall and completely black. Then, not even a second later, the shadow moved as if it was running down my hallway to my bedroom. I froze in horror, thinking somebody was in my apartment. I got up and walked to my bedroom. Nobody was there. I searched the whole house up and down, and then I thought to myself, maybe I'm just going crazy. I soon went to bed a few minutes later. It was probably about 3:20 a.m. when I felt my bed shaking. I woke up to my sheets being pulled off me very slowly and deliberately. I tried to move, but I just could not. My sheets slid very slowly off me towards the floor. I could not move, and I started to hear growling in my right ear. From the corner of my eye, I could see something moving near my head on the right of me. It was on my pillow. I could only see it from the peripheral vision that it had hair. It was hairy and brown. If I could compare it to something, I would say Chewbacca from Star Wars type hair. It was moving, very slowly, but obviously very deliberately. It was growling as well. My eyes started to water up with tears. I tried to move my arm, but I just couldn't. I could only move my fingers. The blanket was still being pulled off me little by little until it hit the floor and I was no longer covered by my sheet. I felt the hairy thing moving right next to me, and the growling grew louder. Then suddenly, I was able to sit up and I turned and looked to see what was there next to me. The hairy thing was gone, but I could see the imprint of where it had sat right next to me just a moment ago. It was the size of a full-grown cat. Then I looked around the room to gather my sanity. I don't own a cat. My sheet was on the floor, and my eyes were still watery. I asked myself, maybe it was just sleep paralysis. I found it hard to sleep that night, since I lived alone in that apartment. The next day I had a girl over to my apartment. I was seeing her from school. I was playing PlayStation and she asked if she could take a nap in my bed. I said of course. She went to my bed and fell asleep. Around 20 minutes later, she suddenly came back to my living room in tears. She said, I have to leave now. I asked her what was happening and what was wrong. What she said shocked me. She said that something shook the bed and woke her up. She could not move, and then something was growling and started getting close to her ear. Then the bed went down as if somebody lied down next to her. She tried to scream for me and could not. Then she felt as if somebody was breathing on her neck as the growling grew louder. She said it lasted about 2 minutes, and then she was finally able to move. Once she was able to move, she ran to me in the living room. After she explained this, I grabbed her stuff and helped her leave. I did not tell her what happened to me the night before, but I had that same exact experience. And what happened to her was enough proof that something was not right. I could not explain what was happening. First thing that came to mind, that something probably followed me home from the hospital. After a few days, all the activity suddenly stopped. Only when I would go in on investigations, I would see shadows in my apartment, and then they would just go away. I loved what I did, and the only time I feared the paranormal was this moment. I no longer ghost hunt, and the group no longer gets together. Southwest General Hospital was purchased and is now remodeled and is in use. I can only imagine what the employees of the LTAC go through by being in that building. Every now and then I drive down Cotton and past the building. I miss the days of being part of Ghost El Paso. If you are ever in El Paso after stopping by at Chico's Tacos, be sure to pass by the old building by the Star on the Mountain, formerly known as Southwest General Hospital. To start this story, we need to jump back to 2013. My husband and I were separated, and I would often pull away from everyone in my life. All in all, I was extremely lonely and dealing with a lot. My therapist recommended meeting new people through meetup groups, so I gave it a shot. I joined a paranormal meetup group and attended my one and only ghost hunt. Overall, it was kind of silly, but the inn that hosted the event is historically beautiful. The place also has a tragic backstory of an unsolved murder of 2 teenage girls in the 1970s. I was traumatized at this point in my life, so a lot of the details are blurry. But basically, we split into small groups and explored the small property. We then conducted Ouija board sessions. I was surprised when we experienced activity. You are probably thinking that it was all a setup. I would have too, but the activity was directed at me. The first thing that happened was through the EVPs. A childhood nickname that I have not used in many decades was said. Then, another name was repeated multiple times through the EVP and through the Ouija board. And finally, my name was spelled when asked who they are talking to. The other name was common, and it meant nothing to me at the time. The next morning, I learned the suicide of one of my cousins. I'd grown up with this cousin, and we had been extremely close through childhood. Living on opposite sides of the country, though, we had not seen each other in such a long time. She had taken her life while I was on my hunt. The name that played on repeat was her father's. She had passed when we were children. I feel like my uncle was reaching out, using childhood nicknames to warn me of the death of my cousin. I have not shared my story before, but I do have this one interesting experience that I have not been able to come up with an explanation for ever since it happened. I like to think of myself as a cynic when it comes to the paranormal. I want to believe in it. However, I'm not religious and will not convince myself until I know for certain that there's no scientific explanation for the happenings, and this is the closest I can think I have ever gotten. My family decided we should go on an organized ghost hunt at the neighboring town. It was late at night and there were 3 sections to this. The first involved using a Ouija board type thing with a glass. Nothing happened on this one. The second involved trying to reach out to spirits in a dark room. Nothing happened in this one either. The experiences come from the third section, which was an incredibly old courtroom, and we used technology. Firstly, there were digital thermometers set up, and one of our family members was sat below one, These thermometers flash when temperatures spontaneously drop from room temperature, supposedly a sign of ghost. Suddenly, this family member jumped up, sort of spooked, and moved seats while the organizers were explaining to us what we were going to do. He proclaimed he felt something very cold and tingly. Lo and behold, the thermometer was also flashing and showing exceptionally low temperatures right by where he was sat. That was odd enough, but the second experience was just as odd. I was in a room by myself with my uncle. I had an EMF meter that lit up in the presence of an electromagnetic field. I do not know how these devices work, but I do know that they do. However, I do not know how legitimate the specific one I was holding was. I have my own at home, and it does react to real electrical sources such as my PC and plug outlets, etc. The other device I was using was something called the Spirit Box, which was supposed to detect words ghosts were saying and read them out. This device did not convince me at all, and I'm still not fully convinced by it, but it certainly was curious. I also was asking questions, and the EMF meter was flashing in accordance with these questions. It seemed to work, but there was no telling whether it was legitimate or not. However, I wanted to push the boundaries of yes and no questions to see how realistic it actually was. If a ghost was real, surely it can answer any binary question if I gave it 2 options, and the corresponding number of flashes on the EMF meter for the answers, not just a yes or no. So I did. I asked aloud, "Are you a man or a woman?" Flash 1 for man, flash twice for woman. At the time, I was not convinced this would work as I was skeptical. However, the EMF meter flashed twice. And then, within 5 seconds of that, the spirit box displayed and read out the word female. 2 completely independent devices simultaneously confirmed the answer I supposedly got. That was a big deal for me, and still is to this day. I could not figure out an explanation for that, and the 2 devices remained consistent for the entire session. I truly hope for the existence of something beyond life, and I hope this was my first glimpse at some actual proof for myself. I would like to start by saying that while I am interested in the paranormal, I tend to be skeptical and prefer to think things out rationally before dismissing every little thing as a ghost or the like. This experience, however, has no logical explanation I can think of. I am new here, and as well, I apologize in advance if I'm not doing this correctly. So, let's get into this. I was 17 and it was mid-October, nearing Halloween. My family had gone to a small, rural town to meet up with some good friends. We were going to get dinner and catch up for old time's sake, as my siblings and I had grown up with the children of the other families. After dinner, the parents stayed at the bar drinking, and those of us who were not of legal drinking age were starting to get a little bored. That is when one of my friends brought up the local cemetery. Apparently there is a cemetery in this town that is said to be haunted. I'm pretty positive that some ghost hunter paranormal type show did an episode about it or something, but the legends are said to have been around since before that. The story goes that a group of teenage boys were wandering into the graveyard one Halloween night with the intention of causing trouble and maybe stirring up some spooky ghost action in celebration of Halloween. After messing around for a while with no unexplained phenomena, they decided to sit in on top of the mausoleum, which is basically just a big tomb built up around a coffin instead of burying it in the ground. They were about to call it quits and head home when suddenly, unseen hands seemed to push one of the boys off the top of the tomb and into the ground. All the boys were obviously scared and hightailed it out of there, all of them feeling an eerie, ominous energy following them around for weeks after the incident. There have also been numerous reports of orbs, headstones inexplicably moving or disappearing altogether, ghostly apparitions, inscriptions being changed, flashes of light, strange noises, the whole works. I, of course, was more than excited to check it out. We arrived at the cemetery well after dark, and one of my girlfriends, we will call her Emma, and I were the only 2 brave ones enough to go in. We hopped right out of the car, careful to be as inconspicuous as we could since we did not want the police showing up and ruining our ghost hunting experience. We headed toward the entrance. It was chilly and a bit windy, as autumn in Wisconsin tends to be. We gripped each other's hands and started down the gravel path. As soon as we passed the fence that surrounded the plot of land, everything seemed to get very still and very quiet. We could not even hear the wind anymore, which was strange as it had been breezy as we got out of the car. It was so silent that even whispering and our steps in the gravel seemed, pun absolutely not intended, loud enough to wake the dead. Though there were no lights in or near the cemetery, there was enough moonlight filtering through the clouds to allow us to see well. We soon realized we had no idea where the fabled haunted mausoleum was, but kept walking anyway. We made a random left turn, and lo and behold, there it was, about 30 yards or so in front of us. Surprisingly, we had great luck, right? I don't think so. As we approached, I began to feel almost an electric sort of energy in my fingers and hands, but I wrote this off as just nerves or something due to breaking the law. We reached the tomb, and this thing is absolutely huge. It was easily twice my height, at the very least, and made of weathered gray stone with moss and lichen growing sparsely on it. We stare at it for a moment, and Emma whispers, "You should touch it." Being the big bad ghost hunter I am, I oblige. There is really nothing remarkable about the cool roughness of the stone, so I decide to take it a step further and hop up to sit up on the lip of the curved top of the thing. Again, nothing happens, so I jokingly shout, "If there's anyone here, any spirits or anything, come on out." After listening in silence for a second or two, I think, F it, and make my way to the very top where the kid is rumored to have been pushed off by ghostly hands. I have Emma snap a photo or two of me before climbing back down. Slightly disappointed by the lack of spooky encounters, we agree to head out and are about to do just that when we see a pair of headlights slowly creeping down the road that borders one side of the graveyard. We immediately assumed someone noticed us and called the cops, so we crouched down behind some bushes with the mausoleum directly to our left. Both of us are completely silent except for our breathing as we watch the vehicle slowly make its way down the street. I am watching its tail lights turn the corner when I hear a low, creepy, menacing laugh coming from right behind me. It sounded so strange, like it was a few feet away but also right in my ear at the same time. I'm freaked out, and I'm about to chalk it up to adrenaline-induced hallucination, when Emma, who is standing to my left, whispers, "Hey, did you hear that?" My blood ran cold, as I slowly nod a silent, "Yes, I did." I cautiously turn my head to one direction, and try to see if I can hear it. I kid you not. I didn't hear anything, but what I did see was a dark figure stand up from behind one of the headstones not 10 feet away from us. I scream bloody murder and somehow end up on the ground as the next thing I know, Emma is pulling at my arm shouting, "We have to run! We need to get out of here, come on!" I let her pull me to my feet and lead me blindly by the hand. We are full out sprinting, tripping over gravestones and plants and who knows what else in the dark. We cannot even find the exit in our panic. We finally reach a gap in the fence and I can feel the tears streaming down my face as I run for my life down the middle of the road, not even paying attention to the oncoming headlights until I nearly run into them. Luckily, it was the car containing the rest of our friends, and we rip the door open and throw ourselves inside screaming, "Go, go, please just drive," before we even bothered to sit in an actual seat or shut the door. I cannot for the life of me remember who was driving, but I think our panic and terror shook them enough that they did exactly what we asked of them and sped away back to the bar. They kept asking us what happened and if we were okay, but we would not calm down enough to answer them until we were back inside the bar and sat down. Still shaking and out of breath, we recounted our story to all of them, drunk parents included. I think a lot of them were skeptical, and honestly, I would have been too if I had not experienced it myself. In the weeks that followed, I felt the same eerie energy the boys in the legend describe hanging over my head. Personally, I attribute it more to paranoia after being scared out of my mind by something I could not actually see, but it made me feel uneasy nonetheless. It has been a few years since this happened, and I still cannot think of a single logical explanation for what actually happened that night. While I have no idea how credible anyone else's reported experiences on the show are, I know we were without a doubt the only people in that graveyard, or even on the streets for that matter, and we would have heard someone trying to sneak up on us. The sound of that laugh was so unnatural. I cannot get it out of my head. Even now, I have never been more scared than I was that night, and I now know what people mean when they talk about not being able to fully believe in the paranormal until you have experienced it firsthand. Anyway, I just thought I would share this experience with you. I hope you enjoyed it. I have been a paranormal investigator since 2005. I started this because I've always been fascinated by the paranormal, not because I've had many experiences that I can remember. So, I was a bit skeptical of most people claiming to have ghostly encounters, although I do have an incredibly open mind. When I first started out, I took some classes on learning what to do. At the end of the series of classes, our instructor, a man named Neil McNeil, took us to an amazing town called Port Gamble, Washington. The last day of the class, we got to investigate an abandoned mansion called the Walker Ames House. This house is beautiful, but it has not been lived in for decades. The town keeps it up as much as they can for special events, etc., but it is not up to code to have anyone live in it permanently. Neil told us the history of the house and the ghost stories. In my mind, I was thinking this was just going to be a fun night exploring an old historic lumber mill home. I did not think that it would change my life forever. As I said, at the time I am a full skeptic. My mind cannot easily be changed or fooled by people. I must see things for myself. There were 6 of us in the house that night. Neil split us up into 2 groups. One group went down to the basement and we stayed on the 2nd floor. He had just warned us to stay out of this little hallway by the attic door. It was between the bathroom and the landing, because he was feeling a strong presence there of something evil. In my mind, I thought, sure you did, sarcastically, and walked to a far bedroom. I heard him in another room answering questions of another investigator, but when I came out, I saw his shadow in the hallway, the little hallway he told us not to stand in. As I started to walk over there to see what he was doing, the shadow quickly came toward me and disappeared. I stood there staring for just a second and was kind of stunned. I still heard Neil and the other person talking, but the shadow was gone. I could not process it. I went around the corner and saw them talking in the little room right around the corner of the bathroom. I interrupted them. Who was just standing in the hallway? I said it way too loudly. Neil looked at me for a second, and then said, June, no one was standing in the hallway. I replied, no, someone was standing in the hallway. I saw their shadow and it's gone now. He looked at me and smiled and asked what the shadow looked like. I saw a dark black shadow. It looked a little short, thick in the middle and bald with a round head. It was still light outside, but the sun was setting, and all the shadows were elongated. This one was standing straight up and down. I even went downstairs outside and found a leaf and tore it down and made it into the shape of a person, to put it up to the stained glass window just in case it was natural. And nope, it wasn't. I was at a loss for words. When finally I could not come up with an explanation for it, Neil told me, unbeknownst to me, several people had seen shadows of people upstairs and several people reported seeing a shadow of a short, fat, bald man. I was not the only one. At that moment, while he was telling me this, we heard a yelp from the stairway. Another person coming up the stairway said she swore that she just saw the shadow of a person running across the landing and it disappeared. After that night, I realized I was hooked forever, being a ghost hunter. Man, these stories were definitely scary and will have me looking over my shoulder tonight while I'm walking down my dark hallway.
If you enjoyed these stories, please be sure to hit that like button as it helps me out a ton, and subscribe to the channel as I upload brand new videos just like this almost every single day on all things natural and supernatural. If you have a story that you would like to share in a future episode, submit it at swampdweller.net or on Reddit at r/thedarkswamp. I'd love to share your story with everyone here in the swamp. Welcome back, swamp folk. Everyone doing okay? I hope you are. Hopefully you're at least doing better than the guys on our list for today. If not, well, I don't know. But we'll be sure to send some good vibes your way, because today we're discussing 5 disturbing animal attacks on park rangers, and some of these get pretty brutal. As always, I'll be taking you through a lighthearted journey on a not very light topic, but first I do want to begin on a very serious note that's close to my heart, and hopefully yours as well. Most of you have probably seen the Netflix documentary series Tiger King, so you may already be aware that our country has a tendency to domesticate, and I use that term very loosely, exotic animals such as tigers and monkeys. This is a huge problem unto itself, but there's an even bigger problem behind it. Yes, many of these animals are the result of breeding, but there are countless more being brought in by poachers, and their journey is unspeakably cruel. Sadly, just as many are slaughtered for their hides and horns, but animals aren't the only victims of poaching. Statistics show, on average, 2 park rangers are killed by poachers each week worldwide, but some experts believe that the number may be much higher. Of course, that's not including other park personnel or civilians. Each year, that totals over 100 human deaths on top of an already heinous crime. Yet, there is so little awareness surrounding the issue. The men and women losing their lives while trying to protect these animals deserve our recognition and gratitude. While yes, we may have a few jokes bordering on inappropriate throughout today's video, please don't lose sight of the real message. Hungry, hungry Komodo dragon. This first story is an exotic one. We're starting off in Rinca Island in Indonesia, Komodo National Park to be exact. According to the Canberra Times, Komodo dragons have lived on the islands of Indonesia, completely isolated from predators for about 1 million years. At the time of this article in 2021, there were an estimated 5,000 dragons living in the park. They most commonly eat deer, buffalo, goats, and birds. Sometimes they'll eat their prey whole, while other times they'll poison it with a venomous bite and stalk their dinner until it dies, even if that takes 3 weeks' time. In 2009, a ranger named Mian arrived at his office located inside a small wooden building in the main camp. Nothing seemed out of ordinary until he sat at his desk and happened to look down to see a Komodo dragon next to his leg. Mian would later learn a cleaner had left the door open, allowing the Komodo to enter in search of food. Now it seemed to find some. To make matters even more terrifying, the ranger was only wearing sandals. His feet were his only weapon, and they were completely unprotected. He knew if he didn't get his leg away, the dragon would bite it and swallow. Very carefully, he tried to pull his leg back, but the dragon followed, and Mian knew he was in trouble when its tail moved to strike from the other side. He pulled his leg back too fast and became trapped beneath the desk. That's when the Komodo clamped down and refused to let go. Its teeth were ripping into Mian's flesh. Thinking fast, he managed to pin the beast down slightly by putting his free foot onto its neck. Using his free hand, he was miraculously able to pull the animal's mouth open, thereby freeing his leg, but his hand was now also bitten during the struggle. All the while, Mian was shouting for help and other rangers rushed to his aid, but to their horror, more Komodo dragons were also close behind. Lured by the smell of blood, some rangers tried to keep the new arrivals under control, while 2 others hurried to assist Mian with the Komodo inside. These creatures can seem docile most of the time, but they're actually merely conserving energy. They're actually quite fast when attacking. In normal situations, park staff would simply use a stick to push the dragon aside or flee. Any further engagement would simply be unthinkable. Mian estimated there were 7 additional dragons waiting when he finally emerged from the building. One friend pushed them away with the stick while another helped him awaiting transportation. After a short boat ride, Mian was taken to a hospital on Flores Island before being flown to Bali, where he received 6 hours of emergency medical treatment. He was required to stay in Bali for an additional week before returning to Flores Island for 6 months of recovery. Eventually, he also resumed his job at the Komodo National Park, though he only does desk duty, an understandable choice if not a slightly ironic decision. Considering how it actually happened. The dragon that bit him was still living as of July 2021, and though Mian was unable to tell it apart from the others, he does believe its smaller size was the only reason he's still alive today. Though he suffers from terrible nightmares and doesn't enjoy reliving the incident, he hopes that sharing his story will help spread awareness to the dangers of Komodo dragons. Bull Elk Bulldozer. Next up, we have one of our favorite locations, Yellowstone National Park, where the bull elk use cars for fighting practice. Usually, when we hear of an animal attack in a national park, we can't help but to wonder what role the victim played. Did they get within selfie range of a moose? Did they try to hand feed a bear? You never know what you're going to get, but sometimes wild animals are just gonna be wild animals. On this occasion, a bull elk made its way into a Yellowstone National Park parking lot, and, well, here's what an eyewitness said in a Whiskey Riff interview. This happened on September 10th, 2021, when my family and I took a vacation to Yellowstone National Park. We were on our way back to the Airbnb when we saw a lot of park rangers trying to keep people at a certain distance. So I drove back around and parked right in front of the elk. It is during the rutting season, so the males were hyper-aggressive. He lunged at 2 cars before ramming into the ranger's vehicle. In the video, the elk is clearly unimpressed as it scans its surroundings, and 1 car can be seen backing away before it's far too late. But then the animal launches itself toward in a full charge, colliding directly into the side of a park ranger's vehicle. Rutting season is no joke, and this was at its peak. Typically, the season lasts from September to October, but sometimes it can begin as early as August. Battling over mates is a common occurrence among North American bull elk, and sometimes they're even fatal. In this overly aggressive state, anything can be seen as a challenger, be it animal, human, or even a car. Honestly, we're lucky it was only a vehicle and not a person. It could easily have gone the other way. Just let this be a lesson to you. If you plan to visit Yellowstone, try to make sure it's not during rutting season. Grizzly Mama. Next up, we have a good old-fashioned bear attack. And no, when animals attack video is complete without at least one, right? Seriously, it's the law. There's no lack of potential encounters either. In fact, you may very well be seeing a dedicated bear attack episode in the future, but for now I want to tell you about Canadian Park Ranger Jordan Carberry. In July 2018, Jordan was 50 years old, living in Bella Coola, British Columbia, when he found himself in a fight for his life. He was outside of his home early on a Tuesday morning when he noticed a couple of bear cubs sitting in a cherry tree and their mother, who was nearby. He had just taken a picture of the mother when a branch snapped, one of the cubs came crashing to the ground. The fall triggered the overprotective mother, and she charged directly at Carberry. A bear will usually display certain signs before going on the attack, but there was no lip smacking or loud huffs to give warning in this case. Also, since grizzly bears can run up to an astonishing 35 miles per hour, Jordan believed he was done for. The New York Post quotes the ranger as saying, "She had her eyes locked on me, and she was coming for me. I instantly turned and tried to get back into the house. All of a sudden, I just got tackled from behind and was sent flying. It felt like 2 football players tackling me at the same time." The grizzly bear was suddenly on top of Jordan, wrapping her jaws around his head and lifting him with her mouth. That's when part of his ear and part of his scalp tore free and he fell to the ground. But Mama Bear wasn't quite finished. She then lifted him by his thigh and dropped him a few more times for good measure. Carberry loved bears before this incident, and as a park ranger, he had recently taken a defensive training class where he learned what to do during such an occasion. He estimates landing at least 3 kicks to the bear's face before finally regaining his feet and taking a few swings. He was aiming for her snout, but he missed each attempt. Jordan later stated, "She was like a prize boxer. She was so fast." Though he wasn't able to land a punch, he did gain enough distance from the bear to run the 40 feet back to his house. Don't forget, this guy had been lifted by his thigh and dropped multiple times. That's the power of adrenaline for you. Some sources state he didn't have cell reception, while others state he lost his phone in the scuffle itself. But regardless of why he couldn't call for help, Carberry was forced to drive himself on a 10-minute trip to the hospital. After grabbing his keys, he had to make it to his vehicle while the bear was still just outside. When he made a run for it, the grizzly did charge at him again, but thankfully she didn't commit. During the drive, Jordan continuously repeated, "Don't pass out, don't pass out." You guys remember the part about his scalp tearing, right? This wasn't even his main concern. He caught a glimpse of his body form in the mirror, and in his own words, "I was mostly concerned with my abdomen because I thought she had split me open. I thought my guts were hanging out." Upon arrival, he was transferred to Vancouver General Hospital, where he underwent surgery for umbilical hernias. That's when the intestine protrudes through the muscle at the belly button. His other injuries included a severed ear, a torn scalp, and several puncture wounds from the bear's canines. You can actually view pictures on American Shooting Journal, but YouTube will get upset if I include them here, so you can find a link down in the description if you are interested. By all accounts, he seems to have handled the entire trauma like a champ though. After a 2-week recovery in the hospital, where he constantly kept the doctors and nurses laughing, he was finally able to return home. He felt incredibly lucky to be alive and made lighthearted jokes on Facebook such as, "Good thing I have such a thick skull." A CBC article mentions volunteers picked the fruit from Carberry's trees to make it safer. While there, they collected a video revealing up to 8 bears were frequenting the ranger's yard. The Conservation Office Service decided to not euthanize the bear because she was merely protecting her cubs and hasn't posed any other public safety threats. This was a decision Carberry wholeheartedly agreed with, stating, "It was me dropping my guard in grizzly country, which you can never do. I did it because I was so close to my house, and I learned a big lesson." Chimps Gone Wild. Our number 4 slot takes us to the Jane Goodall Institute Chimpanzee Eden in South Africa. In June of 2012, Ranger Andrew Oberle, 26 years old, was leading a tour when 2 chimpanzees suddenly grabbed his feet and pulled him beneath a fence. Andrew was savagely mauled and dragged for nearly a kilometer into their enclosure. The sanctuary's director, Eugene Cousins, fired a shot into the air, scaring the animals back into their enclosure. Chimp Eden effectively went into lockdown while investigation took place to determine if the animals would be destroyed. The sanctuary's official statement read, "Chimpanzees are wild animals and are defensive of their territories. Any interaction between humans and wild animals can be dangerous. The chimpanzees at Chimp Eden have suffered horrible injuries and abuse from humans and therefore have been treated with caution." After undergoing surgery, Andrew remained in critical condition at Nelspruit Hospital, where he was treated for the lost part of an ear, parts of his fingers, and at the time of his attack, he was studying for his master's degree in anthropology and primatology at the University of Texas in San Antonio. The executive director of the institute, David Davos Usthuzian, spoke with the Toronto Star to confirm Andrew's injuries were quite extensive and that this was the first incident of its kind since the park's opening in 2006. Killer Elephant. As always, I've saved the wildest story for last. In an eastern province in Thailand, last September, 2 men were killed over a 3-day period by a rogue elephant. I just want to add a quick disclaimer that I'm probably going to accidentally pronounce the names and villages wrong. I know it, you know it, let's not make a thing of it, okay? For around 5 months, an elephant from the Top Lan National Park was raiding villages and farms for food in Tambon Kang, Sidu. According to the Bangkok Post, it was happening almost daily, and as one would imagine, the damage was massive and widespread. Finally, after 2 people were seriously injured, a park ranger by the name of Arthit Phiengwam led volunteers into an attempt to drive the elephant away. On a Sunday, September 11th, 2022, the village chief, Soraya Uttarapas, The park ranger and other volunteers rushed to confront the elephant. The ranger attempted to scare the beast away with firecrackers, but it retaliated, and the ranger was unable to move away in time. As a result, he was stomped into the ground until his body was basically half buried, gravely wounded, as he rushed to Nadi Hospital, where he was later pronounced dead. Also, I do want to note that while the Bangkok Post refers to this incident as a single elephant, other articles do state that it was a herd of elephants. Of course, it's always possible we're losing something in translation, but just a quick FYI before we move on to the second incident. Just 2 days later, on the 13th, a group of rangers from Klong Kura Oi Wildlife Sanctuary were trying to clear out 6 elephants at the Longan Plantation in eastern Shanthaburi, and 42-year-old park ranger Somphab Shri Nam was among the group. The reports state that the ranger didn't realize one of the elephants stood only a mere 30 meters away. When the animal noticed him, he was taken off guard and unable to escape. His body was later transferred to Pong Namron District Hospital to undergo an autopsy. I don't understand why an autopsy was necessary, but Thai PBS World seems confident that that's how it's happened. Shortly after these incidents, Phadet Laithong, director of the Wildlife Conservation Office, felt the park rangers were in desperate need of modern equipment and was able to procure 30 night vision binoculars to kickstart the process. He also wished to stress that only some elephants pose a threat to humans, the majority are not aggressive. Well, swamp folk, that's today's video. Let me know what you think in the comments. I'd love to know if you'd like to see more videos based on animal attacks, and trust me, there is no shortage of wild animal attacks out there. If this is something you'd like to see more, let me know. I think the grizzly is what got me the most. Just the idea of having your ear and scalp torn off, it just sounds terrible. Of course, randomly being pulled beneath a fence and dragged away by 2 chimps is fairly brutal too. But then that elephant, can you imagine being stomped to the ground by one of those giant towering beasts? Anyway, it's that time again. Do all the dirty stuff to those buttons. Be sure to subscribe if you're new, and stay tuned for what's coming next. I upload almost every single day on all things natural and supernatural. If you have a story or an encounter or a true crime, Hey everyone, and welcome back to another video on my channel. I hope everyone's doing well, but no matter how you're feeling, today is going to be a little bit better because I've got a new story for you. Today we're once again getting into some more disappearances, this time in the Ridley Creek State Park. I thought it might be fun to discuss a lesser known park. There are many state and national parks across the country that many people may never have heard of, and there's plenty of strange mysteries in each one of them. At the very least, I thought it would be cool that we could accomplish the feat of sharing a story you likely haven't heard before. The Ridley Creek State Park land was originally purchased in the 1960s and officially dedicated to public use in 1972. It covers over 2,600 acres in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and includes parts of Edgemont, Middleton, and Upper Providence townships. Though it does have a variety of hiking trails, it's not uncommon for locals to just kind of walk through the woods freely. Aside from the usual park activities, this park also has a 300-year-old plantation that has been restored using nothing but 18th century tools. And on any given day, you can actually see interpreters and reenactors on those very grounds to this day. You can see them mending a fence or baking bread. It's actually really cool. They essentially recreate the lives of the former owners. They also have a formal garden area designed by the Olmsted brothers. According to the Wikipedia page, if it's accurate, this firm was established in 1898, making it the first architectural firm in the United States. Unfortunately, though, Ridley Creek also shares its fair share of tragedy. Much like many of the other state parks we cover, there is no shortage of tragic disappearances, unsolved murders, and much more going on within the borders of this small state park. More specifically, there is a Jane Doe case from 2016 that is still actively being investigated that initially sparked my attention to the state park in the first place. She was found approximately at 1 p.m. on January 1st, and her case has been stumping law enforcement ever since. But before we get into all that, I want to tell you an interesting piece of local history, just to set the mood a bit.
Thanks to library archives, a current resident by the name of Carla Welsh found a newspaper article from 1902, and she instantly knew that others would be just as interested in seeing this as she was. She then shared the information on her social media, and it quickly spread through the small town like wildfire. Interestingly enough, it seemed that many people weren't even aware of this piece of forgotten history, and luckily Carla discovered it just by chance and was able to resurface it for all of us to enjoy, or I guess be aware of. This is the story of Pennsylvania's first and only known witch trial. This trial happened 9 full years before the infamous Salem witch trials began, and one of the women accused was a Delco woman known as the Witch of Ridley Creek. In 1683, a Swedish settler by the name of Margaret Matson lived on a farm in a very wooded area near Crum Creek. She lived there with her husband, who went by Niels. Allegedly, Margaret would say strange incantations over a great cauldron of boiling meat. Though, full disclosure, another Swedish woman by the name of Yeshro Hendrickson was also accused and ultimately sentenced, but I was ultimately unable to find any more details as to why or what led to this sentencing. At the time of the witch trials, the colony actually hadn't set up a real justice system yet, so there was no court system to be heard of. First, Margaret was brought before the council on February 7th, 1683, and on the 27th, she had her trial with a grand jury in Philadelphia. A petit jury, witnesses, the attorney general, and the governor were all there. She would plead not guilty, and witnesses would go on to claim that they heard that she was a witch through some very unreliable sources going around town. One man actually stood up and said 20 years prior he had heard that Matson was a witch through the grapevine. So basically, there was never any evidence that this woman had harmed anybody, had put spells on anybody. She just so happened to be foreign, probably spoke a little bit differently, probably was doing something just in her native tongue, and was scaring people. But to be honest, did you really think the witch trials were any different? I'm not really all that shocked, because when I imagined the whole witch hysteria in the 16 and 1700s, I kind of imagined it being much like this. I heard she was a witch. Margaret did have an interpreter to help her speak, but she didn't have a lawyer. Despite this, she did relatively well in defending herself. She constantly reminded the jury that each allegation was in fact only hearsay. The jury did reconvene and even came with a verdict that very day. Matson was found guilty of having the common fame of a witch, but not guilty in the form of which she stands indicted. I think this basically translates to, you definitely have the reputation of a witch, but we have no proof to show that you are actually a witch. The punishment was actually fairly light, especially for those days. Apparently, Margaret was only required to pay a £50 fine and practice good behavior for 6 months. Obviously, this is a very different result from what happens 9 years later in Salem, when people are basically just cutting heads off for no reason. Thankfully, that this didn't end in some bloodshed. Anyways, that's it for this witchy story. Praise Shrek, hallelujah. Let's move on to the actual mysteries of this video. Okay, so cool history aside, let's get into some modern disappearances. Starting in 2012 with 44-year-old Teresa Mastrocola. She was a master sergeant with the Coast Guard and an avid hiker who would often leave town for days at a time to explore the wilderness. She also worked as an imaging equipment specialist at Delaware County Memorial Hospital, and it would be her co-workers there who would ultimately report her as missing when she failed to appear for a shift. On Sunday, December 2nd, she was seen leaving her home sometime between 9 and 10 a.m. that morning. A witness who saw her described her as getting into her car wearing her hospital scrubs, assumably showing that she was headed to work. She was also caught leaving work that same day on some surveillance footage from the hospital, but that would be the last time anyone would ever see her alive. Police began their search with Teresa's silver 2006 Mazda, but they would actually discover her body in Ridley Creek State Park on the following Saturday with no sign of her car anywhere. In fact, I can find no mention of the car ever being found anywhere in my research. One would definitely think this is a sign of foul play. Where possibly could her car have gone after she reached the park? The medical examiner ruled her death as helium inhalation causing asphyxiation, and ultimately ruled it as suicide. But does that mean that someone coincidentally happened to steal her car that same night? I mean, it's a big coincidence if so, but I guess it is a possibility. possibility? Or was it not really a suicide after all? There is very little known information about this case. Maybe we're missing a key detail to make this whole thing fall into place. Who knows? But as it stands currently, this is basically all we know about this story, and I'll definitely keep you updated if we get any more new information around this story. As for that Jane Doe case no one even knew about until 2016, on New Year's Day, when a couple was hiking through the park, they just so happened to veer off trail into one of the more densely wooded areas of the park, only to discover a body and immediately dial 911. State troopers arrived on the scene, and after a 20-minute trek to the area the couple had been, they then saw the remains. They were fully skeletonized and clearly had been there for quite some time. After their initial examination, investigators thought that she probably had died sometime in the winter of 2014. She was a slender, white female with brown hair and a prominent jawline. Though they originally believed her to be in her early 20s, that estimate was eventually revised and bumped up to 45. Her height ranged from 5'3" to 5'10". Unfortunately, this is an incredibly vague description. This description could probably be applied and be applicable to most women we know in our everyday lives. It doesn't really help anybody slim down anything. Investigators tried their damnedest to try to find any information or tips that could help identify this Jane Doe, but to no avail. Jane Doe's death was nearly impossible to determine, but police, for some reason, were rather confident that they could identify her rather shortly. Upper Darby Police Department Superintendent Mike Chitwood stated he believed it could be the remains of Amanda DeGio, who did go missing in 2014. This statement was taken very poorly by the family, though. Amanda's sister Nicole made a statement on Facebook saying the comments were inappropriate and unnecessary. After receiving information that the remains were in fact not her sister, Amanda had all 4 of her wisdom teeth pulled, and Jane Doe still had all 4 of their wisdom teeth. When the 24-year-old mother of 2 from Drexel Hill vanished, she left behind her phone, her wallet, and didn't bring any extra clothing, though she was not reported missing until August 27th. She had not been seen by her family since returning from Florida in the first week of June, and since it's reported that she doesn't drive, it's unknown how she left home. Nicole worried her sister was being held against her will somewhere, and often searched for her sister in areas well known for drug use and other things. She mentions that she went and looked everywhere in every bad neighborhood possible where she could think somebody would be holding someone. I should be upfront and note that on the FBI's website it does note that Amanda was a known heroin addict, but I don't think that makes their life in this case any less important. Drug use is a ugly thing, and we all most likely have family members who have dealt with it in some form or another. Addiction can really ruin somebody's life, even if they are a great person. So we shouldn't use that as who they are. They are still valuable, and so many cases get swept under the rug because of these connotations. Nobody is lesser in society because of their hardships. Amanda was also known to suffer from bipolar disorder. Though the case is now over 8 years old, investigators are still diligently looking into what happened to Amanda. Investigators are in fact still following every lead. This past September, local and federal authorities searched a property of a home on Red Bump Road in Nottingham. Amanda's mother and sister were on scene that day, but unfortunately no closure would be found. No remains were found on the property, and Amanda's case remains unsolved. With another case so similar, the odds that a match would be made seemed to be in the investigators' favor. Just kidding. That's not really the case most of the time, is it? Jane Doe remained unidentified. Her dental records and DNA were checked against the National Missing Persons Database, but no dice. They even had isotope analysis done on her hair and teeth to help determine maybe where she lived, and it revealed that she was most likely born in Pennsylvania or a surrounding state. Eventually, investigators turned to the Florida Institute of Forensic Anthropology and Applied Science in order to create a facial reconstruction of the victim. With a new image to show to the public, authorities were feeling reinvigorated that someone may just recognize Jane Doe. Unfortunately, though, they still weren't so lucky. When the case began to run cold, officials released a description of everything found with the body, which consisted of Gloria Vanderbilt brand blue jeans, a blue winter jacket, and a pair of size 9 black totes boots. Nearby was a green plaid blanket and a Route 66 backpack, a navy blue canvas canvas bag, a pair of size 9 gray and pink sneakers in the Skechers brand, a box cutter, and 2 empty pill bottles. Again, this resulted in 0 leads. It seemed as if nobody at all on this entire planet was missing Jane Doe of Ridley Creek. At a dead end, the investigators decided to reinvestigate the victim's clothing. Now that the mud had dried, 3 gold rings had fallen from the victim's pocket. Each was yellow gold, but the metal had darkened from decay. One was a Clodagh ring with a green stone. Apparently it's like an Irish ring, commonly used for friendships, engagements, and weddings. So basically it could mean anything. One of the rings seemed to have initials carved into them. They could definitely make out the letter C, but the second letter was a bit too distorted. It could either be CA or CR. Some have theorized that Jane Doe could have been a homeless woman who succumbed to the elements in the winter, and that could explain why none of her loved ones are aware that she's missing or care, I guess. Then there are those who have made this crazy story that this woman would sell these gold rings in the park. But again, there is no evidence to support any of these rumors and are probably just local speculation. Those rings could have been of great sentimental value to Jane Doe, but I guess we will never know. Maybe she did sell them. Maybe they weren't even hers. But since they're found in the body, you gotta assume they are. I can confidently say that I don't think she expected to die the night she did. We must consider the way the rings were found on her body though. Since they were concealed and hidden and not on the body itself, maybe she was hiding from someone or hiding them from someone. Maybe she was in fear of being robbed. Like I said, this is all speculation, but who knows, right? Again, if she was even homeless to begin with, this also could just be a habit of hiding your valuable things. But I do struggle to find an explanation as to why no one has been able to identify her, even with all of the technology we have today. Let's close today's video with a discovery made just this past March, when a volunteer organization by the name of Adventures with Purpose sent divers to Ridley Creek Marina. This group has actually been responsible for solving multiple missing persons cases in this manner. This time they were contacted by the family of James Amabile, a man who went missing in 2003 at the age of 38. The day James disappeared, he was on his way back from the babysitter's house picking up his children. He called the babysitter to say he would be about 5 to 10 minutes late picking up his daughters. After that call, they never heard from him again. The location his body was ultimately discovered is actually only a couple of blocks away from the babysitter's home, which only makes the situation that much more tragic. Perhaps there is something to be grateful for though. Apparently he was the only person in the vehicle at the time of this accident. Had this car crash happened after he picked up his daughters, this could be a much more tragic situation. James wore an insulin pump and would become disoriented due to low blood sugars. It is believed that this played a part in his demise. Thankfully now the family can finally have closure and peace knowing this. While the license plate from the car was confirmed to be that of James, they could not confirm the identity until the coroner took a look over his body. His identity was 100% confirmed with his dental records. And honestly, who knows how long James's case could have gone unsolved if it wasn't for this dive team. The vehicle was submerged in 24 feet of water, and apparently a pylon was drilled through the front unknowingly by workers. Now, on the surface this may seem like a pretty open and shut case, a genuine accident if you will, and I agree it probably is, especially with the note about that insulin pump. It does seem like all the right boxes were checked, and we can rest easy knowing the man was discovered and eventually brought home. There is one singular line in an article I read that actually kind of makes me question that. On CBSnews.com, it states, "The divers chose where to look due to an anonymous tip," which begs the question, who the hell knew where to look? Like we said, this was 24 feet submerged under the surface. It's not like anybody would casually just see that, and it's not like this was a spot that people actually dived or snorkeled in or anything like that. It's a relatively random area of water. Now, it was James's family who initially reached out to Adventures with Purpose, but as far as I can tell from all the coverage and information made available online, the actual tip of where the car may be located didn't come from the family, and we don't know who it came from. Regardless, the case was ruled an accident, and is therefore unlikely to receive any more investigation. But I just can't help but wondering, accident or not, it's hard to imagine what James must have went through in his final moments. I can't imagine being the family as well, not knowing what happened to him for 2 decades. But hey, that's life for you. It's terrifying, and every day could be our last. So definitely hold your loved ones tight. In the summer of 1985, 11-year-old Jesse Morgan and his friends were playing a game similar. The case began to run of a parrot in a Route 66 ball. The old, but the metal had darkened from being letter C, but the second letter was a man who went missing, and this may seem like this was a spot that people actually dived or snorkeled in or anything like that. And they went home, leaving the side of the barrel boiled milk. They managed to slightly loosen the lid, releasing an odor that resembled beneath the lid. They managed to slightly loosen the barrel, located in the day could be our last, so definitely hold your loved ones. In the summer of 1985, 11-year-old Jesse Morgan and his friends were playing a game similar to hide and seek in Bear Brook State Park, located in their hometown of Allenstown, New Hampshire. One of the boys called out to the others, revealing his hiding place because he'd found something more exciting than their game. It was a slightly rusted, dark blue 55-gallon steel barrel with a piece of plastic poking up beneath the lid. They managed to slightly loosen the lid, releasing an odor that resembled spoiled milk. When they were unable to open the lid all the way, one of the boys kicked the side of the barrel, knocking it over to its side. A white liquid trickled out. Again, Jesse and his friends mistook this for rotten milk, and they went home, leaving the barrel in the woods. In November 1985, Officer Ron Montplaisir of the Allenstown Police Department received a call from a hunter who believed he had found a barrel containing a dead body. Montplaisir was used to dealing with typical small-town call-outs, so at first he thought it was more likely that a deceased pet or deer carcass had been dumped. But upon looking inside the barrel, he found himself face-to-face with a decomposed human skull. Montplaisir was the only police officer on duty, which was normal for Allenstown, so he called in the other members of the force and deputized locals to secure the area. Jesse Morgan's father was deputized, and with shock, the Morgan family realized it was the same barrel Jesse and his friends played with a few months earlier. And so began a mystery that would span over 3 decades. Before I get into this video, I want to take a moment to credit and shout out Bear Brook, a podcast hosted by Jason Moon and produced by New Hampshire Public Radio. A lot of information in this video was sourced from there. It's an excellent investigative podcast. If you want to hear more about the case after this video, it's on Spotify and most other podcast platforms. They break down each aspect of the case in detail, and there's a second season exploring a new mystery coming later this year. I recommend it if you're interested in true crime. I'll leave a link to their website in the description. I also want to shout out Justine Perry for helping me put together this script and all of this information. She was very helpful, and I truly appreciate her. If you want to show her some love, you can find links to her other work in the description. Now, let's get into this video. The barrel contained the remains of a woman and a female child. The remains were nude, dismembered, and decomposed to the point that they were partly skeletonized. The bodies were wrapped in plastic and tied with electrical wire. They had possibly been dismembered to fit inside the barrel. The cause of the death for both victims was blunt force trauma to the head. Investigators estimated the bodies had been in the barrel for anything from a few months to several years. The woman was thought to be in her 20s or early 30s at the time of her death, and the girl between 8 to 10 years old. The New Hampshire State Police took charge of the investigation, while the Allenstown Police continued to canvass for information locally. Back then, there wasn't the level of forensic examination we have these days. The victims were thought to potentially be mother and daughter, so investigators tried to match them to missing mother-daughter reports. Campground records in the Bear Brook area were checked, and detectives also tried to find a match in the FBI's database of dental records. However, any leads turned out to be dead ends. In 1986, the first composite sketches of the victims were released. The decomposed state of the victims' remains meant there wasn't much to go on, but the sketches were based on the victims' hair, bone, and teeth structure. This gave the public some idea of what the victims might have looked like, but unfortunately, this didn't really lead to any new information.
The bodies were released for burial in 1987. The victims were buried together and their gravestone read, "Here lies the mortal remains known to only God of a woman aged 23 to 33 and a girl aged 8 to 10. Their slain bodies were found on November 10th, 1985 in Bear Brook State Park. May their souls find peace in God's loving care." The case remained cold for 15 years. In the year 2000, John Cody was a detective with the state police's major crime unit. Each officer in the unit was assigned 2 or 3 cold cases with the expectation they'd work on these in their spare time. Cody was assigned the Bear Brook murders. He decided to visit the area where the barrel was discovered to get a visual of the scene described in his case notes. He drove to Allenstown and hiked to the place where the barrel was found. He widened his perimeter to get a better sense of the area and made a startling discovery. On its side, next to a boulder partially concealed by greenery, lay a barrel identical to the one photographed in his case notes. Dark blue, 55 gallons. Cody tried to convince himself it wasn't what he feared. This was no longer possible after opening the barrel to find human remains. There were 2 more bodies, just 300 feet away from where the first barrel had been found 15 years earlier. The second barrel contained the partly skeletonized remains of 2 infants, both female. One aged 1 to 3 and the other 2 to 4. Like the victims found in the first barrel, they had suffered severe, blunt trauma to the head. There was little doubt that they had been killed by the same perpetrator or perpetrators. Investigators were also confident the second barrel had been there when the first one was discovered. This understandably led to anger in the community. Many people thought the police, both local and state, should have found the second barrel shortly after the first was discovered, and the quality of the 1985 investigation was brought into question. However, at this point, it's worth considering the terrain of the Bear Brook State Park. The park is a 10,000-acre preserve. It's one of the largest state parks in New Hampshire, spanning 15 square miles and covering more than half of Allenstown. Popular public amenities such as picnic areas and an archery range are easily accessible, but other areas of the park are overrun by wild and dense woodland. 300 feet, the distance between the 2 barrels, is the length of a football field, not including the end zones. New York's Statue of Liberty and London's Big Ben both stand just over 300 feet. Large blue whales can weigh 150 tons and grow up to 100 feet long, meaning the length of 3 blue whales in a line is the approximate distance between the first barrel and the second barrel. In an open space, this is not particularly far, but it's more complicated when you consider the tangled forest, swampy landscape, and all the other things that factor in between when it comes to nature. Technically, the barrels were found on a strip of private land adjacent to the park, but the area was often mistakenly used by visitors to the park, such as Jesse Morgan and his friends, and the hunter that found the first barrel. So what do you think? Was the 1985 investigation subpar? Or was it an understandable error that the second barrel was missed? The only consolation for those angered by the delay to the discovery of the second barrel is that it seems unlikely finding the second barrel in 1985 would have made much difference to the investigation because once again, investigators were unable to identify any of the victims. The victims from the first barrel were exhumed from the grave. It was later confirmed the adult victim was the mother of the oldest and youngest child victims, but not the 2 to 4-year-old found in the second barrel. She became known as the middle child because of her age relative to the other child victims, not to be confused with a middle sibling because she wasn't biologically related to the others, and it was unknown how she came to be with the other 3 victims. Radioisotope testing of the remains showed the middle child was born and grew up in a different part of the country to the other victims, but they had been together for the 6 months prior to their deaths. You can actually find much more information on this specific part on episode 3 of the Bear Brook podcast. Some people think the murder of Danny Paquette is a factor in why the second barrel wasn't found in 1985. On November 9th, 1985, the day before the first barrel was reported, a man named Danny Paquette was welding in his backyard in Hooksett, New Hampshire, when he was shot dead. The bullet came from the woods near the house, so at first police thought it could have been a hunting accident. However, as investigation progressed, detectives learned Paquette was a Lothario that plausibly could have had enemies.
New Hampshire State Police were spread thinly, dealing with 2 murder cases at once. At the time, New Hampshire had an average of 15 murders per year. A more cynical view is that the Bear Brook murders were deliberately neglected because the Paquette case hadn't identified victim and suspects with motives. It might have been considered more exciting than a case with 2 unknown victims. Despite initial optimism that the Paquette murder would be promptly solved, this case also went cold. And Paquette's death was largely considered a hunting accident after all, rather than a premeditated killing. That was until the early 2000s, after the Hooksett chief of police hired a private investigator to go back over the case. This investigator found inconsistencies in the information originally provided by Paquette's stepdaughter, and the truth unraveled. Eric Windhurst was 17 when he shot Danny Paquette to avenge his 15-year-old friend, Melanie Paquette, who had accused her stepfather of molesting her. Windhurst was released from prison on parole in 2020 after serving 14 years inside. His original sentence was 15 to 36 years. Melanie claimed she didn't ask Windhurst to kill her stepfather, but the judge did not believe her, and she was sentenced to 3 to 6 years in prison. Although the Paquette case might have initially detracted attention away from the Bear Brook murders, the Paquette case being solved after 20 years injected hope into the Bear Brook mystery. In 2009, it was given to the New Hampshire Cold Case Unit, which was formed partially because the Paquette case proved that cold cases could be solved with enough resources and personnel assigned to the job. Unfortunately, time went on with none of the 4 Bear Brook victims identified. In a bizarre twist of events, the killer's name would be unearthed first. On New Year's Eve 1999, Elaine Ramos hosted a party for her family and friends at her California home. She was delighted when her cousin, Yunsun Jun, asked if she could bring a date. Both their families had immigrated to the United States from Korea when they were young. Yunsun was in her mid-40s. Elaine thought that maybe she had struggled with dating because she often felt like an outsider in the country. Not that there's anything wrong with being single in your 40s, by the way. However, Elaine recalls that when she met Yunsun's boyfriend, Larry Vanner, a chill ran down her back, unlike anything she'd experienced before. Elaine described Vanner as older than Yunsun, balding on the top, scruffy brown hair on the sides, and wore a mustache and had poor personal hygiene. She said the only thing appealing about him honestly were his blue eyes. He claimed to be a retired army colonel, but snapped at Elaine for questioning him when she made polite conversation about this. He was working as a handyman when he met Yunsun. They met when she hired him to make repairs to her own house. Yunsun seemed happy, so Elaine tried to be supportive. But she and other family members raised concerns about Vanner, which led to Yunsun distancing herself from her family in 2000. She said nobody wanted her to be happy and they should just leave her alone. This was out of character for Yunsun, so her family feared Vanner was influencing her and deliberately isolating her from her loved ones. Vanner moved into Yunsun's home in Richmond, California. They got married in 2001 in an unofficial Star Trek-themed ceremony held in their backyard. Elaine wasn't invited, as you can imagine. Yunsun did, however, remain close to her friend Renee Rose. In the early summer of 2002, Yunsun didn't phone Renee when she said she would, and they didn't turn up to a trip they were scheduled to take together. Renee left several voice messages for Yunsun, but only ever heard back from Vanner. He made excuses for his wife's absence, ranging from her going to stay with her ill mother to not wanting to speak to Renee anymore. Like many of Yunsun's loved ones, Renee was suspicious of Vanner. Renee told him that unless Yunsun herself said their friendship was over, she would call the police. And that's exactly what she did. Vanner was eventually brought in for questioning. Roxanne Grunheed was a detective on the case. She said initially the police only wanted to speak to him to confirm Yunsun was safe, but they became suspicious when his story kept changing regarding her whereabouts. Suspicions increased when a search of his name and birth date only brought up an index number. These are assigned to people without valid ID. He was fingerprinted, and this resulted in his previous criminal activity coming to light, as well as other fake names, including Gerald Mockerman and Curtis Kimball. Kimball was the earliest name on record. In 1989, he was charged with child abandonment. He spent 18 months in a California state prison. He left town on the day he was released, violating his parole and presumably taking on a new identity. Police searched Yunsen's home. They found a waist-high pile of cat litter in a basement crawl space in the garage where Yunsen worked on her pottery, one of her passions. Forensics uncovered a mummified foot wearing a flip-flop within the litter. Yunsen's dismembered body was soon found after. She had been bludgeoned to death and suffered blunt force trauma to the head. Grunheed confirmed with a local pet store that a man matching Vanner's description had purchased a large amount of cat litter. Vanner has told a neighbor he was dealing with a rat infestation, so not to worry if they smelled anything unusual. In November 2002, Vanner was arrested for Yunsen's murder. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison the following year after pleading guilty to the horrific act of violence. He died in prison of natural causes in December 2010. This meant he wasn't alive when his real identity was eventually uncovered or when further crimes surfaced. Roxanne Grunheed thinks Vanner might have pleaded guilty to discourage her from digging deeper into his past. But she wasn't discouraged, and this led to shocking discoveries. Investigators had a nagging feeling that the daughter Vanner was imprisoned for abandoning in the 80s might not have been his biological child after all. After ordering the completion of a DNA test that was left unfinished in the 80s, the results confirmed the suspicions investigators held. Vanner and the child were not blood related. In 1986, Vanner, who was then going by the name of Gordon Jensen, arrived at a holiday host RV park in California with a 5-year-old girl he claimed was his daughter. He said her name was Lisa. Richard and Catherine Decker were an elderly couple staying at the park at the time. They befriended Gordon and Lisa, and they played with their grandson all the time when he was visiting. Richard and Catherine became worried for Lisa when they noticed she was getting very thin. She also seemed somewhat neglected and she didn't have any toys. However, they felt sorry for Gordon, who claimed Lisa's mother died, leaving him a single parent. He cried to the Deckers over his alleged bereavement, and they had no reason to not believe him. Gordon admitted he was finding it difficult to cope with Lisa on his own. The Deckers suggested their adult daughter and her husband could adopt Lisa, as they were struggling to have a child of their own. Gordon agreed to a trial adoption, so the Deckers took Lisa to San Bernardino to introduce her to their daughter and her husband. It was when Lisa was away from Gordon and solely in their care that they noticed signs of abuse, and Lisa spoke about how Gordon had mistreated her. Details about the abuse Lisa suffered are limited, but it seems probable that she was molested. The Deckers went to the police. Gordon Jensen had left the RV park by this time, and any details he had given about himself turned out to be false. A fingerprint pulled from his abandoned vehicle led to the match with a Curtis Kimball, who had previously been arrested for drunk driving with Lisa in the car. However, this was also a dead end because no concrete identity documents were attached to that name either. Every time one identity would be unmasked, it was like he was wearing another mask underneath. This is how he would later become known as the Chameleon Killer. Lisa was then taken into foster care. She had not been officially adopted by the Deckers, so they were not able to keep her. She was later adopted by a different family. In 1988, the police tracked down Curtis Kimball by chance after he was arrested in San Luis Obispo, in California, for stealing a car. He said his name was Gerald Mockerman, but his fingerprints were a match for Curtis Kimball, a man wanted for child molestation and abandonment. In 1989, Kimball accepted a plea deal. He pled guilty to the child abandonment charges, and in return, the molestation and vehicular charges were dropped. The authorities had concerns that Lisa might have been kidnapped and wasn't in fact Kimball's daughter. A blood sample then had been taken from Lisa, but as mentioned earlier, the paternity test wasn't completed at this time. A blood sample was never taken from Kimball. The reason for this is entirely unknown, but some have speculated the plea deal closed the case and it was subsequently forgotten. It's frustrating because had the paternity test been completed, Kimball would have been facing kidnap charges. This could have put a dangerous man behind bars for a significant length of time, instead of a meager 18 months. Grunheed's 2003 discovery that Lisa wasn't Vanner's biological child prompted a lot of questions about her actual identity. Investigators contacted the San Bernardino authorities because they had jurisdiction over Lisa's case. It must have been a shock for Lisa to discover at 22 years old that her name was not Lisa and her father was actually not her father. The investigation into our identity went nowhere because Kimball, now in prison for murder of Yun Sun Jun, refused to provide any information on how Lisa came to be in his care. 10 years later, when Lisa was 32 years old, Detective Headley took over the case. All his leads went nowhere until Lisa herself suggested sending her DNA to a genealogy website. They connected with distant relatives online, but these people turned out to be too far removed to know anything about Lisa or her parents. In desperation, Headley contacted a not-for-profit organization called DNAadoption.com that helped adopted children find their biological parents. This is how Headley met Barbara Raventer. She initially began studying genealogy as a hobby in retirement, but with talent and hard work, she rose to become a leading name in the field. Together with Headley and a growing number of volunteers, including some of Lisa's distant relatives, Barbara Raventer followed the branches of Lisa's family tree, asking possible relatives to be tested until they got to the root. It took over a year, around 100 volunteers, and approximately 10,000 hours of work, but they found the name of Lisa's mother. Initially, Headley was disheartened because a search of the police database suggested this woman didn't exist. It turned out she didn't show up in police records because she had been inactive on voting and driving databases for a long time. This is because she went missing in 1981. After speaking to relatives that remembered Lisa, she finally discovered her birth name, Dawn Boudin. Her mother, Denise Boudin, disappeared from New Hampshire shortly after Thanksgiving with baby Dawn and her boyfriend who went by the name of Robert Bob Evans. This was another alias for the man who also used the names Curtis Kimball and Gordon Jensen. We don't know for sure that Kimball killed Denise Boudin, but unfortunately it seems likely considering she's been missing for so long and became separated from Lisa, and Kimball has a track record of violence against women and children. Lisa has asked for privacy amid the attention around Kimball's crimes, but we know she's married with 3 children, and in a statement released by the police on her behalf, she is said to be living a happy and secure life. For the purposes of this video, I'll call her Lisa to avoid confusion. I'm not sure what name she goes by now, and I haven't tried to find out in respect to her privacy. If it wasn't for Lisa's friendship with the Deckers, it's possible she wouldn't be alive today. What's even more disturbing is that when 5-year-old Lisa was asked if she had any brothers or sisters, she replied that she did, but they died from eating grass mushrooms when they went camping. These siblings she referred to might not have been biological siblings or have existed at all. We'll probably never know for certain, but it's a chilling indication that there could have been more victims out there yet to be discovered. In a press conference in 2017, Jeff Strelzin, a prosecutor from the New Hampshire Attorney General's office, announced that the man responsible for Yun Sun Jun's murder and the abandonment of 5-year-old Lisa was also the biological father of the middle child in the Bear Brook case, the toddler found in the second barrel who wasn't related to the other 3 victims. This discovery came about because investigators now knew Denise Boudin went missing from New Hampshire in 1981 and the first barrel was discovered in 1985. DNA tests were undertaken to find out if Denise was the adult victim. It was not her, but the connection between Denise Boudin and Robert Evans / Curtis Kimball led to another DNA test that found Kimball was the biological father of the middle child. All 4 Bear Brook victims were still unidentified at this point, but detectives were closing in on the killer. Kimball died in prison in 2010, so couldn't be questioned, but more connections between him and the Bear Brook murders would soon come to light. Remarkably, helping Lisa discover her birth name wasn't where Barbara Raventer's involvement in this case ended, but also used her genealogy talents to uncover the birth name of the chameleon killer. Her work work in general has proven groundbreaking in recent years. She has successfully found killers and victims from cold cases where investigators had the DNA of the person they wanted to identify. Most genealogy websites currently aim to keep law enforcement out for data protection reasons. However, others such as GEDmatch are open to being used to solve crimes. The chameleon killer never uploaded his DNA online, but his relatives did. Even if it was a distant relative who uploaded their DNA to one of these websites, as we saw in Lisa's case, this could be used to trace closer relatives. Lisa's case took around 10,000 hours to crack. In contrast, it took Ray Venter just 10 hours to track down the chameleon killer. The man that went by Gordon Jensen, Curtis Kimball, Bob Evans, Gerald Mockersman, as well as many other aliases, had 4 children whilst going by his birth name. A DNA test from one of his daughters finally confirmed his identity. Over 30 years after the first barrel was found, his name was Terry Peter Rasmussen. Born in 1943, Terry Rasmussen grew up in Arizona and Colorado. He joined the Navy in 1961, where he trained as an electrician. He served for 6 years, then left the Navy and worked in his parents' shoe shop in Hawaii. He married in 1968 and moved to Arizona. Twin girls were the first of 4 children he had with his wife. The marriage broke down when the twins were around 6 years old. His children rarely saw their father after their parents split, and Rasmussen moved away. He turned up unexpectedly a few months after the split with a woman, but being so young, his children were unable to really give many details about her, if any at all. It's possible she was the adult victim from the first barrel or the mother of the middle child. Unfortunately, the DNA of the Bear Brook victims was too degraded for the same method of genealogy tracing that uncovered Rasmussen's identity to work. But Ray Venter and her team were not giving up quite yet. Rebecca Heath, who usually goes by Becky, spends most of her free time web sleuthing. She investigates mysteries and missing persons cases by scouring online message boards, especially forums where family members post about loved ones that are either officially missing or with whom they've lost touch. Interested in the Bear Brook murders, Becky decided to search the web for family members that might have posted about the victims. She focused on the late 70s and early 80s, as this is the period in which the younger victims were born and then later went missing. Anyone that had been seen after 1985 could essentially be ruled out. She also focused on posts from people based in New Hampshire and California, as this is where Terry Rasmussen is known to have spent a lot of his time. It definitely wasn't easy work because posts were often out of date, either because the OP, original poster, didn't provide an update when the person they were seeking was found, or their contact details had expired. Becky felt like she was closing in on something important when she found a message posted in 2000 from someone looking for their half-sister who was born in California in the mid-70s. The writer said they had told the parents of her half-sister were dead. Knowing Rasmussen had lied about people being deceased in the past, Becky decided to search for an official record confirming their mother's death, a record she couldn't find. In 2003, a man commented on the post saying he was trying to find his sister who had 2 children when they lost touch. He was wondering if the OP's half-sister could be one of the children. In 2014, someone else commented saying they believed the mother was her missing sister. This was a missing family whose ages and timelines matched the Bear Brook victims. Becky posted about this in a Facebook group for the Bear Brook mystery in 2017, but her post didn't get much interest or response, so she just let it go. But later, after listening to the Bear Brook podcast, she had a gut feeling that she had been on to something before. So she went back to the forum and contacted the family. One family member mentioned the mother had been married to a man named Rasmussen. She couldn't remember the man's first name, but thought it may have been Terry. This was after Terry Rasmussen had been announced as the suspected killer of the Bear Brook victims. This tied the missing mother to the Bear Brook case. Not wanting to share her suspicions with the family in case she was wrong, Becky contacted Detective Headley in October of 2018. Around the same time, Barbara Ray Venter was making groundbreaking progress with the hair of the Bear Brook victims. She was testing autosomal DNA, which is found inside the nucleus of a cell, and it had previously been considered impossible to recover autosomal DNA from strands of hair that were no longer attached to the root because DNA inside the hair root cells shatter when it becomes part of the strand. But through trial and error, Ray Venter and her colleagues were actually able to resemble that broken autosomal DNA found in the rootless hair of the victims. Her work confirmed Becky Heath's theory, and the victims were finally named. The mother, Marilise Elizabeth Honeychurch, was in her mid-20s when she died. She was born in Connecticut in 1954. Her sisters remember her as bubbly and quirky with a good sense of humor. She married twice before meeting Terry Rasmussen and had a daughter with each husband. One of her sisters said she was excited to be a mother and loved her children dearly. Marilise went missing around Thanksgiving in 1978 after introducing Terry to her family at her mother's home in California. Her family think that there had been an argument between Marilise and her mother about Terry's suitability as a partner. After this, they never heard from Marilise again. It sounds eerily like what happened with Yun Sun Jun and her family. All this evidence suggests Rasmussen was a physically and emotionally abusive partner that isolated his victims from their family. Marilise's eldest daughter, Marie Vaughn, is believed to have been between 6 and 8 at her time of death, and Marilise's youngest daughter, Sarah McWaters, was possibly as young as 11 months when she died. Becky Heath stayed in touch with Marilise's family. She said it was heartbreaking seeing photographs of Marilise and her daughters. The composite sketches were close, despite the artist having so little to go on. So we need to pay attention to the composite sketch of the middle child. Unfortunately, the middle child, Rasmussen's biological daughter, is still unidentified. We hope that one day she can be named and her identity can be returned to her. She could have family out there waiting for news of their missing loved one. New Hampshire police encourage anyone with information to please come forward. She is believed to have been between 2 and 4 years of age at the time of her death. She was likely Caucasian with a small amount of Asian, African, and/or American Indian ancestry. She had slightly wavy brown hair and an overbite, which might have been noticeable. She was possibly anemic. Genealogy studies and knowledge of Rasmussen's timeline suggest she was likely born in Texas, but might have been born in California or Arizona. She and her mother possibly have family in Mississippi, specifically Pearl River County. As mentioned earlier, there are fears that Don Budin and the middle child's mother could be other victims. We can only hope that the new information will surface in the future. I will keep you updated if I hear anything. The last major update in this case was the identification of Marilise Honeychurch and her 2 daughters, which happened recently in 2019. So there is a chance further developments could emerge over time. Other possible victims are the siblings Lisa mentioned and unidentified woman found in an abandoned refrigerator in in 1995 in San Joaquin County, California. The woman suffered blunt force trauma to the head, and the way the body was dumped resembles the Bear Brook barrels to some extent. The fridge contained a brand of milk that was only delivered in an area Rasmussen was known to be at the time. Former San Joaquin County Sheriff Assistant John Huber believes Rasmussen might be responsible for the woman's death, but it will be difficult to say with any degree of certainty unless she is identified. We might never know how many people Rasmussen actually murdered. I'll post a follow-up video if I hear any significant developments. Today we're going to discuss the mysterious case of 4 Chinese investigative geologists who went missing and died while on the job in November of 2021. Early on, the case drives interesting parallels to a case we discussed in a previous video. One where a perfectly healthy family of 3 and their dog were found dead near Yosemite National Park, also in the year of 2021. These cases shared early theories surrounding toxic algae exposure and potentially contaminated drinking water.
If you want to hear more about this case, you can check out that video. It's called Yosemite National Park is Hiding Its History, and you can find it on my channel or in the description down below. However, when you dig a little deeper into the mysterious death of these men, you'll find that these two cases aren't exactly the same. It's true. Both cases offer varying levels of mystery, sadness, and each acts as a sort of cautionary tale of their own. On the one hand, you have a family who seems to have perished from hyperthermia, which is when the core body temperature rises and a lot of unpleasant things start happening, like extreme heat exhaustion and dehydration. Then on the other hand, you have 4 men who some believe have suffered from hypothermia, the opposite of hyperthermia, but equally as deadly. You notice that I said some believe the men suffered hypothermia. Well, I guess that's the big difference here, because unlike the Yosemite case, one which received lots of coverage and was widely agreed upon, not to mention solved, not everyone agrees with the cause of death assigned to these 4 men. What's frustrating is there doesn't seem to be much mainstream media coverage on this one. There weren't various news sources covering the story or spreading awareness. In fact, I couldn't find a single story that broke in the United States about this at all. No one seems to be discussing this in the mainstream. But that doesn't mean that no one is discussing this case at all. Because while the hypothermia theory is widely accepted by Chinese mainstream medication, there are still several individuals, including geologists themselves, who greatly disagree. So, let's get into it and find out why. On November 13th, 2021, 4 investigative geologists from Kunming Natural Resources Comprehensive Survey Center of the China Geological Survey entered the Ailau Mountains in Yunnan to survey forestry resources. Among them were 25-year-old Zhang Jingbang, who was last seen wearing a yellow storm jacket and thermal underwear. Yang Min, who was 27, and Zhang Yu, who was 32, were also wearing camouflage clothing and thermal underwear, while Lai Yu, 29, was wearing a down jacket. Between them, they had over 20 types of tools and more than enough food for the intended duration of their trip. Zhang carried a blue-gray backpack with a compass and tablet, and Zhang Yu carried a camouflage bag with food and homework tools. The bag included an RTK, or a real-time kinematic positioning system, a tablet, computer, forest compass, engineering shovel, machete, snake medicine, bear spray, measuring tapes, power banks, and many other similar supplies. According to some reports from Chinese newspapers, the survey center had undertaken forestry resource surveys in Yunnan and Guangdong provinces since 2019. These 4 geologists were in their prime, all having apparently served in the armed police force before going to work in the Kunming Geological Bureau. Their capabilities overall were more advanced than your average geologist, to say the least. They were practically skilled at field survival and adaptability, having done a lot of preparatory work before starting the actual survey. They even set up mechanical compasses and RTK signal equipment, which we will most definitely discuss as we move forward. Basically, I'm saying these men were incredibly prepared. Not only that, they were veterans to the program. Survey teams consisting of individuals with field work experience undergo specific training and are required to pass an assessment. All 4 of these men had passed their individual assessments and, at the time of their disappearance, had completed 32 survey tasks in the Yunnan province that year. Overall, given all these factors, the likelihood of an accident seems pretty low. Low, but not impossible. So let's keep going. What happened once those men physically entered the Ailaus on November 13th? Upon entering the mountains, they traveled from the west side up to the east side, where they measured a sample called number 6134. With the sample collected, they circled back around, starting their journey back down the mountain. The original plan was to set up camp and meet the man who had driven them there the following afternoon. Except by 4 p.m. on November 14th, the group had lost all contact. Their bodies would be discovered almost a week after their disappearance. Before we tackle the deaths and disappearances of these men, we need to go back to the internal NRCSC report from October 23, 2021. Less than a month before the group vanished, reports state that NRCSC hired a local guide to help conduct a preliminary route survey. However,
There's no indication a local guide accompanied the men on their trip. Oddly enough, other outside reports specifically state the group decided to do the survey alone after failing to hire a local guide. The men's driver, who was meant to pick them up on the 14th, even confirmed the men entered the mountain alone for both the preparations and the actual survey. Why the discrepancy? This may seem like a small detail, but it's one of the many small details officials and experts cannot seem to agree on. They start with the NRCSC report, and they end with the details surrounding what actually killed these men. So let's move on to how rescuers found these guys. What exactly did it take to find these men? 10 helicopters, more than 50 drones, and 8,000 people. This was the total deployment for the search and rescue mission that lasted over a week's time, beginning on the evening of November 15th, when the local government immediately set up a rescue headquarters, and ending on the 23rd when the bodies were removed from the mountain. The teams entered the core of the Ilau Mountain National Nature Reserve. The mountains are high, the forests are dense, and the ravines are vertical and horizontal, and all of them are steep slopes. From November 15th to the 17th, they searched continuously until heavy rain and fog severely reduced visibility, forcing an end to the search. On the 20th, the local rescue headquarters sent additional personnel and formed 3 crossing teams of 24 members. They also set up a camp near the location of the last personnel to expand the search. Finally, on the 21st, a drone with thermal imaging flew over the area and discovered 3 people lying on the ground. Through additional thermal imaging, the headquarters determined the specific location of the 4th and final deceased man early on the 22nd, near a steep mountain by the other 3. The official report from the search and rescue headquarters was released at 9 that morning and explained all 4 geologist surveyors had been found deceased. The cause of death was not immediately obvious to authorities, but they were able to rule out several things based on their initial findings. While searching for the men, pieces of disposable raincoats were found discarded around the area the men were thought to have disappeared from. Among footprints found by the search and rescue team, there were paint marks left by the 4 people on the slate, traces of tree cutting, discarded machetes, and a simple shack covered with disposable raincoats as a makeshift roof. Upon investigating, it was instantly discovered untouched inside the shack. Those who came upon the scene described seeing the 4 men were in various stages of dress, some fully clothed while others were stripped down entirely, and eerily each man had a smile fixated on their face. On the 23rd, exactly 10 days after the men entered the mountains, their bodies were brought down. The investigation into their death, however, would continue through December 2021. Once the men were discovered, authorities and experts set out to determine what exactly happened to them. All 4 were strong, possessed survival experience, and they had plenty of food. Earlier, we also mentioned the RTK positioning system and RTK devices, though their satellite phones were left in the car for unknown reasons. Each one did bring an RTK device. By simply pressing a button, they could have used them to relay their positions to rescuers or to ensure that they were in the correct location. However, the devices were never turned on and were never used. When the search team first discovered the RTK equipment, they were surprised and confused as to why the devices were not used to send a distress signal. Some reports state it was widely understood this was the equipment's intended purpose and that the men would have understood the Geological Bureau would be able to locate them. Nevertheless, without the signal, it would be impossible to know where the men's exact position on the mountain was. This is where things start to get a bit muddy in the reportings. You can just as easily find articles disputing this fact along with other facts attached to this investigation. Some reports speculate the men may have been less experienced than believed. Theories that explicitly state that experience has nothing to do with it, and likely the RTK equipment experienced a failure due to the weather in the area, particularly at the elevation the men were surveying. If they were indeed inexperienced, it's possible they wouldn't have understood how the RTK worked, and it could also explain why they felt it was not a big deal to leave their satellite phones in their vehicles.
What it does not explain is how the men had managed to complete 32 surveys prior, or how they were able to set up the RTK system to begin with, because remember, these men never received a local guide to assist their preparations. They had done all of this themselves. Also, the issue is not how the RTK was set up, but rather how none of the men seemed to use it for its intended emergency purpose. If you recall, sources said they recognized and confirmed the 4 men had served in the armed police force, noting them as former decorated officers. If that is the truth, then why are new reports speculating something entirely different? An interview with different individuals apparently connected to the NRCSC was published in a Chinese newspaper called Sanlian Life Weekly, which stated Zhang Yu and Yang Min, the oldest team members, used to only do logistics or kitchen work, but were transferred to forest investigation in September of 2021. Of course, the details surrounding their lives before forestry work remain more clouded than anything. As the investigation itself, and it's difficult to confirm their exact ranks with the NRCSC via the Chinese media, details as important as these shouldn't be difficult to keep straight, but it appears that there are many important pieces of this puzzle that have either changed or simply left out entirely, or ignored. Regardless of the men's past experience or lack thereof, how would investigators explain the other curious details mentioned in their discovery? How would they explain one of the 4 members managing to be completely naked? Or even stranger, what would cause all 4 of them to be smiling post-mortem? Basically, according to Chinese officials and the PRC, or the Yunnan Province Republic of China, hypothermia could explain just about everything, so eventually that's what they put it down to as the cause of death. More specifically, the men suffered cardiogenic shock brought on by hypothermia. Officials even explain the smiles as muscles relaxing in relation to the positioning of the bodies. Investigators also stated the autopsy supported their claim, as well as forensic tests conducted by the Bureau. Interestingly, though, an autopsy report has never actually been released, only the cause of death as stated by officials. It's this detail, the lack of transparency, which has caused many to believe the authorities are not being totally honest. Withholding this information has only caused others to speculate theories of their own, theories we'll get into soon enough. First, we're going to finish exploring the hypothermia theory since it's what officials were the most public about, and to this day, it's still technically listed as their cause of death, well, publicly anyway. We will start with the weather conditions. Were they even worthy of bringing on sudden hypothermia? On November 13th, the day the men entered the mountains, there was light to moderate rain, with the temperature being around 11 degrees Celsius to 9 degrees Celsius, or between 52 to 48 degrees Fahrenheit. As for the next day, November 14th, the day the men would have been ascending the mountain, there was moderate rain with identical temperatures to the previous day. So while it would have been chilly, it definitely wouldn't have been hypothermia chilly. Now, this is the official weather report from that day, but believe it or not, even this detail has changed, so here we go again with the discrepancies. It's assumed that the weather details have changed simply because more information has been discovered, which is a fair assumption. However, it's still questionable, so let's question it. Initially, it was reported that the weather was typical for that time of year, but not extreme. The area had seen rainfall recently, and though there was a lot of it, temperatures did remain above 40 degrees most days, even through the night. Later reports indicated the mountain may have faced a severe weather storm, though there wasn't any evidence to support the idea of a storm so severe it could cause hypothermia. Earlier, we described what the men were wearing when they entered the mountain, and based on those descriptions, experts said their clothing was sufficient, furthering that their larger jackets protected them from the cold and their additional raincoats for the added rainfall. These were the same raincoats the men had willingly used to set up the roof of their temporary shelter on November 13th. Conflicting reports were coming out stating that the men's clothing would not have been suitable for this weather, citing that the men only wore disposable raincoats when entering the mountain and had taken them off at some point, causing the onset of hypothermia. Many people took issue with this detail, stating it simply was not true, and claiming officials were changing details to fit their hypothermia narrative. The NRCSC themselves stated that the clothing was most suitable for these conditions, arguing the men were all equipped in addition to being well dressed. The other detail people take issue with is the fact that the men had willingly built a perfectly functional shelter along with several tools. It would seem the group had everything they needed to survive the night, but yet they decided not to use any of it. Eventually, authorities proposed that the men had built their shelter prior to getting lost and ultimately dying from hypothermia. Their case was built on a few elements, one being that they had learned that the conditions that day were less than favorable, boasting heavy rain and severe fog. This information was provided by an unnamed forest ranger in the Yunnan. In the ranger's words, it was foggy after 3 o'clock on November 13th, and he could not even see 5 meters in front of him. He feared becoming lost and he did not enter the mountain with the men, but stated he even warned them that it wasn't safe. This seems a little bit sketchy, and it's not just me who feels this way. The unnamed witness seems to be the only witness to back up this information. Had conditions truly been that unsafe, there's no way the NRCSC or the men themselves would have ascended the mountain for overnight survey work. It's believed that if this man is indeed telling the truth, then park officials failed miserably at protecting the public, as the mountain had remained opened all day up until the investigation until their disappearance started. Possibly the biggest piece of supporting evidence of the lost theory is that search and rescue personnel found the compass failed due to the mountain's magnetic field interference. This led investigators to believe in the possibility that the men's RTK devices experienced a similar issue. They combined these details with low visibility following the fog and rain to determine that the group would not have been able to find their way back from collecting their initial sample. Therefore, the men's camp was likely set up prior to them leaving to collect the sample. During the early stages of the investigation, hypothermia had already been publicly speculated as the most likely possibility, but it wasn't until December 5th, 2021, Yunnan officials named it as their working theory, and at this time remains the cause of death on their official death report, yet the police remained in the area beyond December 5th, closing it off to the public with little explanation. The extended police presence made some feel uncomfortable and raised many questions as to why they remained even after the cause of death was announced and the bodies were removed. If the case was thought to be nothing more than hypothermia, then why did the police remain on the scene? And was the public in some sort of danger? What else had they been investigating as a possible cause of death? Without an autopsy being released, alternative theories have been proposed to account for the inconsistencies with hypothermia. How did these 4 perfectly healthy men die suddenly? Each of the men had gasoline with them, which was brought for the express purpose of starting fires, for no fire or traces were ever found. When it comes to the hypothermia theory, the strangest detail the public is asked to accept is the fact that none of these men even attempted to save their own lives at any point. Starting from the beginning, when they apparently willingly entered a mountain under presumably dangerous conditions, which if that were the case, these were conditions they were both trained to avoid, but also how to handle should they find themselves in a situation like this. We're asked to believe that they chose not to use their RTK devices to send distress signals once realizing they were lost, or even the fact that they removed their raincoats to create a shelter that they ultimately were not found using as shelter at the time of their passing. Not to mention, and this is probably the biggest one, these men were fully equipped with everything they would ever need to start a fire. 2 of the 3 men had been found clothed and been carrying backpacks, and within those 2 backpacks were small containers of gasoline as well as ignition sources. Yet, there was never any sign of a fire being made, which in terms of hypothermia making one would have quite literally saved their lives. That same question circulates throughout these articles all the time. Why would these local men choose any of this? And is it possible that something else happened? Locals and experts have put forth their theories, and there are quite a few of them, all ranging from the plausible to more fantastical. Each is worth getting into though, as they help paint a better picture of what could have happened by narrowing down what most likely did not happen. Starvation. Despite one article that attempts to claim the men did not have sufficient amount of food, we can rule out starvation. We know all evidence shows the men had more than sufficient amounts of food both in their makeshift shelter as well as inside the backpacks the men had been carrying with them when they died. Most importantly, Search and rescue, along with medical personnel who helped in the discovery, reported none of the men showed any signs of starvation. Exhaustion. Was the survey too strenuous for the men? Had they bit off more than they could chew, causing cardiac arrest? The PRC's assessment is that the area in which the men were going to, the sample site, was known to have unpredictable weather, and many steep slopes made more dangerous when wet. However, the men suffered no injuries to suggest that they had suffered any sort of fall or traveled through any significantly rough terrain. Also, according to several interviews with fellow geologists and mountaineers, the task performed by the 4 geologists was actually very routine, with the normal crossing to the sample site being 5 or 6 hours on the faster end of things, and maybe 10 hours on the slower. Not something that would typically send 1, let alone 4 men into sudden cardiac arrest. This was also the opinion of the NRCSC officials who had surveyed this mountain forest several times before. The Yeren. Much like the North American Bigfoot, the Yeren has been described as walking upright, standing over 2 meters or 6 feet in height, having long, tawny hair on all parts, especially on the scalp, having a face resembling both an ape and a human, and are known for being incredibly powerful. Also, like Bigfoot, the Yeren is known to live in densely forested areas. So, did the men encounter this creature in the forest? I mean, probably not. In the rescue team's visual observation of the victims, most were relatively well dressed and did not appear to have been inundated by wild animals, as they didn't show any physical signs of trauma. As far as fighting goes, I don't think even this creature can kill 4 strong men at once. Although, while we are on the topic, this goes for any snake bite theories too. If there were a poisonous snake involved, it couldn't bite 4 people at the same time and likely wouldn't even try. Lightning strikes. Bloggers have reported the idea of lightning strikes being the cause of the death. Some have studied the thermal imaging pictures released by the media in which 4 people seemed to be facing this same direction when they fell, leading to the theory that they were suddenly and at the same time struck by lightning. Concerning the 4th man, they further speculated that he did not die immediately, but instead climbed a distance before falling off a steep hurdle, which would explain his position in relation to the others. This type of multi-pronged lightning strike has been known to occur, but they typically only occur in thunderstorm-prone summers and not typically in the winter. It did rain during the time the men were there, as well as most of November, but there are no reports showing that there was in fact a very bad lightning storm during that period. When this type of lightning strikes, it's known to cause differences in damage to varying individuals, but primarily damaging the nervous system, which can also cause brain damage. Serious burns are rare, though strikes do cause marks on the body's surface. These lightning lines may appear 24 hours later, whether the victim is alive and or dead. We do not have the autopsy, but we do know the search and rescue personnel did not report any burns on the bodies when describing the state of the 4 deceased men. Miasma. It's possible this theory leans less on science and more on ancient theories. Be them true or false, we can't really rule it out entirely. The stories are about some of the ancestors of the area having entered the humid and hot forest on the south side of the mountain, only to fall inexplicably ill. They suspected the gas was poisonous and introduced the miasma theory, which has attached itself to the area historically. Modern science can detect that animal and plant decay in humid environments can easily breed some bacteria such as tuberculosis, typhoid, tetanus, and others, but they usually infect patients through mosquito bites and skin damage. This is a typical concern in the summertime, but these men went missing in the winter when there are far fewer mosquitoes, so it's highly unlikely. Though the infection process itself is not easy to detect, making it almost impossible to rule out entirely. As for the poisonous gas, well, just like bacteria, some toxic gases can be produced from animal and plant decay, including methane, hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, and more. But could that happen in this particular environment? This concentration of gases produced by animal and plant remains in outdoor forest settings cannot be compared to that of closed biogas tanks used in the study, meaning it's highly unlikely this would cause the immediate death of 4 people in such an open space. Mysterious illness, poisonous water, and the cover-up. This is probably the most popular theory, the one with the real potential in its validity. This one deserves its own category as it has received the most attention, not by officials who claim hypothermia, of course, but notable experts in the area, retired geologists, former members of police, and several local residents, including those who still occupy villages on both the south and east end of the mountain. The theory follows the logic that the team may have all been poisoned, but not necessarily on purpose. This isn't a suggestion of murder, but rather a potential cover-up of an accidental poisoning. Apparently, poisoning in the Yunnan is not uncommon. Reports of locals accidentally eating poisonous mushrooms occur almost every single year, and local hospitals have even made nursery rhymes about these mushrooms in order to warn people about eating them indiscriminately. However, mushrooms aren't the only thing known to poison people in the Yunnan County, and they certainly aren't part of any cover-up. Instead, those who oppose the hypothermia theory believe the cover-up is actually related to a previous cover-up where a similar event took place between 1993 and 2003. During that time, 36 people died from an unknown illness in the exact same area. On to the cover-up and this alleged illness. In July of 1993, a villager entered his home to take a break and retrieve the tools needed to work on his home, and in the process, he witnessed his wife suddenly fall to the floor. He assumed she had fainted and rushed to her aid, but she began twitching and slipped into unconsciousness. The man called for help, and moments later, villagers explained the man himself also fell unconscious. The two never awoke again. Both of the deceased had no history of disease and died without any apparent cause. On the day of their funeral, a whole family in the same village also passed away under similar circumstances. The deaths led to rumors, speculations, and superstitions in the small village. In Yunnan, officials were alerted and a health director was dispatched to the Xiaogu village in order to conduct a medical investigation. At first, the investigators considered myocarditis as the reason for the victim's death, but this theory was dismissed because it would be impossible to kill 4 people instantly and without warning. Due to the lack of progress in the medical investigation, officials had to leave the village and move on to other tasks. A few days later, another man from the same village died in his sleep, and his brother's wife also died that same day. Only a few days later, that man's father also died. Like the previous deaths, none of the causes were evident, and all 3 deaths occurred under similar circumstances. In the following month, the village lost 5 more people to unknown causes. Yunnan Park officials informed the PRC, and the situation began to get more confusing. This led them to dispatch medical investigators to the village once more, and by this time, 14 people had already died. Medical officials now believed an endemic cardiomyopathy with high mortality rates called Kashan disease was responsible. They called for a meeting and told the villagers that Kashan disease was the culprit and advised everyone to take selenium to prevent and treat it. Despite obeying, the villagers continued to die suddenly and without cause for several more years. But examinations showed that they had not been deficient in selenium, which meant the officials had misdiagnosed the illness for a second time. The water. Autopsies were conducted on most of the recent victims, and medical examinations now theorize Coxsackie could be the culprit. This is a non-herpes virus which causes small blisters on the inside of the mouth and can be spread through water contaminated by feces. The investigation uncovered that most of the deaths took place during July and August, a season of abundant rainfall in the area. The source of rainfall is less than clean though, containing several contaminants including excrement from the livestock. Given this information, it appeared the water was the cause, so PRC and Yunnan officials began treating the contaminated water and cleaning the mountain spring water. Now, this clean mountain spring water was used for drinking after being disinfected in the summer. Arrangements were made for doctors to stay in the village and observe, just in case anyone showing symptoms again could be treated as quickly as possible. The cover-up. The solution worked until 2002 when 24 people fell ill from June to August, but medical personnel were stationed in the village and only 8 of the victims died. There were 36 deaths in the village between 1993 and 2003 caused by an unknown illness. Eventually in 2003, health officials took an extreme measure. Those living there were evicted forcibly without any explanation. The entire village was evacuated and moved further away from the mountain and water source. That's right, instead of identifying the cause of the problem and stopping it, they simply and forcibly moved those inside the area away from it. While this seemed to curb the problem of the mysterious deaths in the area, the actual illness and cause remained, and still to this day, remain unknown. November 13th, 2021. Now we are jumping back to November 13th, 2021, when the 4 geologists ended up in the same area as the previously contaminated water source, which was theorized to be responsible for the 36 deaths and was not far from the nearby village. The official theory states that the geologists unknowingly filled their water bottles with contaminated spring water, and when they drank the water, they ended up contracting the same mysterious illness from 28 years prior. As for the man who was discovered further away from the rest, unclothed, experts believe the man had less of the contaminated water, causing him to survive longer but became ill and disoriented, subsequently going into a sort of psychosis before removing his clothing and eventually dying from a combination of exposure and contaminated water. Many believe the hypothermia explanation to be a lie and theorize that since Yunnan officials and PRC never actually solved the problem which previously claimed so many lives, they have great incentive to cover up the official cause if related to contaminated water. The theory is rejected by those who claim hypothermia is responsible, but it's not exactly widely rejected because not only is there no autopsy report, but also no public independent studies were ever conducted on the men's bodies, which were released to the PRC government instead of the local medical examiner's office or the families. Perhaps authorities and officials were aware of something deadly in the area. Despite having done nothing to resolve it, maybe they hoped it was just a problem of the past. Or maybe they thought that so long as they continued to control the narrative, they could just sweep it under the rug. Well guys, now that we've untangled the web of a mystery a bit, or possibly further tangled it, my bad, I gotta know, what do you think happened to these 4 Chinese geologists? When it comes to their manner of death, how true are officials' claims? Are they lying? Simply claiming hypothermia to avoid any scrutiny over the mysterious illness of the area? Perhaps they are trying to avoid liability claims over water treatment negligence. Or maybe, just maybe, it really was hypothermia. I mean, after everything we've heard, I think it's safe to say that the cover-up theory is about as plausible as the hypothermia one, which is pretty dang plausible, with a basket of theories to pick from, and more being invented every single day. Drop your own comments, and let's see how many votes we can get for the real culprit. Bigfoot. Okay, I'm just kidding about the Bigfoot thing, but I would love to know your thoughts in the comments down below. Welcome back, Swamp Folk. It's good to see you back for another video and another new year. Maybe I'm just getting old, but it feels like these years are going by much faster than they used to, that's for sure. Regardless, we're about to discuss the technically unsolved double murder of Julie Williams and Lolly Winans from 1996. More commonly known as the Shenandoah murders, the couple was simply enjoying a romantic getaway when their lives were tragically cut short. Wikipedia lists Shenandoah National Park as having just under 80,000 acres and encompassing 8 counties along with parts of the Blue Ridge Mountains in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Roughly 40% of the land has been designated as wilderness areas and is protected by the National Wilderness Preservation System. Most of the park's main road, Skyline Drive, traces along the mountain's ridge lines. The Shenandoah River and its broad valley are on the west, and the rolling hills of the Virginia Piedmont are on to the east. Legislation to create the park was first introduced in 1901, but even Theodore Roosevelt's support wasn't enough to get the job done. Thus far, national parks were solely located in the west. The first eastern parks weren't established until 1919, and even then it was an additional 6 years before plans for Shenandoah were authorized in 1925. That's when the real struggles began. The creation of this park could be its own episode, but it finally became official on December 26, 1935. One particularly interesting detail I noticed when researching the park is that it seems to have less crime than many others we've discussed.
While yes, there are some incidents and accidents to happen, there hasn't been a single murder since those of Julie and Loli in 1996. Anyways, now that you know a little bit about Shenandoah, let's get right to business. Julie was 24 years old and Lolly was 26. They met in the 1990s when they were both members of the Woods Women, a now defunct organization for women who enjoy learning and adventure. Both ladies were survivors of sexual assault and felt this group gave them a renewed sense of physical embodiment, power, and autonomy. Soon after, their friendship began to evolve, and the two fell in love. According to Blue Ridge Outdoors magazine, Loli was a good-time girl who enjoyed drinking and smoking. She was born in Michigan, and in 1994 she enrolled in Maine's Unity College hoping to become a wilderness guide. Those close to Julie described her as a geologist in the making, a higher achiever, and a sports enthusiast. In college, she traveled to Europe where she studied the extinction of the dinosaurs. After completing her education, she moved to Vermont where she worked in a bookstore while searching for her dream job, which may have been the one she was set to begin in Lake Champlain on June 1st, 1996. Her future seemed bright and limitless when she and Loli planned a trip to Shenandoah as a celebration. In May, just a few weeks before Julie was set to begin her new job, the couple took their golden retriever, Taj, on a backpacking trip through Shenandoah. On Sunday, the 19th, they set off into the woods of White Oak Canyon Trail, pitched their tent, and emerged a few days later when the weather turned sour. The ladies were able to catch a ride with the park ranger and renew their camping permit before returning to the woods, which was around or on the 24th. With the rain gone, they climbed the Hawksbill Mountain before making camp next to a stream. Interestingly, they were actually quite close to the Appalachian Trail. So close that this case was almost included in our Trails deep dive. Did you catch that episode? If not, you should definitely check it out. You can find a link in the description. Sadly, Julie and Loli would never be seen alive again. On May 31st, Julie's father, Thomas Williams, reported his daughter missing, and a search was soon underway. The girl's vehicle was discovered north of Skyland Lodge, and hasty searches were conducted throughout the trail corridors in that area, hoping to bring a quick resolution to the case. While there was no sign of the women the first day, Taj was found wandering around unleashed. It was the next evening when park rangers discovered the missing women's campsite on Bridle Trail, and with it, their bodies. It was only half a mile away from Skyland Lodge, and being the weekend after Memorial Day, the lodge was absolutely packed. Countless people came and went during the murder's possible time frame. Within a 10-minute walk from a popular location, 2 women were bound, gagged, assaulted, and had their throats slit before the killer vanished. If you're wondering how such a brutal crime scene could remain undetected for such a period of time, that can be explained by a regulation requiring backpackers to camp away from designated trails, fire roads, and developed areas. Julie and Loli were only following the rules when they set up away from the high-traffic locations. This tragedy rocked the LGBT community, and for many, it put a hefty pause to all backcountry adventures. 1996 was a much more difficult time to be gay. There were certain rules society expected to have followed, and that's exactly what these women had done. They were minding their own business, far away from the judgmental minds of society, yet that still wasn't enough. When knowledge of the victim's sexual orientation was made public, it sparked nationwide conversations about wilderness safety and homophobic hate crimes. Unfortunately, this fact brought additional challenges to the investigation, which we'll cover in greater detail shortly. Since Shenandoah National Park is exclusively federal jurisdiction, the FBI took point to the investigation with assistance from the National Park Service and Virginia State Police. In the time since Julie and Loli's murders, some sources state that the authorities have followed up on an estimated of 15,000 leads, but there has been little to no progress made in the beginning. They didn't have their first suspect until July 1997 when a Canadian tourist was attacked. Yvonne Malbasha was riding her bike on Skyline Drive when a man in a truck forced her off the road and her bike. He then yelled sexual profanities as he exited the vehicle and tried to force Yvonne inside. Luckily, she was able to fight him off, but once back in his truck, he made several attempts to run her over. Thankfully, she was able to duck behind a tree, avoiding injury. Eventually, the man fled the area, but he was apprehended by park rangers when trying to leave the park. His identity was revealed as Daryl David Rice, and when investigators searched his vehicle, they found hidden hand and leg restraints inside. At the time of this attack, he was single, in his 20s, and living in Columbia, Maryland. In 1998, Rice pled guilty to the attempted abduction of Yvonne, and he received 135 months in a Petersburg, Virginia federal penitentiary. The interviews conducted after his arrest led prosecutors to believe he may have been involved with Julie and Loli's murders for a variety of reasons. There were the obvious parallels in the case, such as the geographical location and predatory behavior towards females. Though he had no previous criminal record, there is a mention of him being fired from a high school job for being extremely hostile at work. Former coworkers claimed he yelled profanities at them, punched a hole in the bathroom wall, stole their lunches, and even purposely bumped into them when they were carrying coffee. Needless to say, he was a bit of an asshole. This may not be much on its own, but at 8:05 p.m. on May 25, 1996, Rice was caught on camera as he entered the park at Front Royal, and at around 4:57 p.m. the next day, he was shown at Rockfish Gap. He also returned with friends, Carol and Robert Ruckett, on June 1st, which he freely admits, but he completely denied being in the park on the other occasions. On April 10, 2001, with only circumstantial evidence to go on, Attorney General John Ashcroft announced Rice's indictment for the murder of Julie and Loli. In a news conference, prosecutors alleged that Rice made several statements admitting his enjoyment for assaulting women because they are more quote-unquote vulnerable, and that he believed the victims deserved to die due to their romantic involvement with each other. Rice was ultimately charged with 4 counts of capital murder, half of which he allegedly claimed due were to his victim's sexual orientation, which made it a hate crime. This meant his indictment invoked a federal sentencing enhancement that introduced the death penalty, but he was never sentenced. After years of attempting to build a case against Rice, there was still no forensic evidence against him. In 2003, new hope emerged when a hair from the crime scene was tested for DNA, but it wasn't a match for the suspect or either victim, and the case fell apart. In 2004, the charges against Rice were dismissed without prejudice, meaning he could still be charged at a later date, and he was released from prison in 2011. His last reported sighting was in 2014 when the Durango, Colorado Police Department received multiple calls from frightened citizens saying they saw him in the area, but since there was no warrant for Rice's arrest at the time, there wasn't really anything they could do. In 2016, NBC Washington wrote of the FBI focusing its attention on the Shenandoah murders again. Special Agent Adam Lee was in charge of the FBI's Richmond Division, and even then, on the case's 20th anniversary, he didn't consider it to be cold. He even was quoted as saying, "We will stop at nothing to find justice in this case until we have exhausted every means. We continue to exploit the existing evidence and try to obtain new evidence. Julie and Loli are not forgotten by the FBI, and we are going to aggressively pursue every lead in this case." Even after the charges were dropped against Rice, the case was still being investigated as a hate crime, but Lee refused to discuss specifics. He merely said it would be irresponsible to speak of any new links that may have been discovered. It's also important to note that many were outraged by the handling of this case from the very beginning. An Outside Online article from May 2022 discusses the research done by journalist Catherine Miles concerning the efforts made by officials to minimize public relations damage and mitigate a sense of panic during their peak summer season. She argued that the reason behind waiting 5 years for a failed indictment rests with the NPS acting too slowly and the FBI performing ineptly. For anyone anyone interested in a true deep dive of this case, Catherine Miles' book, Trailed: One Woman's Quest to Solve the Shenandoah Murders, is a must and was a great read for this video. It not only contains extensive research into the impact these murders had on the LGBT community, both women's lives and their relationship, it also provides an in-depth look at all the available information related to the investigation and investigators. In an interview with A&E TV, Miles described the FBI as keen on emphasizing that they really thought they had the right guy already. It's a sort of strange move. Secondly, it really seemed like the FBI was throwing the National Park Service under the bus. One point she made regarding how the crime scene was processed is that the law enforcement training tends to focus on urban crime. A key example includes how the first step in a homicide investigation is to secure the premises. This and so many other techniques simply can't be applied to a large outdoor area. Solving a murder that happened in a national forest is difficult enough, but due to limited funding, the Rangers were also understaffed and ill-equipped to handle the situation. Perhaps most interesting is her research into a second suspect by the name of Richard Mark Ivanitz, and her strange arguments that he may be the actual killer. If so, his reasons may have had more to do with a history of child abuse, mental illness, and sexual sadism than his victims' romantic preferences, but we simply can't be certain. In a WTVF article, Miles explains that several forensic psychologists and former FBI profilers describe the crime scene as sophisticated, planned, technical, and logical. They, along with Rice himself and the psychologist who interviewed him, also said that Daryl Rice was coming completely unraveled. It's also her opinion that the DNA evidence clears Rice completely. She believes the idea that Julie and Loli were killed for being lesbians was nothing more than a political invention by John Ashcroft and local prosecutors. They were under enormous pressure to solve the case, especially since it became public knowledge that the NPS and FBI recklessly delayed releasing the news of finding the women's bodies. What initially put Ivanitz in the spotlight was his proclivity towards assault and murder in the Southeast. Julie and Loli were only 2 of 8 young females killed in a specific section of central Virginia within a 14-month period, but what kept Ivanitz in the spotlight is the fact that his DNA matched 799 out of 800 positions against the crime scene's mystery hair. In the single place it failed to match, there's a phenomenon called heteroplasmy, which means the body misfires the protein. The FBI lab believed Ivanitz's DNA should be retested to determine if he was a true suspect. It was reportedly the agents who decided to go against the lab's advice and run additional tests on Rice's DNA instead. Based on information Miles gathered through the Freedom of Information Act, Ivanitz's DNA was never tested again. Now, considering he committed enough heinous crimes to have his own deep dive, you've probably been picturing him in prison. But he was still a free man this entire time when he committed suicide in 2002. Though it does seem police were closing in on him. Some sources state he told his sister, "I've killed more people than I can remember," just before ending his life. The point is, even if he were an official match for the DNA, he would never be brought to justice. When asked why she believed authorities never zeroed in on Ivanitz for the Shenandoah murders, Miles had 3 reasons. First, she theorized this was partially due to the Justice Department's unwillingness to back down, but the second reason was far more complicated. In 2002, enormous amounts of pressure to be hard on hate crime was placed on Attorney General John Ashcroft. Rice's case was the first to be the first federal hate crime trial in the nation. His indictment was announced in a national press conference where Ashcroft seemed to infer the indictment would somehow help our country heal from September 11th. Finally, she noticed that the investigators seemed to assume Ivanitz had a preference for children since some of his victims were young teens. She described it as their inability to understand that the same predator who goes after a 15 or 16-year-old girl could also go after a young-looking 24-year-old woman. A 2021 WUSA 9 article includes an interview with Deidre Enright, founder and director of the Innocence Project at the University of Virginia School of Law. This is a program where law students volunteer to investigate cases seeking exoneration for the wrongfully convicted. Enright also believes the answer to this case is sitting in an evidence locker at Quantico. She noted that the fact that a DNA test from 20 years ago only just failed to pinpoint the killer, and technology has made quite the advancement since that time. This was also the first source to specify the hairs were found beneath the duct tape, and there was also male DNA on the gag left in Julie's mouth.
Decades ago, when Rice's lawyers first pointed to Ivanitz as the real killer, prosecutors said they had not one scintilla of evidence to support it. This also happened to be just before they dropped the charges. Tom Williams was also interviewed in this article. He fully rejected the idea that Ivanitz may be his daughter's murderer. He was quoted as saying, "I think it's a ruse. They, being the FBI, are not the kind of people that are going to try and pin some guilt on somebody that's not guilty. They just aren't." Whether you agree or disagree with his statement, please remember this is a grieving father who has suffered one of the worst tragedies a human can possibly endure. Look, I've never understood much about politics if I'm being honest. But despite everything else, Julie and Loli's families deserve to know what really happened to their loved ones. They've been waiting for closure far too long already, plus at least half of the nation has been following this case for over 25 years. Come on already. Well guys, once again that's the end of another episode. Who do you think is the actual killer here? Do you think Daryl Rice killed Julie and Loli? He just seemed like such a perfect fit, but DNA doesn't lie, my friends. I mean, I guess there could be human error here, but man, that's one crappy twist. Or do you think Richard Ivanitz is our actual murderer? I mean, 799 out of 100 positions is a pretty strong reason to retest if you ask me. But I'll stop harping on it for now. Missing in Yosemite, the Stacy heiress disappearance. Hey guys, I hope everyone's having a great day. But if you're not, I've got you covered. Today I'm going to be sharing a truly strange and tragic story. So sit back, relax, be sure to elbow that like button in the face, and subscribe to the channel if you're new, it helps us grow. Today's story takes us back to the summer of 1981, when 14-year-old Stacy Harris went on a guided tour in Yosemite National Park in California. She wore retainers on both her upper and lower teeth, and styled her shoulder-length blonde hair in an iconic Farrah Fawcett style. She had also attended prom with her boyfriend shortly before this trip. Despite only being 14 years old, Stacy was a known smoker. This is a judgment-free zone here. We all make questionable choices at that age, but most of us live long enough to regret them. Stacy, her father George, and 6 others took off on a 4-day trip through Yosemite's backcountry with 2 guides. The group rode horseback along the High Sierra Loop Trail at Tuolumne Meadows and arrived at the campsite on Friday afternoon, July 17th. The campsite is one of 5 within the High Sierra 49-mile loop, with each roughly a day's hike apart. There are 9 tent cabins which can accommodate up to 34 people. However, there is no running water or electricity. With the group's plan being to rest for the remainder of the day, Stacy opted to change into a t-shirt, off-white windbreaker, maroon and white shorts, and flip-flops to explore the trail with her Olympus camera. She invited her dad to join. He declined but suggested she wear hiking boots instead of flip-flops. My source material conflicts on this though. Some say she stayed in her flip-flops while others say she changed into her boots. Donning only her camera, cigarettes, and a pack of gum, Stacy heads toward one of the lakes in the area. Another hiker from the group named Gerald, an older man in his 70s, joined Stacy for about 20 to 30 minutes before stopping to rest while she continues on the trail. Back at the camp, the group's tour guide remembered noticing her standing on a rock about 50 yards south of the trail. If Stacy was headed to Sunrise Lake, which was the nearest lake and exactly a mile away, she would have made it to the lake in about an hour, probably less. I think this is most likely the location Stacy would have gone. It is very picturesque and accessible by simply following the trail. Maps show other bodies of water in the area. However, in the summer months, they likely wouldn't have even existed. They probably would have been dried up. A few hours later, another group of hikers approached the campsite and were asked if they had seen a girl matching Stacy's description, but they had not. At this point, her father, the tour group, and the staff from the High Sierra camp began scouting the area looking for Stacy. They contacted the park authorities and searched well into the night, but were unsuccessful. The next morning, an official search by the National Park Service began. The search party included around 100 people and was comprised of volunteers, search and rescue members, and National Park employees. Yosemite National Park consists of 1,200 square miles, but the search grid was 5 square miles around the campsite. The grid was established by the natural barriers in the area such as cliffs, ravines, and large rivers, as well as the reasonable distance they believed 14-year-old Stacy could have gone since she was last seen. Searchers were paid $4 an hour, which equates to about $13 an hour today, and rock climbers were paid $10 an hour, which would be about $30 to $65 an hour today. Half were paid searchers and half were unpaid volunteers. 3 helicopters also assisted in the 11-day search. Park officials reported the total cost of the effort to be about $55,000. To put this into perspective, that is close to $180,000 today. The Gabby Petito case, which was extremely high profile and searched over several months, took a full year to reach $180,000 in police payroll. Unlike the Gabby Petito case, sadly, Stacy Harris has never been found. 11 days may not seem like a very long time to search, but all reports suggest searches and team members were very detailed. The area Stacy went missing, Tuolumne Meadows, is the largest elevation meadow in the Sierra Nevada at 8,600 feet. Data for the temperatures in this area in 1981 are not exact. However, due to this altitude and time of year, temperatures can range from 90 degrees during the day to as low as 47 degrees at night. If she were lost or hurt stuck somewhere in that 5-mile radius, she should have been heard or found in those 11 days. Remember, Stacy was in a windbreaker and shorts. Temperatures at night would have been absolutely miserable for her. One volunteer brought a German Shepherd dog to aid in the search, however nothing was found. German Shepherds, according to the handler, are best at tracking humans in general, whereas bloodhounds are the type of dogs you would give a specific scent sample to, and they could track the scent as you see in the movies. From what I can tell, no bloodhounds or cadaver dogs have been brought to the site, which is a huge miss for investigators. Hopes for finding Stacy Harris alive are not high, but her family deserves to know what happened. Cadaver dogs are able to pick up a scent within minutes of the death or even years later. In some studies, they have found 25-year-old skeletonized remains. Cadaver dogs were first used by Connecticut police in the 1980s, so it is reasonable that the Park Service would be aware and be able to find a cadaver dog handler willing to explore the area. Had the Park Service utilized these tactics in the late 80s, hell, even in the early or even late 90s, they may have had a chance of locating her body. Again, I think this is a huge mistake by investigators and calls into question if the right people were put in place to even solve this case. Now this is where things get especially frustrating. There are some big inconsistencies in the reporting of this case. First, some reports say Stacy's lens cap was found inside the tree line by the lake, but Park Superintendent Robert Benuiz says not a single clue was found. And another National Park Service ranger, Bob Johnson, said nothing significant was found as well. So which is it? If the lens cap was found, that would give us confirmation Stacy had at least made it to the area. Surely everyone would consider that a clue. If they didn't find it, well, that is even more alarming, so many reported it as found, without a single source to confirm it. Second is Gerald Stewart, the last person to interact with Stacy. He was the elderly gentleman in his 70s who accompanied her for the first 20 to 30 minutes of her walk. I say in his 70s because reports give his age anywhere from 72 to 77. Missing his age by a few years may not seem significant, but his name was withheld until years later. Nothing in the source material points to Gerald being a suspect, so why wasn't his name given? Or if his identity was to be shielded, why not just say that? How can we be sure that he was vetted properly if his age wasn't even accurate? Now surely a healthy 14-year-old Stacy could defend herself from a man in his 70s at 5'5" and 120 pounds. She could have at least drawn attention or left behind evidence of a struggle. I don't believe Gerald to be involved. However, the details of his age and name being incorrect in the reporting of this case with so few details leaves me questioning the thoroughness of this investigation. So, with that in mind, let's talk more about the investigation, or lack thereof. In addition to the 11-day search effort, the Park Service distributed missing posters of Stacy throughout the park. The first thing to rule out is Stacy being a runaway. Don't forget this is the 1980s, a time when all police reports act as if all missing children must be runaways because why else would they disappear? Officials do seem to have looked into this, citing that Stacy was having some family or school troubles, but she was 14. What 14-year-old isn't having family or school troubles? She was also said to be missing her boyfriend.
Okay, sure, totally normal. But that's no indication that she ran off to meet him or to some sort of public phone. Remember, cell phones were something only thought of in sci-fi TV shows at this point in time. Ultimately, between wearing flip-flops, inviting her dad to accompany her to the lake, then a fellow group member, and the lack of belief from family she would run away based on these family and school troubles, officials do not believe Stacy ran away on her own accord. Besides this, the National Park Service doesn't seem especially forthcoming with their information. Documents released by the park mostly include short newspaper articles, pictures of Stacy provided by the family, copies of the missing poster used around the park, and a few letters written between Park Service departments regarding Stacy's search. Visitors are supposed to get a permit to use the backcountry, and we know investigators used these wilderness permits to determine which hikers were in the area at the time of Stacy's disappearance. These hikers were contacted to find potential witnesses, but we have no idea if these efforts yielded useful information or if they even spoke to anyone. The Fresno Bee reported foul play has not been ruled out per a park official after the intense 11-day search was called off. Park Superintendent Benuiz added the Park Service would still like to hear from any backpacker who may have been in the area at the time. Investors and journalists have submitted Freedom of Information Acts, or FOIAs, for the files, but all requests have been denied. Why? A denial response to the FOIA request says the requested records were withheld in accordance with Exemption 7A of FOIA exemption. 7A is basically to protect information for law enforcement purposes to protect the investigation or possible trial. But this makes absolutely no sense. Stacy Harris has been missing for 41 years. What could possibly be in those files that shouldn't be released? Her family deserves to know all of the information available, and they haven't seen them either. Does the National Park Service really consider this case open? If so, how? There appears to be no genuine movement or investigation that I can find. Researching this case had brought to light a disturbing fact. The federal government does not track the number of missing persons in national parks. Let me say that again. The federal government does not track the number of missing persons in national parks. Experts believe that at least 1,600 individuals go missing while visiting national parks throughout the United States. Seems like quite a lot of disappearances that the National Park Service would like to keep track of, right? We know the Park Service is inefficient, and at the time, communication across departments was particularly poor. Just the week before Stacy's disappearance, flights for water sampling were taking place in the area. One of the memos in the files is from Chief Ranger for Administrative Flights Charles W. Wendt. Chief Ranger Wendt wrote to the superintendent about these flights as no itinerary was provided to know where they would be and when. There was no memorandum in place which requested prior approval for all administrative flights, which the sampling team did not adhere to. Had these flights been in the area at the time of Stacy Harris' aerial search crew, lives could have been lost. I am empathetic to the time. Electronic communication was nothing like it is today, and records weren't digitized. I can understand the difficulty in keeping track of statistics without the aid of electronic reporting, but with today's technology, this is downright unacceptable. Okay, let's talk theories. First things first, we are talking about the wilderness, so let's discuss wild animals. Of course, animals could be a possibility. Yosemite has lots of wildlife someone could come across. Rattlesnakes, bobcats, black bears, coyotes, mountain lions, and more are all known to live in the park. Alright, black bears. They're the biggest on this list and the one I would be most afraid to run into. However, there are no reports of anyone being killed or seriously injured by a bear in Yosemite. That doesn't mean this doesn't happen, though. These bears are pretty leery of people, but happy to steal your food. In fact, the same is true for most of these animals. Bobcats, coyotes, and mountain lions are unlikely to attack as long as you keep your distance and don't provoke them. Most importantly, though, had any of these attacked Stacy, there would undoubtedly be evidence left behind. We would have blood, clothes, jewelry, her camera, or bones if she were the victim of an animal attack. For this reason, I feel it's pretty safe we can rule out the animal theory. But like I said, nothing can be ruled out entirely. Yosemite has lots of ledges, crevices, and slippery areas. It's entirely possible Stacy slipped or got hurt. But I can't help think she would have been found in the search or by one of the many park visitors in later years. Again, had cadaver dogs been used, we could rule this out with more certainty. Other theories believe Stacy's disappearance could be the result of something supernatural. Stacy seemingly disappeared without a trace, which leaves the door open for an alien or some sort of other supernatural speculation. But I'll let you draw your own conclusions on that. While more than a few serial killers have been known to use national parks for their business, no known serial killers were active in the area at the time of Stacy's disappearance, though the possibility of her being abducted cannot be ruled out. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. In fact, the lack of evidence in this case is what makes it so mystifying. It is not impossible that it was a crime of opportunity, carried out by an organized killer with access to resources that allowed them to buy time or hide and destroy evidence. Could this be a National Park Service member, or someone in the park's system protecting someone else? This would explain the absence of evidence and the lack of transparency on this case. Why else would anybody withhold information on a 40-year-old case? Why not allow someone else to try their hand? Jurisdiction for crimes like this are automatically federal, meaning the local law enforcement have no authority to work the case unless requested. Crimes that take place on federal lands within National Park Service can be handed over to the FBI, but as far as I can tell, their help was never requested, nor was help from local law enforcement. Is the National Park Service protecting a killer, or just their ego? I know what many are probably asking at this point in the story. So, Swamp Dweller, what else can be done? We know so little, and the few facts we have in this case conflict, but there are some avenues that still can be explored. This case needs to be examined by an experienced cold case detective. We need all the information regarding the Stacey Harris case to be made available. Divers should search the Sunrise Lake for Stacey's possessions or remains. There has also been no mention of this occurring, and again I have to ask why. If finding a missing 14-year-old girl isn't a priority worth shelling out funding for, what is? While the lake certainly isn't small, an effort could be made with just a few searchers to cover that water rather quickly. There is so much that could be hidden in that body of water, just waiting to be uncovered. If Stacey's remains could be found, there is a chance that she could be identified. Forensics have changed drastically since 1981. Samples from Stacey's close relatives would allow investigators to run a search against all open Jane Doe cases throughout the United States. If Stacey was abducted or ran away by choice, she could be anywhere in the world. She might have descendants we don't know about. Forensic genealogy could also be used to compare her relatives' DNA to a public database such as GEDmatch, GEDmatch, to find unknown descendants. If you've used any take-home DNA kits, you can upload your DNA profile to GEDmatch and opt in for it to be used with these types of searches. You never know, it could be you that helps identify a Jane or John Doe who would never have found their way home. If you have any information regarding the Stacey Harris case, you can call or text the National Park Service tip line or submit a tip on their website at nps.gov. Well guys, that's it for the disturbing story of Stacey Harris. What do you guys think of this one? I'd love to hear your thoughts and theories in the comments down below. That's all for this episode, but I will have something new in no time. Camping is a great experience most of the time. I really enjoy it. I love the primitive camping idea. It's fun to go out there with little to nothing, make a fire, cook some food, maybe even catch it yourself. It's all good fun and games and great experiences. But as we have come to find time after time again on the Swamp Dweller channel, the great outdoors hides more than just cryptids, monsters, and wild animals. Sometimes the real monster, or maybe even cryptid, are
human beings themselves. Welcome back to the swamp, my friends, and welcome if you're new. Today I'm going to be sharing some allegedly true and creepy camping horror stories sent in by viewers just like you. From paranormal encounters to cryptid sightings to people who are just downright mind-blowingly terrifying, these stories will definitely keep you up to night. If you have one you'd like to share in a future episode, be sure to submit it at swampdweller.net or at r/thedarkswamp on Reddit. I'd love to share your story with everyone here in the swamp. Camp Greenwood Experience by Colden. When I was about 16 years old, my friend and I went on a camping trip to a place called Camp Greenwood. I'm still traumatized about what happened that week. When we arrived at our campsite, something felt off, like we were being watched. Big claw marks were all over the tables and trees, like something or someone had gone absolutely berserk. So I helped my friend set up his tent, and without thinking about what I saw, I just kept going on with my day. Eventually, we all did get cozy, and then I remembered and told him what I saw. At first, I truly don't think he believed me. He thought I was probably hallucinating. But then, we heard a loud screech from deep within the woods. It sounded like someone was being dragged into hell itself. We both hugged each other extremely tight. Then we finally dared to get out of the tent and try to find what made that noise. After we got out of the tent, we grabbed our pocket knives and flashlights that our parents had packed for us in case of an emergency. I'm not really sure what it was gonna do, but we felt brave. We started walking in the direction of where we heard the scream, and we probably walked for about 50 or 60 yards before we listened to another. This time, it sounded much closer than before. It was easily probably 10 to 15 yards away if I had to give an educated guess, but don't hold me to that, I was actually pretty scared. We both held up our knives and tried to stay calm. My friend accidentally dropped his knife and didn't know where it went. Whatever was out here with us definitely outmatched us by many, many levels. We sprinted as fast as we could the moment we heard some branches snapping and rustling in front of us. We both ran towards it, but we suddenly stopped dead in our tracks as we shined our flashlight on what looked like a person. But this person or thing, whatever it was bloody and had yellow, beady eyes. It had needle-like teeth. Whatever this thing was started sprinting at us, and we ran like bats out of hell. But when we finally made it out of the woods, we ran to my friend's truck and tried to drive away. The car didn't seem to want to start at first, which was cliche as hell and was not making me feel any better in that situation. The moment that the car started and we got out of there, I did notice those yellow beady eyes looking out at us from the woods. I honestly don't really know how else to explain this, but saying that it was very tall and very skinny. If anybody else has ever encountered something similar, please comment down below. I'd like to get any information I can. Do Not Camp at Storm Lake by Clyde, 2003. The summer of 2008 was a rough time to graduate from college. I had just spent 4 years getting a degree only to find out the job market had all but dried up. As bummed out as I was about being unemployed for the foreseeable future, I found a deep appreciation for backcountry camping and hiking that summer. Growing up in the Rocky Mountains and graduating from a college in western Montana, I was not a stranger to hiking or camping in the slightest. But that summer, it became an escape to the point of an obsession. Going on daily hikes and camping beneath the stars helped my mental health while I worried about my life's purpose and future. It was June and unseasonably cold, wet, and cloudy. The daytime highs barely touched 50 degrees, and at night it dropped below freezing. Despite the weather, I had planned to hike around Anaconda Ridge that week, but I wasn't going to let that deter me at all. My plan for the week was to walk from Storm Lake over to Storm Lake Pass and down to Upper Seymour Lake. Storm Lake actually is an alpine reservoir. It's a challenge to get to because it requires a 4x4 pickup and some skilled driving. The road is a narrow 2-track winding its way through a thick pine forest. The course was slick with rain, but I got to the top with little heartburn. I set up camp on the north shore of the lake and decided to do some fishing. The fishing was miserable. It was cold and nothing was biting. But the best thing about lousy fishing is that my thoughts were free to wander while I sat there on the shore. The rain was a constant drizzle and created a natural white noise. Time passed and my daydreams were cut short as a low rumble from up the canyon overtook the sound of the rain. The rumble was not unlike a distant diesel engine. There are no roads that go beyond where I was camped though. No machinery or vehicles could be up that canyon. Maybe it was a plane, I thought, looking up into the rain clouds. But the sound wasn't getting any closer or further, and the sound wasn't above me per se. It came from like beyond the lake and up into the canyon. The sound was stationary and constant. This was certainly not a plane, a truck, or a bulldozer. Now, this by itself wasn't necessarily scary, but my hair stood on end while I sat there listening. After 20 minutes, the rumbling faded away and I left again and only the sound of raindrops remained. Soon enough, I caught a decent-sized trout, cleaned it, and headed back to the camp to prepare some dinner. The fish cooked up fine, but to be honest, I wouldn't say I like trout. It's edible, sure, but unpalatable for me personally. They taste like mud. I ate as much as possible and tossed the rest into the lake, building up my fire for the night. I sat back to enjoy the evening with a bit of whiskey. Night came fast and the mountain ridges put the sun to bed very early. The rain clouds obscured the starlight. It was dark, and I mean dark. Sounds of a crackling warm fire and the rain bouncing off my tent were a great comfort and started to lull me into a nice sleep. I reminded myself I needed to build up the fire before bed though. I walked over to my pile of scavenged firewood and grabbed an armful. Being away from the crackling fire, I could pick up the familiar rumbling rising in the background. It was growing louder than before and closer. I may have had too many pulls of whiskey and was tired and cranky. This noise was ruining my camping trip and my buzz. Frustrated, for whatever reason, I yelled into the blackness of the night, "Hey, shut up, you douche-wagon!" Like a flip of a switch, the rumbling stopped, and so did the rain. My heart skipped a beat. I realized that was not a convenient coincidence. There was an intelligence out here. Something sentient. They were observing me and responding to my screams. I don't know who they were, but I wasn't getting the most positive vibes from whatever it was. I threw all the logs on the fire and retreated to my tent. More on edge than ever, I just sat there, listening to the fire crackling, to my rapid breathing, and beyond that to the silence of the darkness. Before this moment I had felt alone but safe. Now I felt alone and vulnerable. Beyond where the firelight faded, I felt a million eyes in the darkness watching at me, peering at me. My paranoia began to subside when the rain suddenly started again. Not a drizzle, but a massive downpour. I was glad that I had built up the fire, or it would have been snuffed out instantly. My tent was being pushed down by the force of the storm. I thought about bailing to the truck, but knew I'd instantly be soaked to the bone. Risking injury or death over getting wet is the only logic whiskey can produce. I could feel the rainwater pulling and moving under my tent. The storm wasn't letting up. The urge to get up and get in the truck and drive away was tantalizing. I could get my stuff tomorrow in the daylight and spend a few nights in town. But I had too much to drink. Driving, especially on that slick, muddy two-track road, would have been a death sentence. But I still needed a safer place to sleep than a wimpy tent, so grabbing what I could, I ripped open the tent flaps and ran to the truck. I was soaking wet when I settled into the driver's seat and locked the doors. Turning the heat on full blast, I hoped that they would dry me out quickly. It was going to be a miserable night, though. I reclined my chair and tried to calm my thoughts with my deep breathing. The rain wasn't letting up, I was warm from the heater, and I was riding the crest of a good whiskey buzz. Despite the rain, the fire raged and kept the campsite well lit. I remember the truck's clock reading 1:06 a.m. I blinked. It was only a moment, but when I opened my eyes, the rain had stopped, it was foggy and quiet, and the once raging fire was just embers, and there was morning twilight to the east. The truck's clock now read 5:45 a.m., and it was morning. I couldn't be right. Almost 5 hours were gone in the blink of an eye. I guess I must have passed out. My head was killing me. I didn't feel like I drank that much to justify that kind of a hangover.
I turned off the truck and surveyed the night's damage. My tent was utterly flattened. The tent poles were shattered to pieces. Everything was soaking wet. Smothering the remains of the fire, I dragged all of my junk to the pickup truck and tossed it into the bed. My hike over the pass wasn't happening today, that was definitely for sure. It was around 6:30 a.m. before I finished packing up my camp. As I climbed into the cab of my truck, I heard the rumbling again through the morning fog. I drove out of there as fast as I could down that muddy bobsled road track, not once looking in the rearview mirror. I have never been back to Storm Lake, and I probably never will. We were supposed to go camping. By Embarrassed Pickle. To set the scene, here I am, 17 years old at the time, and going through the rebellious stage of my life. I was dating guys I shouldn't date, lying to my parents, and almost getting killed. I started dating this guy, and of course I thought he was the one. We were from the Appalachia area, so we drove to a scenic point and camped out one night. This guy's family was loaded. He lived in this massive mansion and his dad was a lawyer. You all, I thought that I had hit the jackpot, but then the slow ease into manipulation, narcissism, and abuse slowly rolled in. I got tired of it and tried to break up with him multiple times. But the last time I broke it up with him, he threatened my family. At this point, he never came to my home and met my parents. I'm very reserved with who I am and who I introduce to my parents. They mean the world to me. So this threat was different. He sent me my home address, my parents' full names. Me being 17 and naive, I was terrified. He wanted me to come to his beach house, so I told my parents I was going with a friend to Tennessee for the weekend and made the 6-hour drive to this guy's beach house. As I said, my family is everything to me and I thought I had to protect them. I get there and he just immediately goes off the rails. From that point on, for 36 hours, I was subject to torture and abuse. I had my hands tied up and slept in my own pee and vomit. I was cut up from head to toe, small slices along the arms, thighs, and stomach. I concluded that I was going to die and my parents would have no clue where I was. For all they knew, I was with my best friend and her dad and stepmom. They trusted me. This guy was insane. He was injecting crack into his veins and snorting cocaine off my cuts. He thought this was hilarious. All my emotion was gone, tears streaming down my face as if it were a regular occurrence. The last of my torture was him putting a single bullet in a revolver and spinning it, laughing and opening my mouth and sliding the barrel in. I had no emotion at this point. I looked him dead in the eyes. I pulled my head back on the barrel to speak to him and told him to pull the trigger. I moved my head back towards the barrel and bit it with my teeth. He pulled the trigger, and it clicked. I didn't blink, I didn't flinch, and at that point he stepped back into the reality and started to cry and tell me he was so sorry. I didn't care. I didn't even care about getting out of there alive at this point. He untied me and cried in my lap for hours. It felt like I don't even know how to explain it. I couldn't even really register what was happening in a daze. I know everybody listening now is saying, did you go to the cops? Did you call 911? At the time, I didn't do it immediately. I never wanted my parents to know what I had done and what I had been through. The thought of them hurting over it killed me. On top of that, his dad was a lawyer, and a very good one at that. I had no feasible chance, so I drove home, as I usually did. I looked like I got hit by a truck, but thank God it was winter. I wore long sleeves and jeans, or leggings and socks for quite a long time. I covered up my face with what I could with makeup, told my parents, my best friend, and everybody else that I flipped a four-wheeler. Easy to believe because we have done that more times than you'd think. The story doesn't end quite there for him, though. I won't get into everything that happened afterward, but I completely cut contact off with him and blocked him on everything. We never saw each other at school because he lived a town over. He didn't stop trying to contact me there, though. Now and then I still get messages from him from fake accounts. I'm currently 23 years old. He ended up getting caught dealing some sort of drug. I don't think it was just weed. I think it was something worse because he got sent away, and of course his dad got him out on a pretty short bid. He got sent to a psych ward to stay over, and he eventually snuck out of there and everyone was looking for him for days. As I said, I'm 23, married, living a completely different state, happy and healthy. What happened to me on that alleged camping trip that I was supposed to go on, what happened to me those couple of days while I was supposed to be on a camping trip, definitely has lasting effects on me.
I'm on sedatives to help my triggers. I have these random quirks now. My body and mind are in constant survival mode. Quite literally. I don't allow myself to get too full to be quick on my feet if I need to. Even though I'm 100 pounds soaking wet and I lift weights every single day, it's just a random thing that creeps into my mind that I don't think I'll ever not have.
This was 1998 when this happened. An old friend of mine asked me to go camping with him. I hadn't been since I was about 12, so I agreed. It sounded fun, and I was excited all week leading up to the trip. I didn't get much sleep the night before because of it. He picked me up just after 5 a.m., and we drove the 100 miles to the park. I managed to get a bit of sleep on the ride, so I felt a little better when we arrived. Then, he dropped the bomb on me. We still had to walk another 2 hours to the campsite. I tried to talk him into choosing a closer one, but he swore I'd love the one we had when we made it. With a heavy heart, I followed him. The first half hour wasn't that bad, I guess. Most of it was downhill. However, as more time passed, I became sluggish. Halfway there, we took a short break, but we're back on the trail before I knew it. The second leg was a lot more uphill. It wasn't long until I was dragging again, and not paying attention to where I was stepping. We arrived at a flat section, and I was relieved. My friend was in front, and somehow missed the trap, but I didn't. All I remember was that 1 second, I was clomping along and hitting the ground. The contact with the bottom of the hole jolted me awake, and the rush of adrenaline masked most of the pain. As I stood up, my right ankle buckled, and I dropped down onto a sharp stick jutting out below me. Apparently, there are several more stakes in the bottom of the hole, but they had been knocked over, thankfully. When I looked down, I saw the bone sticking out of my shin. Instinctively, I pulled the stick from my leg, and the pain made me even queasier than I already was. I looked up to get an idea of where I was, and only saw blue sky edged by trees. I figured the hole was only about 10 feet deep or more. It must have taken the idiots that dug it several days. I yelled up for my friend only to see his laughing face greet me over the edge. He didn't know the extent of my injuries at that moment, but when I told him, the laughing stopped and panic replaced it. I asked him what happened, and he told me it looked like some redneck poachers had dug up some type of bear trap and I'd fallen into it. I assumed he could simply reach down and pull me out, but that didn't work. So next, he attempted to reach me where I was with a tree limb. This worked at first, but when I tried to stand up, the pain was far too severe. I couldn't put any weight on my right leg. It was obvious I wasn't getting out of this hole without outside help. It was still early in the day, so I wasn't too concerned. I could hear my friend pacing around above me freaking out, so I called up to him in a calm voice and told him to get help. The ranger station was a little way, probably about an hour. He could easily get help and make it back with plenty of time before dark. Once he took off, I was left alone with nothing but the pain to occupy my time. By this time, it was now coming in waves, and accompanying nausea wasn't making it any better. Initially, I thought I could make a splint, but the moment I tried to tighten it down, I almost fainted. Leaving it alone seemed to be the best decision. I put my head between my knees and waited for the sick, dizzy feeling to pass. Eventually it did, and I tried to focus on other things. Singing worked for a while. That is until I started hearing thunder and noticed the sky above me getting darker by the minute. Getting a little wet wasn't going to kill me, right? Perhaps I should have considered my circumstances before saying that. The rain was relatively light at first, but within minutes it was coming down in sheets. I was okay until I began to notice the hole filling with water. That's when my panic began to rise. My feet were already submerged by the time I realized I was in trouble. I clawed my way up the wall until I was standing, at least the best I was able to, and started praying for it to stop. As the minutes passed, more of my body disappeared. After an hour, the storm began letting up and I could relax just a bit. The water level was only about halfway up to my shins, and I knew now, if it continued at that rate, I would be long gone before help arrived. Unfortunately, it was just a lull in the storm. Soon enough, the rain was sheeting down again. I tried to remain positive about the whole thing. I tried to take my mind off the pain in my leg. I tried to be upbeat, thinking back on funny jokes and movies. The next hour was the longest of my life. When help finally arrived, the rain had almost completely stopped. At the time the ropes pulled me out, the water was just below my belt. Thinking about drowning to death in that little hole, out in the middle of nowhere, still gives me the willies. Once I was out of the hole, the ride to the hospital felt like it went very fast. After a surgery where I acquired some screws and a few plates, I was allowed to go home. The next 8 weeks on crutches would drag by, but I was happy to be alive, broken leg or not. We never got to make up for the lost trip, but I have taken my kids out camping a few times in the years since. While it's on my mind, I might give my friend a ring. We haven't seen each other in a few years, and a camping trip may be the best way to catch up. I'll make sure to keep my eyes open this time, though. This is the story of my first and last camping experience. I was 16 at the time, and my family, my mother, sister, and brother, had made plans to go out camping with our aunt, uncle, and 2 cousins over the weekend. This was my family's first real camping trip, while my cousins, aunt, and uncle had gone camping dozens of times. Our first afternoon and evening out camping actually went quite well. I surprisingly had quite a bit of fun. It was later that night, maybe around 10:30 or so, my cousins, my sister, and myself were settling into our tent. We were lying in our makeshift bed when we heard footsteps circling around our tent. Slightly alarmed by this, we sat up and noticed that whoever was outside circling the tent was holding what we assumed to be a stick and tracing the tent as they circled it. At one point, my sister sticks her hand out and feels a leg through the tent's fabric. We knew it wasn't our mother, as she has a trach, and her breathing is very deep and distinct. It wasn't our brother, because he was only 5 at the time, and we heard a grown adult's footsteps. The weight behind them really let us know that it wasn't a child. Our cousins informed us that it was probably their dad, who always liked to play pranks, especially at nighttime. We decided to look out the small window of the tent, or flap, or whatever you really want to call it, I don't know. It gave us a great view of the whole campsite. We looked towards the road that was right by our site, and on the road with my aunt and uncle walking back from the restrooms. My cousins, sister, and I started to connect the dots. Whoever was outside circling our tent wasn't a member of our family. It was a complete stranger. And all that separated us from that individual was a tiny layer of fabric. As our uncle and aunt approached our campsite, we called for them to come over to our tent and told them what happened. Everything stopped after we talked to our aunt and uncle. We assumed the individual ran away when our aunt and uncle approached our campsite. My cousins and sister were still understandably freaked out about what had just happened. I, on the other hand, was so tired that I wasn't able to process what happened and how scary it actually was. The rest of the trip went seemingly well, and I enjoyed the rest of it as much as I possibly could. The worst part of it all is that nobody believed us. In fact, our aunt and uncle and mother made fun of us and told us that we were just being paranoid, as my cousin, sister, and I love everything creepy from conspiracy theories to urban legends. It still bothers me all this time later, because I never found out who that individual was, or what their intentions were. I also think, what could have happened if our aunt and uncle didn't come when they did? It's not like we'd be able to defend ourselves, as we were just teenage girls. Ever since then, I've been turned off of camping, and I don't see myself going again in the future. This is a Floridian cryptid camping story. I don't know if I sent this in before, but just in case, I'm going to send it to you again. I have made sure to put in some effort to make sure that all of my friends that were with us verified the same details that I remember. Anyways, back when I was in high school, sometime in 2016, my boyfriend asked me if I wanted to go camping with 2 of our friends. Their names were Gretchen, Cindy, and Daniel. I don't really like camping, but I love spending time with these three, and we would be graduating soon and moving on with our lives. So, during a Friday afternoon, we grabbed our favorite snacks from a 7-Eleven and drove to Claremont, as they used to have some cool woods. We set up our little campsite about 10 minutes from Gretchen's car and started playing Uno on a picnic blanket. Once it got dark, Daniel and I went into our tent, while Gretchen and Cindy went into theirs. I fell asleep relatively quickly, because I was just beat from the day. I had a relatively strange dream, where I was this creature roaming through the woods. It was like if you were watching through the view of a drone camera. I was moving very quickly, until I saw the embers of a fire, and started moving towards it. I realized it was our campsite, and I woke up in a cold sweat. I couldn't move, but I woke up Daniel and asked what was wrong, but I put my finger on his mouth and whispered, "I think there's something out there." We sat there just for a few minutes in silence when our tent's zipper started to come undone. I didn't look at it, but I could hear its raspy breathing. All of a sudden, there was a loud police siren that made this creature run off into the night. We got out of our tent and saw Gretchen and Cindy doing the same. As soon as we were in Gretchen's car, I asked what that thing was. This is what Cindy told me when I asked her to re-describe what she saw. It was tall, hunched over, black figure with the body of a sleek and slender figure, with the legs of a horse or maybe even a deer. Topping its body were the head of a human with antlers. She quickly grabbed her phone and played a police siren app she used to scare us. Whatever that creature was, it couldn't have been friendly, and I'm thankful Cindy scared it off. If anybody has any idea what this could be out in the woods of Florida, please let me know in the comments down below. This is not my story. This happened to my history teacher. He told this story to us once. We live in Anchorage, Alaska. Alaska is known for lots of nature and outdoor adventures. Many people like going hiking, kayaking, hunting, etc. My history teacher, Mr. C, decided to go camping by himself and his dog, Au in Talkeetna, which is probably about 3 hours away from the city. This area is well known for hunting. Mr. C finds a nice spot, and he decided to camp close to his truck. During the day, he played with his dog and did what most campers do, relax. It started to get dark, and he decided to get to bed. He had one person in his tent, which was himself, and his dog slept with him. Mr. C did have a knife and a gun with him. Toward the middle of the night, his dog kept whining. He figured his dog needed to use the restroom and unzipped his tent. Mr. C said his dog immediately dashed out into the woods. He thought this was a bit weird. He left the tent unzipped so his dog could come back inside. Mr. C is still laying there awake and suddenly begins to hear what sounds like someone walking towards his tent. He's silent and waits. He grips his weapon and stares at the open entrance and sees this strange human-shaped creature. He said it walked like a gorilla, but it was skinny, bony, and seemed to have no texture to its body. Mr. C froze in fear. He mentioned it was so dark he couldn't even see what it looked like, only its shape. Mr. C said it crept toward the tent entrance and just sat there. It just watched him lay there for 2 hours. It was sitting at the entrance of his tent. Mr. C didn't want to move. He had nowhere to go since this thing was blocking his way. He stared at it for the duration that it watched him sleep. It didn't move. It didn't budge. It didn't even fidget around as an animal would. At this point, he's wondering where his dog is and realized this is probably why his dog left. After a while, he heard his dog running back and barking in the background, and the strange creature jumped so fast and so high, it didn't even catch him to see where it ran off to. His dog came back to the tent, and Mr. C got the hell out of there in the morning. He said he'd never go back, and I don't blame him. I'm not really sure who came up with the idea first, But by day's end, we'd planned the destination and date. Although I'd been camping many times before, I'm almost positive neither Chuck or Glenn ever had. They had come into the family late in life, and my real dad had already died by then. He had been the guy who loved camping. My stepfather, not so much. Don't get me wrong, he's a great man, but the outdoors had never been his deal. The list of supplies needed for the trip was compiled and followed to the letter, including the 4 cases of beer. Perhaps the most important of all goods. We loaded up and been ready to leave at dawn the next morning. As we headed out, we had no idea of what lay ahead of us and how it would affect our connection to one another, a connection we once believed to be unbreakable. The 3-hour drive was uneventful and quiet. I was pleased to see how dry the surroundings were. Fire starting, while not hard for me, was not my strong suit, and I knew neither of my brothers had ever burned more than a cigarette. I brought along some lighter fluid just to be safe, although I never ended up needing it. While I worked on the fire, Chuck and Glenn set up the tent using knowledge they had learned watching YouTube videos. I had purposely got the easiest tent that I could find, yet it still took the better part of an hour before they had it up. The fire was already roaring by the time they joined me. I had buried the potatoes in the coals, prepared the steaks to be cooked, and was well into my second beer by then. The steaks didn't take long, and by dark, we were sitting down to a delicious meal. After dinner, the real camping began. I had chosen to camp out in the middle of nowhere on purpose. I knew we'd be more obnoxious and loud when we got drunk. More importantly, I like to make big bonfires and turn my music up loud. You can't do that with others around you. That evening turned out to be a blast. We blew through 2 cases and didn't pass out until dawn. It was something I needed to do for a long time. Despite the hangover, I resolved then and there, it was something we were going to do much more often. While I finally drugged myself from my sleeping bag, it was well past noon. Chuck and Glenn were already awake, sitting next to a cold fire. They both had a beer in their hand and looked happy to see me. I asked them what was up with the fire, and Chuck mumbled something about not being able to get it relit. That made me chuckle. I walked over to the tree line and grabbed a handful of wood. When I returned, I sat down with the dead coals and blew onto them. The coals lit up brightly and the fire was roaring again within a few minutes. Then I went to the creek to fetch some water. The look on their face was priceless. Chuck's jaw was hanging open and I could tell Glenn was aching to ask me how I did it. While I waited for the water to boil, I cooked up a large mess of eggs and potatoes, and we ate breakfast with a cup of coffee. Once I had eaten, I was feeling much better and suggested we go fishing. We didn't make it back to the camp until almost dark. Unfortunately, no one had caught anything. Nothing we could keep anyway. But I could tell Chuck had already caught a good buzz. I cooked what was left of the steak, and after we set to finishing what was left of the beer. This evening was much tamer than the one before. I didn't want to make a big fire. It would only be harder for me to put it out completely before we left for home. Most of the night, the 3 of us talked about unimportant things like girls and work. Around 2 in the morning, though, we decided to turn in, the beer long being drunk. My last memory was Chuck going to take a leak. He had drunk a lot more than Glenn or I. He fell several times trying to get out of his sleeping bag, but eventually made it out of the tent. I must have passed out just after that. The next thing I remember, the sun was already beginning to shine through the trees. I had to pee like crazy, so I fumbled my way to the zipper, trying not to wake the other 2 guys up. As I unzipped the tent, a weird burning smell similar to burned meat hit me. I figured one of the guys had already been up making breakfast. I looked behind me and Glenn was still asleep. Chuck must have been the one cooking, and he was terrible at it. I crawled out with a smirk on my face and a smart remark to him. I looked up, expecting to see my brother burning food, but what I was met with was a sight for serious horror. I never imagined I would see something like this. The fire was burned out and Chuck was nowhere to be seen. The dawn was still too dim to make out the large object laying across the dead coals. I walked up within a few steps and was hit fully by the burning smell. Then, all of a sudden, it hit me, what I was seeing.
Chuck was laying face down across one corner of the cold fire, and he wasn't moving. Without a second thought, I grabbed his body and rolled it over. All I could see was black and smell the terrible burning. I began yelling for Glenn, and when he didn't answer immediately, I ran to the tent and shook him. He was reluctant at first, but when I yelled, "Chuck's f***ing dead!" loudly in his face, he jolted upright and asked me to repeat it. All I could do was point towards the remnants of the fire and the horrible vision that the sun was making clearer by the minute. He flew from the tent in one quick motion and came almost face to face with the charred body of our dead brother. I stood behind him, and silently, with my eyes closed, Glenn fell to his knees and started wailing. At that second, I wanted to be anywhere but there. The sound of Glenn's haunting wails and the horrid smell permeating the air was worse than any nightmare I have ever imagined. A cold breeze was blowing across me, and that was when it became clear that I peed myself. It didn't matter though. With every second, the sight became clearer, and I was terrified to open my eyes. This was not the way I wanted to remember Chuck. I eventually crawled back into the tent and started crying myself. This continued for God knows how long, until I figured I should call 911 and let them know what happened. They arrived about half an hour later. When the coroner left with his body, I summoned the courage to come out. Glenn was speaking to some of the officers. The smell was still so bad. I began retching and retreated back into the tent. Soon after, another officer joined me inside the tent, and we talked about the trip and events of the night before. Nothing in particular. He left about 20 minutes later with the remaining officers. I began breaking down camp, and Glenn soon joined me. As we worked, nothing was said between us. I moved as fast as possible, hoping to soon be away from this awful place. Looking back now, I acknowledge I probably was a bit cold and uncaring. In my defense, I was the oldest and had the responsibility of notifying the rest of my family. I knew our mother was going to be crushed, and I wanted to tell her before she heard it from the news. When it comes to Glenn, I can't speak for how he was feeling or what he was thinking. No one has the right to dictate the other's feelings, you know? How to handle their grief, especially in a circumstance such as this. Telling Mom was really bad. She always wanted a large family. When Dad died, she thought her dream was over. However, when she met my stepfather and he mentioned adoption, she was overjoyed. Chuck and Glenn were actual brothers, about 2 years apart, and in their early teens, when Mom found them, boys their age were usually hard to adopt out. But Mom had fallen in love with them. I always considered them my blood, as did the rest of my family. Glenn and I stayed close to her for some time, knowing how hard Chuck's loss was. This was the first instance of where I began feeling Glenn harbored suspicions toward me. Nothing was said, but I caught him watching me with his unusual questioning look. Many times throughout that month, as the months passed more and more, questions began to be raised, many more than I care to mention. I had always assumed Chuck had passed out or tripped or fell into the fire, killing him. He had been much drunker than us. However, when the results came back from the medical examiner, certain things were off. The bruises, for instance, Chuck's back was covered in them. The thing was, Chuck played rugby with some guys from school and had for many years. Also, his skull was fractured, a worrying sign for sure. But even the doctor was forced to admit things like this happen in fire. The skull bursts or cracks from the heat. Horrible facts to hear, I agree, but for some reason they have cemented the suspicions in Glenn's mind. No matter how hard I try to show him this was the wrong time to be a part of some sort of conspiracy theory, he convinced himself I had something to do with our brother's death. I've had my own reservations toward Glenn and his relationship with Chuck. More than once. I saw them argue about something, but they stopped whenever I entered the room. Do I have my own suspicions? Yes. But now is not the time to fracture the family. Our mother needs us more than ever, right now. If she became aware of the distrust between us, it would not only break my heart, but it may just kill her. For the unforeseeable future, I'm going to do my best to bring us back together. If not for my mom's sake, perhaps Chuck's. On my own, I'm going to keep digging into the rift between the two brothers, and if it led to Chuck's death, even if it yields some terrible truth that I may not want to be aware of, I owe it to him. After all, Chuck was my brother too.
Thanks for listening to these creepy and allegedly true camping horror stories that'll freak you out tonight. If you enjoyed these stories, please be sure to hit that like button as it helps us out a ton. Subscribe if you're new to the channel as it helps us grow. If you're listening to this on Apple Podcast or Spotify, give us a 5-star rating over there. And if you have a story that you'd like to share in a future episode, be sure to submit it at swampdweller.net or r/thedarkswamp on Reddit. Thank you all so much, and I'll see you soon with another creepy video. Small towns. Growing up in them my entire life, I can surely tell you you'll never know what you'll find if you walk out in the woods just a little bit. I spent a lot of my days making bike trails, forts, and all kinds of cool things. I would dig down deep, make forts underground, or sometimes I'd even climb up into trees and make forts up there. And I saw my fair share of strange and wonky things. Welcome back to the swamp, my friends, and welcome if you're new. Today we're going to be sharing some creepy and allegedly true small town horror stories sent in by viewers just like you. As always, if you have a story that you would like to share in a future episode, be sure to submit your story at swampdweller.net or at r/thedarkswamp on Reddit. I'd love to share your story with everyone here in the swamp. And without further ado, be sure to punch that like button, subscribe if you're new, and get ready for some creepy and allegedly true horror stories from small towns. Hey Swamp Folk, have you heard about the Chilling app? The absolutely mind-blowing and game-changing app for scary stories and all-around horror content? Well, I've been working with them for about 2 years now, with my close friend Being Scared who started the app, and other great narrators like your maker, Mr. Creepypasta, The Dark Somnium, Let's Read, and many, many more. Every single week we upload hours and hours of brand new content. We have an exclusive ambient sound menu which has changed the game forever. You can change any ambient sound, music, or background noise you want without even interrupting the story at any given moment. Plus, so many more things are coming very soon. Independent horror movies, novels, classic horror radio, non-stop scary stories ranging from true crime, true scary stories, creepypasta, and more. Everything you need as a horror addict is right here in one app. Be sure to download your free trial with the link in the description today to try out the Chilling app, the number one place for horror. Man in the Bushes by Beastosaurus. So this event happened to me about an hour ago at a park near where I live. At around 11:30 p.m. on July 12th, 4 friends and I played Sardines at a park near us. Sardines is a game similar to hide and seek where there is one hider and the rest are seekers. However, once a seeker finds a hider, they hide with them as the remaining players continue to seek, and the game only ends once everyone has seen the initial hider. We played this game in a semi-forested area called We Go Park. It was pitch black except for the bright full moon. Between 11:30 to 12, we played about 2 games. The first game went great, with each of us adjusting to the new environment and competition. However, it was pretty creepy even before what happened next. The second game started fine. However, it became more disturbing as 2 friends and I were grouped, trying to find the hider. I, along with them, moved very slowly to avoid crunching on leaves or stomping on grass, to hear for possible hiders. And soon enough, one after another, we all heard something. I was the first person to hear anything. I quickly split off to find a quiet spot to hear something again, and very soon I heard a rustling in the bushes from a small concrete pathway that went through the park. The brush was up against a wooden fence that was the border of someone's backyard, I do believe. So, when I heard rustling coming through, I stood still to see if it was just an animal or if it was my friends who had initially hidden in the bush. A few seconds later, I heard a whispering from that same bush. So in a goofy moment, I rushed towards the bush, saying, "I hear you," to see if I could scare whoever may be in the bush, but my friends did not respond. I started walking away when I heard a whisper again. However, this time I understood what it said. Whoever was in the bush was repeating, "I hear you," back to me, but it just sounded wrong. As soon as I heard this, I returned to the small group of friends still seeking and told them about what had just happened. Their response shocked me even more. One of them said that earlier when they were seeking alone, they saw a pair of legs sticking out of the same bush and heard rustling. After all of us talked about the eeriness of the bush, we slowly walked back to the base, a tree on the other side of the park. We soon found the hiders and told them what had happened to us. They were hiding far away from the bush, across the park from the bush to be more precise. We were getting things ready to go when the same friend from earlier noticed a flashlight or a phone flashlight shine from where the bush was. Naturally, this freaked all of us out. Heading back home, we were all trying to comprehend what had happened near the frontier. Suppose it was some homeless guy or just an animal, even though it responded to me yelling at it. Whatever it was, I really hope I never experience it again when we're back at that park playing. Morgan Hill Spooky Experience by I'm Lost Help Me. Before the pandemic, this happened some time ago, and I'll avoid using individuals' real names to ensure nobody gets in trouble. Our story starts with myself and two of my best friends, Chris and Andrea. One night, after smoking and being bored, we three talked about ghosts and exploring abandoned places. I knew of a local haunted school about 5 minutes away that we could walk around. It had a first and second floor, and weirdly enough, most of the hallways were outside. Chris and Andrea seemed super into the idea, and we headed over there. Once we got to the school, it didn't feel as spooky as the usual times I had gone by myself, but it was still just as fun walking around the school smoking a joint with my friends. Andrea started fiddling with her phone and inviting her girlfriend and a few of her other friends to come, who I didn't really know, but they seemed chill. After about 15 minutes of hanging around the school, Andrea's friends drive up and mention, "Hey, there's an even creepier place like 30 minutes down here called Morgan Hill. We can get into it pretty easily." I was hesitant at first. I was super stoned at this point, and I knew that I'd have to drive to and from this place, and personally knowing the Morgan Hill area, it's entirely pitch black out there at night. However, my interest peaked when Andrea's friend started describing the place. She described it as not a typical home with a secret passageway inside. I was intrigued. I got into my car with Andrea, her friend, and Chris, while the other two friends, I don't remember their names, I only met them once, drove out to this house. The drive there had me quite nervous. There weren't many streetlights illuminating the road, and almost no cars were passing by. The street was very narrow, and once it started climbing into the hills of Morgan Hill, it would wind and weave up it. It didn't help that while I was doing this, Andrea's friend had stuck her whole upper half of the body out of the window and was pretending to be Superman. After all of this, we finally arrived at the house at the top of one of these massive hills, and it's not as dark as the drive up because of the moon. The house had a few street lamps around the grounds as well, no cars except for some construction vehicles, and one giant chain link fence surrounding the property. Andrea's friend, who I will call Superman for now, walked us around the chain link fence until we saw a sizable gap between it. Easily we slipped through and walked up the driveway. Immediately the first thing we were seeing were doors that were wide open. The garage door, the inside garage door, hell, a second door leading up to some weird stairs was even open. Even the front door was wide open, so naturally we walk in and there is little to note here. It's a big house, like huge, but completely empty. I didn't go into all of the rooms, it was just so massive. There was also so much plastic tarp lining the walls and some hanging from the ceiling, so you couldn't see too much. You'd have to pick up the plastic and throw it over you to come deeper into the house. So after a few minutes, Superman and her two friends just started running through the house, playing tag and just screaming, having a great time, while Chris, Andrea, and I head up the staircase we find. As I'm walking up this staircase, I notice the hallways lead to 6 rooms in front of me in a large open area with a vast window viewing over the city behind me. And I'm thinking, how much does this place cost? This is a giant house in California on a hill looking over the city of Morgan Hill and San Jose. Most of these rooms were empty, except one room with a bookcase. As soon as I see this bookcase, Superman comes up the stairs and proclaims, "I see you found it!" I'm a bit confused, and I'm sure she sensed this as she approached the bookcase and said, "Help me pull this thing." So I walk over and start pulling this bookcase away from the wall, and it swings open as if it were on hinges and opens to a small secret room. It wasn't a large room by any means, more significant than a walk-in closet, but it led to another staircase and had a small window inside looking over the front of the house. I'm equally intrigued and creeped out because this is a secret passageway, but why have it on your home in the first place? I walk down the stairs and end up in the garage and back into the first floor where Superman's two friends are still running around like crackheads. I walk back up the main staircase, upstairs, and find Chris and show him the bookcase. Their reaction was the same as mine. Why is it here? Why would they need a secret pull-out bookcase leading to the stairway into the garage? Why? It doesn't really make sense. After searching most of the room, one of Superman's friends yells from downstairs, "Hey, there's a giant hole in this room!" We all looked around and slowly got to where the yelling was coming from. Sure enough, the entirety of the room we were looking at did not have a floor. Wait, that's not a room, it's just a shaft or an elevator they don't have done yet. Okay, an elevator at a house that goes down? That doesn't make any sense. The person who lives here has some serious cashola, that's for sure. But also, we're on the first floor and this hole goes down. Does that mean that somewhere under this house, they have some sort of lower basement? I don't even know how you would even make that happen. California is notorious for not having basements in their homes, so this one having a basement is already strange as it is. I had to see it, and before we left, I tried to make our way around the cellar. We were all looking for a third staircase leading down, and sure enough, after a few minutes, we find the stairs to the basement. Fumbling along the rail that leads down the stairs, we make it to the bottom, which is pitch black. No more light from the street lamps on the property, just absolutely black. I throw on the cell phone's flashlight and see that there is also a few rooms down here. I immediately look around and start walking away from the staircase where the elevator shaft was. And further down, it looked like there were 3 total rooms. On the left was this long, narrow room, and honestly, I could see this being used for some sort of fancy wine or other alcohol storage, but the other 2 rooms were, anything but excellent. One room had a bench, but different from a bar that you would move around. It was built into the wall, and the room was tiny, only a little larger than that of the staircase leading down to the garage itself. And the third room was probably the scariest for me, which after seeing this and thinking about it for years, really got me wondering, who the hell is the person who owns this house? In the middle of the last room, this was the furthest room away from the stairs, was a chair. But not just any standard chair, it looked like a dentist chair, but not quite the same. It had straps on it, like whoever would be sitting there would be getting strapped in so they couldn't get out. But why was it here? Why was there a bench and a bookcase, and why were things seeming so secretive? I don't understand, and it's freaking me out the more we find. Seeing this shook Andrea, and she and Superman started arguing about what this house was and how she even knew about it in the first place. We only stayed for a little while after this. While we were leaving at some point, Superman lost her phone and wallet outside of the house, and we left them there. I still don't know what was going on with that house or anything at all, but I do know that shortly after this, Superman started getting harassed by someone randomly, and even worse, the day after she went and tried to find her phone, she couldn't find it anywhere, but we were able to track it, and she was shocked to see it pinging about a block away from where she lived. She had gone and tried a place where it was saying her phone was, but they were still waiting for someone to answer at that location. From what I heard, the harassment on Superman lasted about probably 3 or 4 months before it stopped. So my apologies if this story wasn't super scary, but honestly, this is the weirdest experience I've had while doing some urban exploration. Voice in My Head by Out of My Element 1145. A little backstory. I'm from Northern California, the Sacramento area. All my life I wanted to be a cop. Spare me your anti-cop comments, political thoughts, or ignorant BS regarding the profession, please. After the Army, I got hired as a sheriff's deputy in Sacramento area in the late 2011. Regular 12-hour patrol shift duties, answering calls, and doing standard cop stuff, and then I would go to CSI calls of very sad things, suicides and murders mostly. By early 2017, I was severely burned out and found a new purpose in life and quit. This story occurred at the end of 2016. I'm not religious at all, but I am spiritual. The house I grew up in was haunted by something severe, and I've experienced my fair share of serious paranormal events, but nothing since about the age of 15. I was about 33 years old when this whole thing started. In late 2016, I was working day shift patrol in a smaller town in our county. I got sent to the Safeway grocery store to report domestic violence that was occurring in the store. Being a deputy, I was alone and had no partner, but I have a backup that's coming, and they're about 20 minutes away. It's reported that a young Hispanic male is slapping around a younger Hispanic female. It's over now. They are checking out and not fighting anymore. I show up and enter the store and immediately recognize these people. They are northern gang members. You see them now and again in the area, but it's semi-rural, and these people mostly lurk in Sacramento and don't come out to these small towns too much. We were about 30 minutes outside of the Sacramento city line. I won't go into the whole thing, but I could tell how they were dressed, talk, and appeared that they didn't mean very much good business. The dude had a teardrop tattoo on his face and a crap ton of tattoos on his neck. I knew what I was dealing with. They are compliant, saying nothing happened, and agree to come outside to talk. I pat them down, separate them, handcuff them, sit them down at a reasonable distance apart from each other, and start interviewing one half of the party to figure out exactly what went down and if anyone needs to go to jail. They are both sitting on the curb outside the store with their legs kicked out, facing the parking lot. My back is to the parking lot, facing the store. It's about 7 p.m. in the middle of a weekday in a strip mall. There are dozens of people shopping and going about their business. As I'm talking to one of them, getting their half of the story and taking notes, I, clear as day, hear the most beautiful female voice I've ever heard. It sounded smooth and like a really good computer AI. Like that customer service phone support AI that you can't tell is human or not, but it's just a little too perfect to be human. The voice spoke inside my head. This is not my gut feeling, inner monologue, sixth sense, training, or whatever you would call it. It was outside. It was something that was not mine, or from my thoughts, and it was beaming inside my head. All that it was saying was, "Turn around." At the same time that it took them to say turn around, maybe a split second, I simultaneously saw my entire life flash in front of my eyes, and then saw a Hispanic man in his 30s wearing blue jeans, Adidas shoes, and a red plaid long sleeve logger gang member shirt walk up behind me and shoot me in the back of the head in the parking lot. It was like a 33-year-long movie of my entire life just played in half a second inside my head. So when a disembodied voice tells you to do something, you do it. I turned around, and the exact person I saw in my vision of me dying wearing the same clothes with the same actual cars in the backdrop behind him as if it were a picture walking behind me was literally 15 feet from me. Like the guy from my vision, the exact person is now standing behind me. I confront him without pulling out my gun and immediately can tell this dude is legit and is up to no good and is trying to sneak up behind me purposely. I'm a professional but firm, trying to address the situation and at the same time process what had just occurred. I don't have time to deal with this guy and the other two detained persons. The short of it is that the two people arrested are his friends, and he wanted to see what was happening as he was concerned for their well-being. Yeah, no, he gets told to fuck off or he's going to go to jail. And he agrees that's a good idea. He walks away into the parking lot and disappears from the view amongst the cars. Like, walks away quickly, 100 meters, and appears to be gone. I go back to interviewing one half of this domestic violence situation, and about a second later, the same thing occurs like as the first time. Voice, vision, gang member, etc., same thing. I turn around and again pull out my gun. I regret not pointing the gun at him and telling him to get on the ground. I would love to know if he had a gun, but I suspect he did based on how he was walking, holding up his pants at the belt buckle and moving behind me. I ask my cover officer to expedite with lights and sirens, and the second guy hears the sirens and he quickly walks off into the store and disappears. Don't ask me why I didn't do what I knew was right, and as I was trained to do, point a gun and detain him. I just didn't. All I could think of is I wanted this asshole away from my presence. I don't want to search for him, get near him, talk to him, or deal with anything about him. All I want now is for him to not exist and to be gone. He had horrible energy, like almost evil. I've only felt that energy coming from one other person maybe twice in my life. People that have experienced this might know what I mean. And that's essentially it. My partner shows up, we deal with the couple, and the male basically goes to jail for beating on his girlfriend, and she does her business. I go into the store with my partner to look for the gun guy, and we never find him. He must have gone out another entrance. I didn't mention it to anyone for years, and definitely not to any other cops, as they would have taken me off the streets. I can't prove it occurred other than my word. One of the single craziest things that have ever happened to me. I've heard a lot of other weird stories as a cop from other cops regarding hauntings and bizarre stuff, but this was very mysterious. Take the report as you will, and I hope you enjoyed it. La Baranza by Anonymous. Hey, it's me again. I sent in a story before, and I have another story to share. This story is not mine, but of a town close to my dad's hometown. I heard this story from my grandma during dinner one day, and I was horrified and disgusted with what happened in La Baranza in Guanajuato, Mexico. I don't know the names of these people I'm about to tell, but let's just call them Raul and Cecilia. So, one day, there was a woman named Cecilia who was mad at her son Raul, and Raul was angry at his mother for being mad. And from what I have heard, Raul was a good man. He was an average 17-year-old hard-working kid, and had a lovely girlfriend. Then the next day, they were even madder at each other, so that's when Raul left the house for the whole day until the night. When he was going to come back home, he had planned to do something truly gruesome and evil. Cecilia kept the house locked because there had always been terrible stuff happening in the area, and in this small town, crime was definitely nothing to turn a blind eye to, and so she was always aware of her door being closed and locked. And one night at around 1 a.m. when she was sound asleep, someone broke into her kitchen window, and that woke her up immediately. She was a very light sleeper, so she went to check it out, and she was horrified by who she saw. It was her son, Raul. He broke the kitchen window with his bare fist, and she saw blood on them, and she saw that he had a machete. He ran and brutally slaughtered her with it, and what he did next was very evil and disgusting. He chopped up her body parts, carved out her eyes, and left them in the restroom shower, and then raped her. Then the police showed up. A neighbor of Cecilia called the cops when she heard a window breaking and screaming. The police immediately handcuffed Raul and arrested him. The next day, Cecilia's husband, or son, I don't really remember, had arrived at the house after being notified of what happened. When he went to the bathroom, he was terrified and heartbroken at what he found. He found his mom's eyes in the shower. Cecilia was a good friend of my grandma and aunt, they said, and she didn't deserve to die in that disgusting way. I don't know what else happened, but I do know that Raul is still in prison. I hope that bastard never gets out of there for what he's done, and lives there for the rest of his miserable life. Thanks for listening to these creepy and allegedly true small-town horror stories sent in by viewers just like you. As always, if you have a story you would like to share in a future episode, whether it's from a small town or something else, be sure to submit it at swampdweller.net or Welcome back, Swamp Folk. It's good to see you back for another video and another new year. Maybe I'm just getting old, but it feels like these years are going by much faster than they used to, that's for sure. Regardless, we're about to discuss the technically unsolved double murder of Julie Williams and Lolly Winans from 1996. More commonly known as the Shenandoah murders, the couple was simply enjoying a romantic getaway when their lives were tragically cut short. Wikipedia lists Shenandoah National Park as having just under 80,000 acres and encompassing 8 counties along with parts of the Blue Ridge Mountains in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Roughly 40% of the land has been designated as wilderness areas and is protected by the National Wilderness Preservation System. Most of the park's main road, Skyline Drive, traces along the mountain's ridge lines. The Shenandoah River and its broad valley are on the west, and the rolling hills of the Virginia Piedmont are on to the east. Legislation to create the park was first introduced in 1901, but even Theodore Roosevelt's support wasn't enough to get the job done. Thus far, national parks were solely located in the west. The first eastern parks weren't established until 1919, and even then it was an additional 6 years before plans for Shenandoah were authorized in 1925. That's when the real struggles began. The creation of this park could be its own episode, but it finally became official on December 26, 1935. One particularly interesting detail I noticed when researching the park is that it seems to have less crime than many others we've discussed. While yes, there are some incidents and accidents do happen, there hasn't been a single murder since those of Julie and Loli in 1996. Anyways, now that you know a little bit about Shenandoah, let's get right to business. Julie was 24 years old and Lolly was 26. They met in the 1990s when they were both members of the Woods Women, a now defunct organization for women who enjoy learning and adventure. Both ladies were survivors of sexual assault and felt this group gave them a renewed sense of physical embodiment, power, and autonomy. Soon after, their friendship began to evolve, and the two fell in love. According to Blue Ridge Outdoors magazine, Loli was a good-time girl who enjoyed drinking and smoking. She was born in Michigan and The Graveyard in the Woods by Veronica. Hello, Swamp Dweller. My name is Veronica, and I am a 21-year-old female. As a child, I grew up in a rural California town called Weimar. In Weimar, there is an old tuberculosis institute with a graveyard about a mile into the woods. There are hundreds of graves, and only about 50 of them have names on them. Anyway, when I was roughly around 8 years old, I used to walk around that graveyard by myself and meet my friend Eleanor, who was also about my age. We loved it because it was so quiet. It was like we had our own little oasis where no one else would be but us. I realized, looking back, that this was a bit weird. There were never any birds, no lizards, or any wildlife. Nothing would ever cross the fence line. After a while, I got bored and decided to sneak out and play with my friend at night one time. When we met up at the graveyard, it was about 11 p.m. She was already there waiting for me, but something seemed off. She was scared, and as I got closer, she whispered, "Run, you need to run. Whatever you do, don't turn around, or it will catch you." I was alarmed by this and asked her if everything was okay. As I said this, she vanished, and all I could see was a deer standing about 100 yards away. As I watched, it looked at me and stood on its hind legs. It was then that it started to, I don't know how to explain it, maybe change. I felt absolute terror as this thing's top head turned humanoid. Its arms were unnaturally long, with talon-like claws. Its face stayed similar to a deer's, but its eyes were blood red and glowing. Its teeth were long and needle-like. Blood was dripping from its antlers. I was frozen in fear, not knowing what the heck I was looking at. It started to charge at me at an insanely fast pace. I started running, but needed to be faster. It caught up to me very quickly and knocked me to the ground. Then it smiled this evil grin, and it started to claw at me. Luckily, I rolled out of the way just in time. I managed to get up and start running, but I ran into a tree. I screamed in pain as I fell to the ground again. Before I could look back and see this creature coming toward me, Eleanor appeared behind me and started throwing rocks at the creature. It screeched in anger and started chasing her. I took this opportunity to run home. Blood was trailing behind me, and apparently I had hit my head much harder than I thought because I was very woozy and there was blood all over my hands. When I got home, my mother drove me to the ER and I underwent 6 hours of testing and all that good stuff, got multiple stitches and the 9 yards. I have never returned to that unholy place. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that cemetery, but thank you for reading my story, and if anybody has any idea what this creature could have been, please let me know. Living Across from a Cemetery by Pam M. Hey Swamp Dweller, my name is Pam and I'm from North Mississippi. I have a paranormal story to share for you. It's not the most scary, but it's actually kinda creepy. Sometimes though, when I think back on it, it gives me a good laugh. Anyway, I used to live beside an old cemetery when I was a child. Some of these graves were from the 1800s, and they were pretty cool. My house was across the street from the cemetery, and my family and I experienced many events during the 12 years we lived there. we witnessed a large orange gaseous ball roll out of the cemetery gates and down the street before dissipating. We did learn that many people would see these strange gases rising from the cemetery. It was scary and weird. Also, when returning from dates, my sister would frequently see a man standing beside our house. But when my father would go out and check, there would never be anyone there, and there was never any sort of footsteps or any sign that somebody had been standing or walking around the house at all. There were also many nights that the garage door would shake and rattle to the point that it seemed whoever was trying to get into the house would rip the door off the hinges. Again, my dad would go outside and never see a thing. He'd even try slipping around the back of the house in complete darkness, being super quiet to try to sneak up on anybody who may be there. But when my dad would enter the garage, it would go entirely quiet, and there was never a single soul around. Every night my mom would lay my clothes out for school, but occasionally I'd have one shoe missing. Everything would be precise as my mother left it the night before, except for that one shoe. We would always find it in the most strange of places. We knew none of us would put it in those areas because most of the time none of us could even reach it. But let me get to the funny story, I guess. First, I'll have to give you a bit of setup. My mom and dad had some great friends who had kids the same age as my sister and me. All their kids had children around our ages, so my dad fixed us a playroom in the basement with all kinds of fun stuff for us kids to do. So one night, while our parents were in the kitchen playing cards, 4 of us kids were in the basement watching TV, playing on the racetrack or something. This was around 1970, so we didn't have video games, so watching TV or listening to the records was the main activity. It was common knowledge that weird things happened in our house, and we kids were sitting around talking about it. The oldest of the kids was a boy. I'll call him D. D was probably around 15 or 16 years old, and he was the group leader. He was the oldest, and he was the only boy. His sister Mayla, who was 14, was there. My sister, who was 13, and myself, who was 8, were telling some of the strange things that had gone on around the house when we all began to hear knocking outside. It sounded like someone was forcefully knocking on the screen door that went into the basement from outside. We told my dad, and he checked it out, and you guessed it, nothing. So D, being the big bad boy of our group, flopped down in the chair and stated that he was not scared. He said that he didn't believe in ghosts. He then uttered taunting words as if he was speaking to a spirit. But what he said wasn't very nice. I can't recall his exact words, but I remember his sister saying that he'd better hope there's no ghost after all what he said. He then stated that he still would not be scared if someone flung open the door right now. Well, guess what happened? About 2 seconds after, both the basement door and the door to the house flung open at the same time. Now the screen door pulled out and the wood door pushed in, so there had to be 2 opposite motions for this to happen, and they were both locked. For them to fly open with such force just didn't make any sense. The force was so great both doors nearly came off the hinges. That screen door bent in a weird way, and it never was normal after that, and the doorknob from the wood door was pushed so hard it left a hole in the sheetrock of the wall. So now, there were 4 of us kids, 3 girls ages 8 to 15 and 1 boy, 16. Big strong D knocked all 3 of us out of his way, running out of that room. He was so terrified that he shoved me, my sister, and his sister into a wall to get by us as we all jumped up and ran to our parents. When I got to my dad, D was in his mother's lap, and D was a big old Mississippi boy. That boy, who wasn't scared of ghosts, crawled into his mother's lap quickly after those doors slammed open. We never really figured out what happened. But D never again said he didn't believe and never again taunted ghosts. I don't know what was wrong with that house. I have to assume living next to a cemetery caused a lot of weird energy to go down. The Cemetery Stalker by E. Double Addict. I've been friends with this guy named Ryan for about 8 years now. We met in the 4th grade. We just finished our junior year of high school. He and I have been big fans of random walks, just taking walks and hikes into random areas. We've been doing it for a couple of years now, during the winter, spring, summer, and fall. Safe to say we love taking walks. He lives a few blocks away from a cemetery, and usually we go straight 2 blocks to get there and take a right down a hill. There's this bridge that we have to cross. Then there's the cemetery. It's located on a large hill, so it's pretty visible if you're there. We grew distant during our 8th grade year and didn't hang out very much. I became the popular kid, which was shocking since I have always been an introvert. But anyway, I digress. The point I'm making is we only went on a few walks together that year. As a stroke of luck would have it, we would rekindle our friendship the first year COVID hit. We hung out more and more and talked a lot. We started walking to the cemetery and noticed this yellow sports car was always parked there. We didn't really think much of it. Maybe someone was grieving. It's a cemetery after all. We continued walking there, and the yellow car was at the same spot every single time we went. The lights were always turned off. It just sat there for hours at a time. Again, we didn't really think much of it, I guess. After becoming a little more distant my sophomore year, we began hanging out more during the beginning of our junior year. We went to the cemetery like usual, and there was that same yellow car as always. It was just there doing nothing. We both knew it wasn't a worker since the vehicle was parked in the middle of the path you would drive through, not like at a parking lot or on the side of the road or anything. But we still carried on. Fast forward to May of 2022, we were just about to finish our junior year. We went to the cemetery sometime around 9 p.m. Since I got a job at a pizza place in January, I always worked from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. every weekday except Thursday. We walked like usual, talking about true crime, how dry our love lives are, and the movies that were coming out soon. This time, however, we noticed the car wasn't there. The cemetery has a lot of hills and stretches out, maybe a few thousand graves with still more room to go. You have to walk up a mountain to get to the main area actually, and most of the graveyard is still not visible because of the hills. We continue walking to where the car usually parks since we've never actually been there. We continued talking about our lives and just silly nonsense when we noticed a car driving in the path. We didn't think much of it, again this is a place of grieving. But we saw that it was yellow. When it came close to us, the same type of headlight, same license plate, it was dark then, so we had to rely on our flashlights on our phones to see around. We got a little freaked out but carried on. We walked until the yellow car stopped at its usual place. We stopped roughly 30 feet away from the vehicle, for a second with our flashlights on. We heard the door open and footsteps approaching us. We gasped and shut off our phones. We bolted away. We were faster than whoever that was, but we knew they were running after us. I asked Ryan in a whisper if he had brought any pepper spray, and of course he wouldn't bring it the one time we would need it. We hid behind big gravestones for a couple of minutes waiting to see if they would run past, but they never did. They must have given up. We waited another couple of minutes, bolted out of the cemetery entirely out of breath, and never looked back. We joked about it a little since before we went into the graveyard we said, imagine if something terrifying would happen, and speak of the devil. What would have happened to us if they had caught us? What would they have done to us? I don't know. I'm just glad that we took extreme caution when we saw that car. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be here to write this. Old Cemetery Hauntings by Rainer G. I've always looked the paranormal side of things to be mostly plausible. However, I've experienced things here and there since I was a kid that I'm confident can't be explained by science or illusion, but only as something otherworldly. Although nothing I've experienced has ever been necessarily disturbing, they have given me a lot to think about. One of these was the most personal and long-lasting experiences I've ever had, and this took place in May of 2014. Just as some background context, I live in Central Florida. Since it is a very touristy state, of course towns and other areas like to try and brush over the dark history and even erase it by building over top of it, trying to rewrite the narrative around it to be harmless and seemingly squeaky clean. In reality, Florida is the most southern state you can get. The Klan, Manifest Destiny, Civil War battles and skirmishes, Native American tribe displacement and eradication. Well, I guess you could say attempted eradication because obviously the Seminoles are the only unconquered people, but I digress. If you ask the right people, some of the popular tourist attractions around me will tell you the truth about the atrocities there. So yes, it's likely that most of this state has some activity. At the time, I was in the 7th grade, and throughout the year, I had heard about my friend Bryce, who lived out on the beach in a 4-story house. He had the entire attic and top floor to himself. The beach would be another 250 yards out from his house, and next to his house was an empty lot followed by an old graveyard, then apartments and housing. The headstones mostly faced towards the beach, but its entrance was towards the street behind it. I believe this graveyard was one of two things, but I can't remember for sure. It was either formerly a slave graveyard from Civil War times that turned into a segregated graveyard until the 1900s, somewhere between 1900 and 1909, or a Native American graveyard from the displacement projects or wars in the 1810s to 1850. I'm leaning towards the latter though, because I've never been able to find out more about this graveyard. Bryce had told me about one night he couldn't sleep or something of the sort, and he looked out his window into the pitch black night to see a set of blue, glowing eyes looking at him from the graveyard. I would like to know what time of night it was. This had likely happened because the graveyard was in the process of being built over. They were laying foundations and uprooting the graves. They were just removing the headstones for most of it though. They weren't even actually taking the bodies or the bones and moving them, just the stones. Bryce was also a bit naive, but I never got the impression from him that he'd lie about something like this. I was intrigued and wanted to see it for myself. I finally got my chance on May 14th of 2014 on the last day of actual non-exam filled school. When we went on a field trip to a local theme park and ended the day having a party on the beach at Bryce's house. During this party, I made sure to get him to take me over to the side so I could go see it. He left me for a while. I looked at it and took out my for emergencies hand-me-down phone and took some pictures as I had seen others do online. I truly regret to this day trespassing onto it and looking at these gravestones remaining. But my 13-year-old self didn't think that nothing could happen, you know? During the time I was taking these pictures, I did notice some people walking by on the street, but I'm sure no one was there by the time I took the pictures and left. I didn't see anyone at the time and went about the party, but when I got home and looked over the pictures, I found that there were 3 pictures that I took that clearly had a couple of people in them standing near the front of the gates. From the lower quality images, I could just barely make out that they looked like Native Americans. They were definitely from the Seminole tribe, which was the leading band of Native Americans who fought during those years previously stated in the beginning of the story. I always planned to move those pictures to a different phone over the last 8 years, but only a few weeks ago, back in November, did I remember about these at all. I guess I deleted these pictures or lost them sometime along the way, and of course I know this cliche, but just know they weren't anything special, but I had a weird and genuine, strange experience in a graveyard. Stuck in a Graveyard by Anonymous. This happened to a friend of mine this past summer and myself. We decided to go to a more miniature graveyard out of town, maybe 20 miles away or so. He wanted to go to his uncle's gravestone and try to talk to him. I believe we did attempt to contact him in some way. We, of course, wouldn't trust just any spirit talking to us, and we didn't. We finished up our visit and eventually made our way back to the parking lot to start the truck, and as I tried to put it into drive, it just wouldn't move. It was not shifting anywhere out of park. Mind you, it's near 2 a.m. or so. It's in the middle of the night, pitch black in the middle of nowhere. We don't think about it and go about trying to diagnose the issue with the truck without finding any reasonable problems. At this point, the spirits in the graveyard are mostly leaving us alone. We called our buddy, who was nearly 40 miles out from us, to come pick us up. We both suddenly get this eerie feeling and can almost see all of these spirits in the graveyard start circling us. This was the first time that I had ever felt genuine fear of ghosts. Their energy was radiating negativity and was feeling as if it was growing and growing more powerful the more freaked out we got. I felt like I was being watched by a million eyes. Our friend, thank the Lords, picked us up just before 3 a.m. hit. I would not want to know what would have happened or what we would have seen if we had been there for any longer, especially with the Devil's Hour coming very soon. We eventually did get the truck towed to a mechanic who said the damage on the line was going to the transmission, and he had not ever seen anything like this before. Not normal wear or tear. It was like something had taken thousands of tiny little nails and were clawing at it. It's definitely interesting.
Small Town, Oregon, by Anonymous. I live in a small town in Oregon. It was isolated. Very little traffic traveled along the long, winding country roads. At the time, I was 14 years old, living on a farm with my parents, grandparents, cousins, and brother. The reason we all moved in together is something that I'd rather not get into. But needless to say, it could have been better. But we made the best of it. When most people think of Oregon, you probably think of places like Portland or Salem. But there's a whole other side to this state that is much less talked about. Beyond the cities are forests that stretch for miles and miles, sprawling with all forms of wildlife within its vast terrain. We've seen just about every wild animal the state has to offer. Instead, it'd be an elk crossing one of our pastures or a black bear hunting for food in the nearby ravine. However, nothing would compare to what my cousins and I saw just a few weeks ago. Allow me to introduce my cousins. Cade is age 14, Jack is age 16, and Mason is 20. We all decide to walk around our stables to check up on the horses. The stable was about a 5-minute walk from the farmhouse. It was about 6:30 p.m. when we set off, and it was starting to get dark. On the way there, Cade pointed out something in the middle of the pasture. "Hey, look. What is that?" We all turned to see what he was talking about. There was a figure that resembled an abnormally tall man. Judging by the distance, it was at least 8 feet tall. But something was off. It seemed to be hoisted atop a pole with its arms dangling. Since when did Grandpa start using scarecrows out here? That's what I guessed when I was first looking at it. Feeling of fear overcame the four of us. It was as if whatever was on that pole was waiting for us to make a move. Even Mason was spooked. I don't have a good feeling about this. I think we should turn back. We all retreated to the farmhouse. Mason turned back one last time before we could enter. What in the actual hell? He stammered as he pointed in the direction of the quote-unquote scarecrow. We looked back, and then we froze. The figure had somehow moved much closer to us. Much closer. It was now only about 50 feet away, and it was too noticeable for us to dismiss. We could now see certain features. The thing had a burlap sack on its head, and what looked like a bloody smile carved into it. It wore a ripped plaid shirt tucked into a black pair of jeans. Before we could even react, the scarecrow leapt down from the pole on all fours and began moving at us at a pace that was inhuman, that frightened the absolute daylights out of me. It uttered the most disturbing shriek I have ever heard. The four of us quickly made our way back to the farmhouse, practically shoving each other to get through the front door. Thankfully, we all managed to escape with our lives. But the story does not quite end here. No. We didn't know what to tell our grandparents, so we kept this to ourselves and hoped that the creature would never return. Later that night, we woke up to Mason shouting and pointing at something outside the window. When we all got up to see what it was, whatever he saw was gone. It could have been a nightmare, but the fear I saw in his eyes told me it was that same creature we saw in the fields. We have since named it the Cornstalker. Something tells me that this is only the beginning. We are the only ones out here for miles and miles. Winter has arrived. We will likely be snowed in with nowhere to run. We hope it never returns, but I get the feeling that it's never quite left. Fast Old Lady in the Woods by Sylvie May. I'm glad I found this show, because honestly I love remembering the story. It's the weirdest and most wild thing that's ever happened to me. Also, I'm not great with words or typing something out, so I'm very sorry about that. This was in the 9th grade. I was walking this vast state park, which was right outside the town I lived in. My friend and I would go down the trails every now and then. We had been walking for about 10 minutes when we realized an older lady was not that far behind us. I only really noticed it because of how out of place she looked. It's like she came straight out of an old folks' home and was just dropped in the woods. We were joking about how creepy she was and sped up, trying to put some distance between us. Oddly enough though, every time we would do this and would look back, she would still be there. We did this multiple times. We still thought it was funny for some reason though. We actually ended up running down the trail at some point until we got to a small bridge. We hopped off the bridge into a creek and then went around a bend. We could still see the bridge from where we were, hiding. We cracked up about the whole thing when we saw the old lady again.
We ran for a good couple of minutes. Like, she shouldn't have caught up that fast. It was almost impossible. It was like she knew when we went off trail, because every single time, no matter how far we were off trail, she would somehow be right there, staring at us from the trail. I don't really even know how to explain this. It's weird. That was really it, though. Nothing more happened. It was just this creepy event of this fast old lady who somehow could keep up with us no matter where we went, and always knew where we were hiding in the woods, no matter how quiet we were and how far we went off the trail. Backcountry Camping by Benny. I was very hesitant to send this encounter in, but people should know what happened to me on November 1st of 2022. My backcountry camping trip was underway as I left my home in South Carolina and ventured towards the western portion of North Carolina to a place called Linville Gorge. This was a solo trip. I had planned for about a year or so to stay for a few days on the Forest Service Road leading to Wiseman's View, a series of overlooks displaying the Linville Wilderness, Table Rock Mountain, and Hawksbill Mountain. I wanted to avoid going as I had a few spooky encounters in those areas in the past. Nonetheless, my goal was to enjoy the freedom and solitude of the mountains. The drive up was uneventful but long and drawn out, putting my time into the evening hours and about an hour of light left to set up camp. As I made my way along the service road, I noticed no other campers or hikers at any of the many trailheads or pull-off campsites. This was very odd because the area saw quite a bit of traffic. My decision to camp began to dwindle as my mind wandered, and I decided to press on to the overlook area. I pulled into the overlook parking area, and again, there wasn't a single soul around. I parked my car, gathered a few things, and readied myself for the short hike. There were only 30 to 15 minutes left of light in the dimming sky. I made my way into the footpath, turning my headlamp on. Wiseman's View has 3 staircases that lead you down and onto the cliffside, but it was the one to the far right that I decided to view from. I clicked the power button on my headlamp, turned it off, standing in silence and watching. After about 10 minutes or so, I noticed there were no sounds around me. The wind was blowing, but there was no other sound. I thought this was very strange, but dismissed it entirely as I saw what appeared to be a star rising from the gorge, flickering and moving upward slowly. It was not a drone, a plane, or any naturally made light. Then I am hit with this extreme feeling of being watched, confused, and the light quickly shoots over the top of me, pulsating and changing colors. I can hear a voice shout for me to run, so I fumbled a bit, grabbing at my handgun, taking the safety off of it and wielding it in my right hand. With my left, clicking on the power button to illuminate my escape route with my headlamp. I keep hearing this voice yelling at me, over and over again, to run. As I'm running towards my car, there's this odd humming sound. It's not emanating from where I was at the overlook. Then it becomes almost like this wail-like groan. It sounded like the earth was splitting apart, and I was shaken to my core. The sounds stop and all goes quiet as I glance up and around, looking for the star-like object. But the sky is empty and still. I unlock my door, rip it open, and dive into my driver's seat. Then I am enveloped in the brightest white light from all directions. I then wake up in my car hours later the following day. The strangest thing of all this is what happened to those hours that the light occurred and I blacked out, but also what was resting in my left hand. A cold, hard quartz crystal. Not your typical formation. Still, I was absolutely mind-blown. It was beautifully formed, entirely optical and clear quality, flawless. Was I abducted? Was it the military, interdimensional beings? What happened to me? And where did the lost time in this crystal come from? Thanks, Swamp Dweller. I still have the crystal and made it into a pendant I wear daily. Always be aware while in the woods. By Hamish. I was on a working vacation with some of my family, my dad, and 2 of my sisters, and I've met one of my best friends. During the vacation, we went to Sweden to set up a camping ground so that people could set up camp in the next season. It was beautiful. They're dense woods and rocky areas that I adore since I don't have them back in the Netherlands. We got some forest, but no mountains. So this was exciting. Little did I know that that work vacation would not go as planned.
We spent 2 days working and finishing the campgrounds, so we got almost the whole week to do whatever we wanted after that. My sister and my best friend spent a lot of time in the vast lake in the middle of the forest, which was pretty amazing. We laughed a lot, made dumb jokes, smoked cigarettes, and had the best time of our lives. One of those days I spent on the water with both my sisters because my friend had something else to do. So we were on the water and I got bored. So I asked my sister if she could stop and set me off on the nearest part of the shore. So she did. And I knew I had to walk at least 5 kilometers, so about 3 to 4 miles, which isn't a problem to get back to the dense forest and back to that campsite. There were these huge rock formations that made it like a paradise as well too. So about 2 miles in, I came to the canal where I realized that I was standing on a vast island. I couldn't jump it or jump out into the water. Since it had just thawed out from winter time, I couldn't risk getting hypothermia, so I walked up the canal and found this huge fallen tree. I went and set 1 foot on it, and when it happened, 4 rapid, huge, and heavy footsteps on the forest floor from behind me. Nothing more, nothing less. I froze, not sure what to do. My mind went blank and I started to freak out a little bit because I thought it was a moose, and I didn't want to face down a moose in the middle of nowhere by myself. So I slowly turned around to see what it was. At first glance, I saw nothing, just bushes and trees, so I calmed down just a little bit, thinking it was all in my head. I turned around and set both feet on the tree trunk when I heard the snap of a twig just to my right. I looked, and I froze. Nearly 10 feet away was a tall, hairy figure behind a thicket of trees staring at me. We locked eyes, and I knew that it knew I spotted it. It went and stood up to nearly 8 feet tall as my fear fell over me. I needed to make a decision, and I needed to do it fast. Was I going to run, or was I going to stand my ground, since it could probably outrun me as it was slowly approaching? I could make out some details. It wasn't hefty built. I mean, it was not skinny either, but it didn't seem to be very beefed up either. It had long, brown hair, yellow eyes, and as I got closer, the smell of rotten flesh hit me like a punch in the face. It was at this point that I bolted, like a bat out of hell, not even thinking, just following my instincts. I ran across the tree through the forest. I heard rapid footsteps behind me and heavy grunting. I ran the last remaining 2 miles non-stop, even though the footsteps ended after a mile, and only spoke about it once we got back. I couldn't sleep that night because that thing was roaming the woods. I don't know what it was, who it was, but it heavily reminded me of the trolls of European folklore. I'll never know, but it does fit the description. And that's my story. Watch out when you're in the woods, because something or someone can always stalk or follow you. The Thing in the Woods by Nat N. This story happened to my friends and me about 2 years ago. For privacy reasons, I'll refer to my friends as Kyle and Jonah. We were all at my father's place for a weekend, just hanging out and having a grand old time. My father's area was very secluded and had a large forest next to it. One day we had the bright idea to go into the woods at night because we had just watched many scary movies, and honestly we were feeling brave. I'll admit it was a pretty stupid idea, but that's just how teenage boys are, you know? So as soon as it was dark outside, we descended into the woods. I was scared and asked them the whole time if we really wanted to do this. Kyle didn't know if he wanted to do it, but Jonah was hyping us up. When we were standing in the front of the forest, it was pitch black out. You couldn't see anything. At this point, I was like, guys, come on, let's go back. Dude, nothing is going to happen, Jonah replied. We walked this whole way. Now we have to do it, Kyle said. I chimed in, so I obliged. As we made our way through the forest, I was freaked out as possible. You know, I have no idea how more scared I could probably be. Every little sound was making me jump. I will admit I was being kind of a baby. But maybe it was warranted after all, because then it happened. Guys, there's someone behind that tree, Jonah said with a scared voice. Kyle and I thought he was joking at first, but we also saw it when we looked in the direction he was pointing. It's hard to describe, but it looked like something you couldn't make out behind a tree. It was tough to tell because of the darkness. Probably just a log or something, Kyle said, sounding pretty unsure. I was beyond freaked out at this point and begged them to go back. I guess everybody eventually agreed because we slowly descended back to the entrance. The thing also started moving. First, it started moving very slowly through the woods and started coming our way fast while making this grunting noise. We all panicked and ran back to my father's house as quickly as we could, hearing footsteps behind us the entire time. When we finally arrived, my father asked what had happened and why we were so spooked, so we told him. To this day, we have no idea what we saw that night, but one thing's for sure is I'll never go back into the woods when it's dark outside. Abnormal Experience at a Campground in Japan by Kai. I usually keep paranormal and odd experiences to myself, but what I recently witnessed left me terrified and shocked. And many of my local expat friends that live in Miyazaki, Japan, have been talking about feeling empty and slightly depressed lately. So I mentioned that I wanted to start my own YouTube channel where I review military food rations while camping with my dog. I already bought a GoPro and tripod for all of the snowboarding trips I go on during the winter. I also enlisted in the Navy and liked trying out canned food rations, so it could be a great way to start a new hobby and help me earn some money on the side. Japan had a holiday during the first week of November. I told my wife I would go camping with our dog Tomei for the first night in the mountains a few hours away from the city. She happily agreed, and my dog was also pretty excited to go on a trip, so we set out in the morning. I followed the campground directions on my phone's GPS, and it took me through a small abandoned town in the middle of nowhere up in the mountains on a very narrow road. Unfortunately, there were signs of rock falling everywhere and landslides that weren't cleared from the road. Whenever medium-sized stones blocked the road, I would have to get out of my car and roll them off. I eventually made it to the camp area, which was highly isolated. However, there was an elderly couple quickly putting their belongings away, and they didn't even notice me setting up my tent or my dog running around. They were out of the area within 5 minutes of my arrival and never said a word. I ignored them and thought maybe they were upset that me, being a foreigner, arrived at a remote campsite not well known to everyone. I ate my military ration, filmed myself reviewing the meal's contents, and had an overall good day. I felt so at peace being the only person in the middle of these woods, and after a cup of coffee, I walked to a waterfall located about 8 minutes outside the camp. While walking to the waterfall, I noticed a small shrine that honored the gods of the mountain, with fresh fruit placed under the statue as an offering. I brought my GoPro and got some great shots of nature, the waterfall, and all the other scenery. But I felt like I captured something I wasn't supposed to. While panning my camera up to the waterfall, I made out a small figure that seemed to be wearing a white cloak through the camera display. After that, I looked at the top of the waterfall and saw nothing with my own eyes. I returned to the camp to put Tomei in the tent, then started a fire and tried to upload my footage of the day to begin the editing process since I didn't have anything else to do. Unfortunately, I placed the SD card into my computer and all the files were immediately corrupted, erasing the entire day's footage. I was pretty upset and wondered why something like this would ever happen. This is a brand new SD card, a brand new camera. How can things like this go wrong? Something similar happened to me while I was on a train in Europe as I was uploading footage to my computer, but the train shook and caused some footage to be erased. This was the first time my SD card had ever been wiped. I tried putting it back in my GoPro again, but it just said error, meaning the card was fried. I thought it was extremely odd, but I tried to stay positive and explored the area around the campsite, looking for any bulletin boards with information, but there wasn't any kind of information. All of the bathrooms and cooking areas looked in disrepair. I built my fire as night fell and gathered some spare branches. Around 8 p.m., I could have sworn I heard a woman talking, but there was nobody there. There is only one entrance. I would have known if anyone had come in. I thought it could have been my imagination and tried not to psych myself out because I would spend the night alone with no cell phone signal and just in case anything crazy happened, I pretty much just have my hands and feet to defend myself. Once back at camp, I built a fire to deter anything from coming near me, and Tomei started acting very odd. Usually she likes to sit next to me when I'm relaxing outside, but she looked incredibly spooked, almost as if she didn't even recognize me. I went into the tent and started reading college papers on my phone. and all of a sudden I heard a woman screaming multiple times near the bank of the creek about 100 meters from my tent, and Tomei jumped up, staring outside while shaking. I have never seen her in such an alert state before. I have had many strange experiences in the past due to my travels and love of adventure, so I was utterly taken aback by this. I kept my camping shovel close and tried staying as still as possible so that I could hear any movement outside. I didn't hear anything and continued reading reports on my phone, slowly drifting off into a slumber. I woke up at around 2 a.m. to the sound of monkeys fighting in some nearby trees. I decided to take Tomei out for a quick pee, and we stayed near our tent. I was holding a lantern and saw a pair of glowing green eyes near the tent, on a tree. I looked at Tomei and then back at the tree, and the eyes vanished. I thought it must have been an owl or a monkey, and we returned to the tent, not thinking too terribly much of it. I awoke at sunrise, walking around the campsite, and noticed the tree where I saw the green eyes, and was puzzled because there was a rock wall behind the tree, and the tree stood alone. So a monkey or an owl had no reason to be in that particular tree. Not to say it's impossible, but to this day I have no idea what I captured on film that could have made my film corrupt instantly. Was it some sort of half-human, half-animalistic screaming creature? I don't know. I tried looking up any animal that would make such a noise, but the closest sound I came from was a fox. However, after listening to multiple recordings of foxes, I am doubtful that that's what I heard that night. What do you think? Was I paranoid, or was I listening to something unworldly that night? Japan is a host to many myths of strange creatures and spirits of the forest. Perhaps I encountered such an entity that night and was being watched the whole time. The Honey Island Rougarou by Boudreaux. Hi, Swamp Dweller. My name is Boudreaux, and I was born and raised in the Honey Island Swamp, one of America's most extensive and wild swamps, still mainly uninhabited. The Honey Island Swamp is located roughly about 30 minutes away from the famous New Orleans, which would explain the many encounters with voodoo, witchcraft, and just creepy stuff that lurks out in the cypress swamps. I have many stories of mine and my father that I would like to share for the future, but let's go where it all started. I grew up on a shack built upon a pontoon due to the unexpected changes in the water levels on the West Pearl River, and we lived off the land eating whatever we could catch, hunt, or anything in between. Normally this included things like turtles, crawfish, alligators, snakes, raccoons, and so much more. These were the times before the ever-expanding suburbs and the swamp tour boats were encroaching, so we could live in peace without being judged. But this also meant that the wildlife and other unexplainable things were more likely to take place. By the time I was 10 years old, I would run our small crawfish boat, or pirogue, deep into the swamp to check out our crawfish traps or trot lines, so I could help put food on the table for my parents and our 4 siblings. On this particular event, I took the small, motorized crawfish boat north towards the Bouge Chateau to check out a few trot and jug lines and maybe shoot a few animals from the ship for food. My motor was killed when I finished making my rounds through the sloughs and inlets. As luck would have it, I had no form of paddle on board, and the strong current of the Pearl River was pulling me downstream. Still, luckily, I pulled ashore before I hit any bad jetties. As I made my way ashore, I tried to figure out what was wrong with the motor. It was from the early 50s, so it could just be that it was old. After an hour of rest with no luck with the engine, the sun began to set and I wasn't too worried. For I've spent many nights in the swamp alone, which may not be ideal or even scary to others, but that's not a big deal. I was sure my father would come up the river to look for me once sun was up. I found a little bit of high ground a few feet off the river and climbed up a tree because one place you do not want to sleep is on the floor in a swamp. If a gator or a snake doesn't find you, the fire ants will. And I had been asleep in the old oak tree for a few hours until an unearthly howl awoke me. It didn't sound like the typical owl or coyote. We don't have wolves in South Louisiana unless they're in a zoo.
The howl startled me because of how stressed and deep it sounded. It also sounded very close. My young mind began to race thinking about the stories of the rougarou my mother would tell me to behave. This large wolf man would eat the bad children up if they didn't act well, which to me now is a child version of what it is. The rougarou is the result of some evil witchcraft or voodoo or evil spirit that haunts the swamps and bayous of South Louisiana in the form of a wolfman. 10 minutes after the terrifying howl, I began to hear the shuffle of the briar bushes near the base of the tree, and I prayed that it was a small rodent of some sort, but it was the complete opposite. The midnight moon lit the creature up as it stepped out into the clearing not only 15 feet in front of me. It was about 6 feet tall, with long hair and yellow eyes. This thing, whatever it was, stood on 2 legs, and the stench it let off was similar to that of a wet dog mixed with a skunk. I do not know if the creature saw me, but I felt it could smell or maybe hear me. I was frozen in fear, daring not to make a noise after what seemed like a lifetime of the creature stalking around the base of the tree. I could see a faint light and hear the roar of a boat coming up the river. The creature seemed scared of the raft and was gone by the time I looked back down. I jumped 15 feet from the oak tree, spraining my ankle in the process, and ran back to the boat as fast as possible to wave down the oncoming ship. I safely returned home that night and was terrified to enter the swamp alone, with or without proper equipment. I learned that the swamp holds much more than we know, for it is the unexplored areas that these creatures live. Today, 30 years later, many locals still call that animal that many have claimed to see the rougarou or the Honey Island Swamp Monster. Still, I can tell you, it's just one of the many unexplainable things I have witnessed inside the swamp. Thank you for listening to my story. If you enjoy it, there will undoubtedly be more about the Honey Island Swamp. My Michigan Dogman Encounter by Ellie D. Hello, Swamp Dweller. I have listened to your videos for about 4 years now, so I decided to share my Dogman story. I will give some background detail on this story to start. I am a 13-year-old female. I live in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan around the Morsing-Marquette area, and a side note, I live on Native American land far back in the woods. This story took place in about mid-August this year. I had invited one of my friends over. At the time, she lived on a road we call Old Indian Town Road. I'm not a native, but have always felt some spirituality like natives. I consider myself a psychic. So my friend, who I will call Chloe, was doing teenage everyday things. Eventually she got bored and we decided that we would go and see some cool things by ourselves. We got on our bikes and decided to ride them around. I am the most athletic of my friends. I play many sports and work out daily. Eventually we met up with some other friends and got tired of riding up and down the short road we lived on. It got to the point where only 3 of us remained. In the beginning, there were around 8 or 9 of us in total. At this point, it was around 9:30 p.m. I have always been terrified of the dark, so at this given point, I started to get uneasy naturally. I wouldn't say I liked being surrounded by thick woods on either side at 10 o'clock at night either. So we started making our way back up the road. The road is on a relatively steep hill, steep enough to where most people can't bike up without the struggle, even myself. I bike frequently, but I was tired from biking all day, so I strolled up the hill with my youngest person in the group right beside me. She started to get uneasy as well. The other friend was far behind us. He isn't a believer in anything supernatural. He was at the bottom of the hill and we were near the halfway point. Suddenly the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I thought I was being paranoid at first, until I had the sudden strange feeling to look to my right. I suddenly snapped my head in that direction. My friend from behind me was looking down, talking to me about something, so she didn't notice me stop. We were on the far left of the road, and on the right there was a drop that ran down very far deep into the woods. Very tall pine trees were filling that deep trench. The woods were so thick you couldn't see the ground and the makeshift track. When I looked over though, I saw a tall, skinny figure looking at me while clinging to one of those incredibly tall pine trees. It almost looked like an emaciated werewolf, but worse than its appearance was what it was doing. It swayed back and forth in the tree almost like a big cat, with large, orange eyes blinking at me occasionally. That's when my friend noticed I had stopped. She asked me what was wrong, and I didn't say anything. I didn't want to freak out anyone. I just started walking even faster. My guy friend was still at the bottom of the hill. My other friend and I were almost at the top. I had the worst feeling continuously washing over me. My guy friend finally noticed how far ahead we were and booked it to catch up with us. When we returned to my house, I told them what we saw. The girl behind me agreed that she didn't see what I saw, but definitely felt uneasy when she saw me looking to the right and then speeding up. Nothing more happened that night, but the next day I was walking over to my next door neighbor's house. I was walking over to the girl who was with me when it all happened. That day, she and I rode our bikes and talked about it the night before. It was a lovely day, so we rode our bikes until the sun set again. At one point, I went back to my house to grab something. Walking on the trail to get to her house, I got hit with a sense of dread. That's when she met me, and she started running with me because she felt it too. When we broke out of the tree line into her backyard, we heard a scream that sent us bolting toward her house, and that concludes my story. The Thing in the Snow by Dr. Null. To preface this, I am an avid hunter, and this is not my first time nor my last weird encounter I've seen while hunting. This encounter happened 2 years ago in December, and now on to the story itself. I went out hunting. I was hoping for a giant buck this day. On the drive to the spot where I parked my truck, I saw something, and it was truly odd. It was snowing out, so I could not see all that well, but I could have sworn I saw an outline of a person on a hill looking at me. It was my friend's land. It was private property, so no one should be here, but he let me and a few of our friends hunt here from time to time. So it was odd to see someone none of us knew were supposed to be here, and I was the only one of my friends who were supposed to be hunting today. I definitely made sure of that. I was thinking, sure, maybe somebody got lost, but there is so much signage that says this is private property, you'd have to be dumb to not see it. And it was so early in the morning, I figured it has to be somebody who doesn't have the greatest intentions. Anyway, I wasn't that worried, so I just parked my car and got out to my tree stand. I was there for a couple of hours, and I did not see a thing. I was waiting for something to walk by as the forest started to fall silent. And if you are a hunter, and pretty much anyone, you would know that if that happens, it's never a good sign. But then I saw the perfect deer walk in front of me. It was alone, and it was running, which was not all that uncommon, but it was frail looking. I did not fire at it at first. I just watched it. I looked behind it, and something jumped on it. A white human-looking creature. I clutched my rifle and looked down my sight for a better look, but it must have heard me. It looked up at me and smiled the most blood-chilling smile I have ever seen. I fired at it. It missed and hit the ground. It seemingly jumped back, freaked out, hissing at me. It started twitching and raising its head, and then everything suddenly froze. It froze in the air like something had happened. I could feel the utter malice this thing had for me. I reloaded as fast as possible and fired again. This time in this thing's chest. It fell again, but this time it did not get back up. I sat there for at least an hour. I dared not move in fear that this thing would get back up. Eventually, I got the energy to run back to my car. I got back in my car and drove away and did not look back. I don't know what that thing was. I've never seen it again, and I've never gone back. That's No Deer by Mickey L. My name is Mickey. I have no other explanation for this story, so I thought I'd share it here. I just turned 16 years old and decided on my birthday to stay and visit my sister, who lives in Cleveland, which is about an hour's drive away from my hometown. I had been there for a few days already, and since my birthday is on the 23rd of June, the 4th of July is right around the corner. I had been upstairs in the attic for a few days sleeping, playing GTA, and doing some other things to keep me occupied because I had nothing else to do since I couldn't drive yet and my sister was at work most of the time. One night, my sister Morgan and her boyfriend Nate were sitting downstairs in the living room watching TV when Nate asked if we wanted to go to this secluded park and light some fireworks off. I immediately said sure because I had nothing better to do and I knew some of the parks were secluded from the big city from Cleveland. So, after about an hour of persuading Morgan to go, we all jump into his car. It's about 75 degrees out and it's about 1:30 a.m. It's a relatively nice night. We were driving for about 15 minutes when we finally reached this park. We are going down this giant hill when it suddenly gets exceptionally dark. There's no light pollution and no other artificial light, just what you can see from the headlights. We're driving for 10 minutes when I see a deer on the side of the road, which is typical for a wooded park, right? I look out my window and for a brief second, I see what looks like a giant deer face with glowing yellow eyes jerk behind this tiny tree and disappear entirely. I don't usually get freaked out by deer, but something about how fast it moved and how it just disappeared made me feel unsettled. It just looked wrong, and I'm pretty sure deer's eyes shouldn't be glowing that way. We finally arrive at a parking lot facing a giant field and the other side being woods. I still had a very unsettling feeling that I could not shake off. When we got out of the car, I noticed it had gotten cold outside, which doesn't make sense because it was just warmer out a minute ago. I felt a noticeable chill. I was leaning on the car and my sister's boyfriend went to set up his firework. I still felt we needed to leave, but I couldn't shake off this feeling, so I told my sister that we should hurry up and go because I felt weird. My sister, stubborn, just said to me that I have too much superstition and need to chill out. I watched the fireworks go off and we all looked at the stars for a little bit. After getting in the car, we sat for a bit when I heard branches breaking and heavy footsteps. The feeling I had before worsened, so I told my sister and boyfriend we really had to get home. I noticed off in the tree line that there looked to be a deer, but there was something off about this deer. From what I could tell from the silhouette, it was standing on its hind legs, just staring at us, seemingly trying to hide behind a tree. While doing so, we eventually started driving off. Once we all got home, I still felt off about what I saw. I couldn't shake that feeling either. There was no way a deer had a big face like that, and there was no way it could stand on its hind legs just staring at people for such a long time. The feeling I got was not expected. Afterward, I went upstairs to my attic room where my sister and I watched TV. I like to leave my windows open because the breeze from the lake feels good at night. I also like listening to the traffic and crickets, and occasionally, you can hear the birds early in the morning. It was about 3:30 to 4 when my sister and I were sitting there, and I told her what I saw. She shook it off and told me I had probably just seen a deer. Then I noticed outside that I didn't hear anything. It was just quiet. That isn't normal at all for Cleveland, and not the peaceful quiet, the eerie type of quiet. Then I heard a very loud whistling coming from different parts of the neighborhood. I thought there was no way a human would be whistling that loud. It just emanated from so far but never lost its volume, let alone it was coming from all different directions at the same time. I closed the curtains and asked my sister if she heard it, and she replied with, "What are you talking about? I don't hear anything." Then the unsettling feeling set in again, and my stomach sank. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I still don't know what I saw that day, nor what was whistling, but I'm hoping that I never have to see it again or hear it again. The Creature of Mirror Hollow by Eliza C. Thunder roared across the sky. The loud booms echoed overhead like a giant strolling through the area amidst the rain, which tapped on the windows like claws prying their way into the safety of the cabin. I was stranded, alone in the darkness of the wooden shelter. I found myself in a precarious predicament. I didn't get much time before the storm hit. It was so sudden, you may even say it was bizarre. The last thing I remember before it all started was I had walked off the path to a side trail to forage for some stuff I had seen on TikTok that might be in the area. However, I noticed something was off. The trees, they just weren't right. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but as I walked on, it hit me. None of the trees were different here, all completely symmetrical, almost as if someone copied and pasted one all over this part of the forest. Only then did I notice the sky. Inky black clouds blotted out the sun in an array of unnatural shapes, and the thick foliage overhead made it hard to see, but my visibility dropped to near blindness. I knew I had to find shelter and fast, but I didn't know where I was anymore. My only hope was the trail, which thankfully hadn't gone away yet. I didn't know where it went, but I knew it had to go somewhere, and indeed it had to end sometime soon. So that was my plan. I booked it full throttle down the trail. This was a mistake, as the first crack of thunder shook the sky. With it came the tears of God, an immense downpour and the likes I had never seen before. I had only been running for 10 minutes before my luck ran out, and I slipped into the wet earth beneath me. Falling hard and forward, a blinding white flash illuminated my downfall. I could see the cabin ahead of me, right before I ate a serving of mud pie. The shelter was within my grasp at last. I didn't get up right away though, and I think I regret that the most, because then I heard it. Among all the noises, one stood out as I rested my eyes. It was faint, but it was there. A wet slapping noise was quick, like bare feet in the mud headed this way, but not on the trail. As it grew closer, you could hear the trees falling as they tore through the dense forest, each crash distant, rumbling the earth as if it was competing with the sky's voice. My heart fell 10 stories in my chest as the threat was realized. I only came out here for some fungi, not for whatever this thing was. I tried quickly to get up, desperately trying to avoid slipping as I did. I hurried to the cabin as the sky and earth shook together in an elaborate song for the lightning to dance to. That thing drew near as I made it to the door. I prayed for the first time in my life that it wouldn't be locked, and to my amazement it was not. I ran through the doorway, slammed it, and I fell around the edge of the door and locked it in a panic and made sure all the windows were locked as well. As I heard the trees crashing just outside, accompanied by that dreadful wet slapping, I almost thought I was too late. But I had found it. A latch. I couldn't help but chuckle as I realized just how little this would probably do. But I obviously locked everything regardless, as it could buy me just a second of time. After I had an opportunity to get my bearings together, I turned away from the door as another flash illuminated the interior through a nearby window. There was a table upside down in the middle of the room. Everything was coated in a thick layer of dust, and chairs were knocked over and astray. There appeared to be no other furniture and only 2 rooms, the second being the bathroom. There was no food, water, or any sign of life. I could only wait out the storm and hope that that thing doesn't find me here. That brings us to where we are now, suffocated in the blackness inside the far corner of the cabin. The tension in the air as thick as I desperately racked my brain for an idea. My thoughts were interrupted by terror as a loud slam made the door shudder, followed by a horrible scream. It was so shrill I had to cover my ears. I thought they might explode. My head was pounding as it ceased its screaming. Not waiting for a second assault on my ears, I quickly checked for a bathroom. Maybe it'd have a small window I could climb out of. Unfortunately, the window in the main room was close to the door, and I knew I couldn't outrun that thing. I couldn't let it see me leave the cabin. I entered the bathroom instantly. Seeing a lack of any window, I wanted to give up and cry, but there had to be something. Anything. I returned to the main room just as quickly as I had left. I screamed, my voice filled with terror and despair as I saw it. A bright flash lit up just enough to catch a glimpse of it as it stood crouched outside the window peering in. Its empty black sockets devoid of life but filled with rage. It was a deer skull, no doubt. It wasn't too tall, and its anatomy was all wrong, almost broken as if it were in agony and its bones were screaming. It radiated death, and I was frozen in its cold stare. In the corner of my eye, I noticed a fireplace as another flash illuminated the room. But the creature had disappeared at this point, and I knew it couldn't be far, only trying to find a way in. So I dove for the fireplace. After being snapped out of my daze, it was my last option. I didn't give it good odds. Part of me already dug a grave for myself in my mind. I didn't get far inside before the sound of wood splintering shattered any hope I had left. The door flew off its hinges against the back wall, the creature audibly slamming into the wall, with it probably having jumped full force into it. I made sure to tuck my feet in amongst all the commotion, but my breathing panicked and I had difficulty calming myself down. I was sure it would find me, as I could hear the wood groan under the weight of each step it took as it searched around. One heavy thud after the other, slow and deliberate. Each one sent an icy chill down my spine. Then the smell hit me. It must have been just in front of the fireplace. It smelled like earth and rot with the metallic blood smell mixed in. It was putrid like a decaying corpse in a shallow grave, but it was much worse. My throat felt ticklish. The stench was too much and I couldn't hold it any longer. I gagged hard, spitting up below. It snarled and its maw snapped with a primal hunger as it shoved its head inside the base of the fireplace. I screamed in horror as hot tears steamed down my face, desperately trying to go up further in the fireplace. As I thrashed, I managed to make it about 5 feet up the chimney, but it too was trying to cram its massive frame inside. My muscles were sore and I was tired. I felt like giving up as I watched it well. I sobbed and screamed, my arms and legs were shaking under the strain as I pressed hard against the inside of the chimney. Finally, I felt my consciousness begin to fade under the stress as I looked down at the creature. Its vicious snarling and biting never ceasing as it seemingly got closer and closer, and that's the last thing I remember before I fainted inside the chimney. I thought that would be the last time I'd ever be alive. However, I woke up, which was a surprise. I didn't think that was possible. If I were dead, which I without a doubt was, but no, I wasn't to my dismay. I had got stuck in the chimney, so I had never fallen when I fainted. It must have given up at some point, but not without much effort. Bricks had been completely torn away, and it still wasn't enough to reach me. And for that, I'm grateful. But there was still a problem. I was still stuck in the chimney, and the cabin was abandoned. No one would be coming here purposely. I didn't even know where it was. Was there even hope for an escape in this strange forest of identical trees? Or was I doomed as soon as I went off the main trail? I really can't tell. I'll only be able to live so long stuck in the chimney without food or water. I've been trying to get unstuck for about an hour now, and my phone is about to die. So I'm finished writing this as not a send-off, but a warning. If you find this phone, I beg you, please share my story. I'm sure you'll have a dreadful time reading it at first, so it's up to us. If you ever find this place in the forest where every tree is identical, turn back now. Don't be lured into its dark corners where the creature roams, waiting for you to enter its domain. Joshua Tree Not Deer by Anonymous. I went to Joshua Tree National Park a few days ago in an Airbnb with 3 of my friends. The house was a nice size and had to be accessed by an unpaved dirt road. The closest place to us was maybe a mile or 2 away. All the homes in this area have private driveways. On one of our drives back from getting groceries, I saw an animal run away from our headlights very fast, but I couldn't quite make it out. I assumed it had to be a deer, or something along those lines because of how big it was, but all I had seen thus far were desert quails. That night I dreamt that my friends and I were searching for something, and we were taken to a basement of all things, and it was full of all sorts of strange oddities. It was a small house with a red door. We went inside, but I don't remember what was there. This may or may not have anything to do with my experience. I read that dreams do often correlate with experiences, though. On one of the nights of our stay, we had a bonfire and did some stargazing. I had to pee at one point, so I went inside and was gone for maybe 5 minutes max. When my friend and I returned, my 2 other friends weren't sitting by the fire anymore. So I just sat and waited for a couple of minutes for them to come back. But I went inside to check on them eventually, but they weren't there either. We go back out and start calling for them and get no response. Instead, we hear coughing coming from the right side of the house, where the pool area was. We immediately knew it was our friend because they had been reserved. Our first instinct was to find and help them. At some points during our trip, we had gotten concerned that they were sick, but they ended up feeling much better. We start looking for them by the pool, but we call again and we get no response. But we do hear the same coughing, the same pitch, everything. It's almost like a mimic. It was the same cough maybe 4 or 5 times in a row. We thought our friend was throwing up or maybe smoking. Usually when we called for them though, they would answer immediately. Except for this time, there was just more coughing. The last time we called, they had finally answered and started coming around from the opposite side of the house from where we were. Unfortunately, the sounds of them walking and talking went from the left side of the house just seconds after we heard them coughing on the right side, and they were utterly oblivious to everything that was happening. They had no idea about the coughing, and didn't even hear us calling until they got closer to the house. As soon as I realized the coughing was a lure for us, it confirmed that something had been keeping an eye on us. Based on what I've read, I'm not sure if this is a skinwalker experience, a not deer experience, or something similar. I'll answer any questions, I also need to know if I should go get cleansed. This can't be chalked up to hearing things because of weed. We all have high tolerances, and weed doesn't make you hear things. Anybody who says that has clearly never really smoked. We were both very aware, and I was probably the soberest. It was hushed, too. We had to turn off the music because we were talking. We ended up smoking later that night, and the friend we thought we heard coughing had such a soft cough that you could barely listen to it. The pitch of the coughing we heard specifically sounded like our friend, but as if it was stuck in their throat or throwing up. My Camping Trip by D. Pernet. This is a true story, as I was present for these events. Had this not happened, I would have had difficulty believing this story myself. To this day, I can only tell this story or go into deep thought about the events of that day if I become somewhat shaken. It was the fall of 1984 in the upstate of New York, in a small town called Scotchtown, a relatively rural part of the state. The cool weather hadn't yet set in, and it was still warm enough that my two friends, Brian and Mike, wanted to go camping. We were all 16 years old, and I had never been camping at that point. I was excited about the trip. That week after school, we went to the Army and Navy store and bought a surplus Army tent, some pots and pans. Brian purchased a lantern, and both had bought old military K-bar knives. We set out for our overnight camping trip that Friday after school. We had each told our parents we were staying at each other's house to avoid any problems the journey may cause with our parents. Friday after school, we all rode the bus to Mike's house, where we had all stashed all our camping gear for the trip. We gathered all the equipment and walked down the road farther into the county's rural parts. We had made this trek many times during the day, explored the wooded areas fairly extensively during the daylight, and we knew where we were headed. We walked about an hour into the countryside before cutting down a dirt road that led to a trail we had been on many times during our daytime explorations. However, we had never been out in these woods at night. We reached the trail opening at around 5 p.m. and ventured into the forest. An old stone wall marks this trail. These walls are ubiquitous in the area and were used as property dividers when the area was first settled sometime in the early 1700s. The trail followed right alongside the wall for many miles, and we could never find where the two separated. As we were walking into the woods, the wall was now on our left. The area we traveled to was a combination of dense patches of trees and vegetation and many more open regions with scattered trees. In these more open areas, we often came across stone foundations of homes that used to stand there, and occasional headstones where early settlers had buried loved ones on their property. We walked for about an hour, and because the canopy of trees was very thick, it was starting to get dark. Still, light out but dimming, so we thought it was best to stop before dark. We came upon a clearing to our right with a relatively large tree, and we could camp directly under it. To give an accurate idea of what our campsite looked like, standing in our campsite, if you looked forward toward the trail, it would be the trail, then the stone wall. On the other side of the wall, directly opposite our camp, was a giant oak tree about 4 feet in diameter, standing alone, and a few scattered trees behind it, but it was a relatively open area. The oak tree was less than 20 feet from our campsite, and I had a clear line of sight of the tree and the field behind it. As it was dark, Mike and Brian wanted to grab some wood for a campfire and asked me to begin setting up the tent. They wandered out of sight to my left. I was facing the trail, and I could hear them rummaging for firewood. I proceeded to dump the contents of the canvas tent onto the ground, bent over, and started gathering the tent poles, and my following action changed my life forever. I glanced at the oak tree on the other side of the wall. What I saw still haunts me today. A solid black figure peering at me from behind the oak tree on the other side of the stone wall. I could best describe it as a shadow, solid black, and non-translucent. I could see its upper body as it leaned out from behind the tree, and the shadowed out hand on the front of it as if it were pulling itself out from behind. I was frozen with fear. That was the only time I have ever been frozen by anxiety. I stared at this thing for an eternity, however, it couldn't have been more than 5 to 10 seconds. I didn't see this out of the corner of my eye, I was staring directly at it. Just then, it slid back behind the tree, and instantly I heard Mike and Brian coming back toward me. I jumped up and yelled, Guys, get over here. They came running and asked me what the matter was. I thought for a second, and was embarrassed to tell them what I had seen. I said, There's someone behind that tree. I just saw someone behind that tree for sure. They both looked at me with a bit of a puzzled look, and Brian replied, What are you talking about? We're in the middle of nowhere. I emphatically told them I had seen someone looking at me from behind the tree. We had been friends for many years, and they knew I was not going to scare very easy. Mike said, All right, we charge the tree, Dave. You go right, and we'll go left. They pulled their K-knives out of their sheath they had on their belts, and I grabbed my pair of nunchucks. I was very much into the martial arts at the time, and had become very proficient with them as a weapon. We all three charged towards the trail, jumped the wall, and ran around the oak tree, but there was nothing. Nothing at all was there. There was no way anyone could have gotten away from there without us seeing them or hearing them. The tree stood alone. The ground was covered with leaves, and still there was no sign that anything had ever been there. They laughed and joked, blaming this on my first camping trip jitters and how I was just a bit shaken. I knew what I had seen though, and I had never been so scared in my whole life. But the night was just getting started, and all I wanted to do was go home. Night fell, and as they went about their camping rituals, starting the fire, getting out a pack of ground beef, and getting a pack of ground beef out that we had swiped from Mike's freezer to cook over the fire, I sat on a log quietly, terrified, still trying to process what I had seen earlier. We were there about 3 hours when we first heard something in the woods. Something was walking around our campsite just beyond the light of the campfire, maybe 20 to 25 feet in the darkness behind where Mike and Brian were sitting. I was the first to ask. Guys, what is that? Brian answered. Probably just a deer. I replied. It definitely doesn't sound like a deer. It sounds like a person. It didn't sound like an animal. It honestly sounded like a human being was walking in the woods, and they weren't even trying to be quiet about it. They both insisted it was probably just an animal attracted to the smell of the food. I knew in my heart it wasn't an animal, still keeping the secret of what I had actually seen earlier. As the night wore on and the animal continued to walk back and forth behind our campsite, I could see it was beginning to bother Brian and Mike. Brian stood up with his lantern, took a short run towards the rustling and yelled, "Ah!" in an apparent attempt to scare off whatever was harassing us. He sat back down, and within a few minutes, the sound of the crunching leaves and snapping twigs resumed. The harassment continued for another 30 minutes at the very least, and Mike and Brian were now eerily quiet and visibly shaken. Back and forth, they walked beyond our view, crunching and snapping of the leaves and everything else in between. It was about 10 minutes later, and all of us were sitting quietly, trying to act as if nothing was wrong, when Brian suddenly jumped up. He grabbed a piece of the wood he had collected. It was about 14 inches long and thicker than the average man's forearm. He threw the wood directly at the noise in the dark. We heard it hit the ground. Brian sat back down again and confidently said, "That'll scare it away." For a few short minutes it was quiet. Then just before we heard the walking in the leaves start up again, this time it sounded like it only took a few steps and then stopped. We all sat there quietly, not knowing what to say, what to do, when all of a sudden we heard a whoosh of something cut through the air. The piece of wood Brian had thrown earlier came sailing over my head and hit the tree. I was sitting under this tree, and this was a strong blow because I felt the entire tree shake from the impact. It fell about 10 feet from me, so it must have bounced off a good way. I looked at Mike and Brian, who were white as ghost, and asked, "Do deer throw logs?" We all sat there for no more than a minute, and the noise began to start back up. Brian finally spoke up and said, "We can stay here all night, and I won't get a wink of sleep. Or," Mike jumped in, "let's get the fuck out of here." They jumped up, and Mike asked me to kick dirt on the fire as Brian lit his lantern. Mike and Brian then proceeded to break down the tent, which amounted to them ripping it down and rolling it into a ball. They quickly stuffed the poles and canvas into the bags, and I finished putting out the fire. We paid no mind to whether the noise continued. We were focused solely on getting out of there. We stood all packed up and not looking forward to the long hike out in total darkness. Brian decided he should take the lead because he had the lantern. Mike would be second in line and I would have to bring up the rear. Mike and Brian drew their knives and Mike looked at me and said, "Dave, anything comes out of the dark? You crack it with those chucks." I slowly nodded, and we began to walk out. The wall was now on our right as we began to make our way through the darkness. The lantern really did not provide much light at all, and Mike and I were almost in complete darkness, just following the light in front of us. At first, there was a foot or two between us, and we had been walking for about 15 minutes when I thought I heard something. The trail was worn and had only a few leaves. I had heard what sounded like walking on leaves on the other side of the stone wall in the darkness. I grabbed Mike's belt and grabbed Brian. All three of us stopped and we all huddled together. They asked what was wrong and I whispered, "I think I hear it right there," and looked to my right, indicating the darkness on the other side of the wall. We stood motionless, all of us listening intently and noticing nothing. Mike said, "Listen, we're all freaked out. Let's get out of here." Brian and I nodded, and we began walking out. Again, we walked another 10 minutes, and I heard it again. This time, I didn't stop. I leaned forward and whispered into Mike's ear, "Listen." We slowed our pace for just a few seconds when Mike said, "Oh crap, I hear it." Something was walking parallel to us on the other side of the wall. It was unmistakable, walking in the leaves and only about 5 feet from us in the darkness. Walking in the leaves and only about 5 feet from us in the darkness. It was right there. It was almost like it could jump over at any minute and grab us. Mike grabbed Brian, and we all huddled again. We both told him, "It's right there," and looked into the darkness over the wall. We stood still for a moment, and then all three of us heard something moving amongst the leaves. It was almost difficult to hear because my heart was pounding so hard. I thought it might explode out of my chest at any waking moment. I was experiencing pure terror for the first time in my life. Brian took his lantern and extended his arm over the wall, his knife in his other hand at the ready. We could now see about 10 feet on the other side of the border. All three of us stood there for a few seconds looking, and we could see absolutely nothing. Then we heard it again, the leaves moving on the ground. The sound was right there, but there was nothing we could see. Brian said, "Let's get out of here," and Brian started yelling that we should get out of here, and we still had about 40 minutes of walking ahead of us. We started walking again. The noise immediately started again. It kept pace with us, and it was apparent it wanted us to know it was there. Brian stopped and suddenly said, "Let's run as fast as we can for at least 30 seconds and stop and see what happens." We agreed, and off we went running as fast as our teenage legs would carry us. We stopped, out of breath, listened, and we heard it. Stomping in the leaves in the darkness on the other side of the wall, it was chasing us. We huddled together, ignoring the noise it was making more than a few feet from us in the dark. It sounded almost like pacing. Mike spoke first, asking, "What are we going to do?" Just then a sinking thought came to my mind, and I spoke up. "No one knows we're out here. We lied to everyone. They'll never find us." They both stared at me with blank expressions as the realization of how screwed we were sunk in. Brian said, "Listen, in 10 seconds, I'm gonna run out of here as fast as I can. Suppose you can keep up? Great. If not, I hope I see you tomorrow." With that, Brian was gone, and the only visible thing was the bouncing lantern moving through the forest. Mike and I followed the best we could. Mike was carrying the tent bag, and it was spilling its contents on the trail as we tried to keep up with Brian. We'd been stuck in the woods with no light source if we'd lost him. I tripped over the tent poles and the canvas tent, but never lost footing. We ran the entire way out, and when we reached the road, we all began throwing up. We snuck back into Mike's basement, and that's where we slept. Those two returned the next day to collect everything we dropped on the trail, and I declined to go with them. They went back the following weekend, getting prepared with tripwires, flashlights, and machetes to prove something I never did. Even though I grew up hiking around those woods, since then I have not spent a night in the woods and have no plans to ever venture into a forest again. I never told them what I saw, but I know what I saw, and nothing will change that fact. The Abandoned Hut by JTFFF. 4 years ago, I was a sophomore in high school. I had not yet gotten my license, which is right around the time I started to partake in certain substances. And one of my friends in the neighborhood, we'll call him Kurt, knew of a creek about 1.5 miles from my house, which would be an excellent smoke spot. But it was a bit of a hike to get there. It was well known that there were a few scattered structures in the woods here.
such as a dozen or so concrete huts, and old barrel fire pits, and platform built in the 2 trees at some point. I'm not really sure what that's about, all within a dozen feet of each other. This is about a quarter mile into the woods and about a half mile from any road. We had been there dozens of times during the daytime, usually with more friends though. We lived in a rather nice suburban neighborhood, so it didn't seem too dangerous to us, not to mention nobody else had ever been spotted there before. It had become a pretty standard smoke spot for kids our age. We all just assumed it was an old abandoned homeless structure, but there were still legends passed around by other high schoolers claiming something sinister lurked there. Hooks for hands, serial murderers, inbred cannibals, typical campfire stories, that type of thing. The concrete hut was about 7 foot by 7 foot by 5 foot, and the ground had been dug out inside, making the roof even taller. We had found improvised weapons, food cans, trash, etc. when we first discovered it 2 years prior, but since then nothing of that nature really popped up, just beer cans, roaches, and cigarette butts scattered around in the fire pit from neighborhood kids. The inside had scribbled stuff on it with Sharpie, it was covered with a tarp, and the whole thing smelled like pee, so none of us really went inside. As I mentioned, a lookout platform was built into a tree about 50 feet away. An improvised ladder of branches leads to the 5 foot by 5 foot platform about 20 feet off the ground. The wood was water damaged, so it was very hard to get up there. Back on track this particular October evening, Kurt and I left at about 6 p.m. hoping to get there before dark. We had several other smoke spots that were close to my house, but nothing quite matched the excitement and the charisma of the hut. We make our way through the neighborhood, through some backyards into a field, and finally pass through the tree line. Stones laid out across the creek allowed us to cross without getting wet. Right around the time we got there, the sun was almost entirely set, and there was not much light coming through the trees. This was the first time either of us had been there at night. We hiked up the last 500 feet uphill, barely seeing the hut through the darkness. The atmosphere had us both uneasy, and we talked with the quietest whisper possible. We didn't want to approach the structure, so we decided to smoke about 50 feet from the hut, right on the edge of the bluff we had just climbed. I shifted a few feet over to get some more even footing before we started, and I felt my foot snag on a fishing line running about a foot off the ground tied to the tree next to me. A loud clang was made as the line yanked an empty metal bucket into metal scrap planted into the ground. It was a makeshift alarm. We hear someone moving down from the platform in the tree, about 20 feet away from us, and drop into the leaves below. We take off down the bluff, sliding on our asses and hitting trees. We still hear scurrying and grunting behind us. We get to the bottom and sprint through the creek. I trip on the loose rocks below me and fall into the cold water before bolting up and continuing to run. About a second later, we hear splashes behind us. At this point, we clear the tree line and are in a quarter of a mile of an open field. We sprint as fast as we can. Kurt and I are hurt and out of breath, and the person is catching up. We can hear them behind us breathing heavily and their loud footsteps growing closer and closer. We sprint through someone's backyard and listen to their dogs barking. We finally run into the middle of the street and a car slams on its brakes. Kurt and I screech to a halt to avoid the vehicle. We turn around to see somebody standing just outside of the floodlights of a nearby house before they turn around and run back toward the forest. We apologized to the driver, ditched the weed, and I called my sister to pick us up. We explained what happened, begged her not to tell my parents, and we have never returned to that creek again. Chased Through the Woods by Anonymous. My friend and I used to go cycling in the woods every weekend and summer when we were younger, between the ages of 10 and 13. The woodland near where I lived in the suburbs of London is ancient and has a lot of history, especially with old ruinous manors from the medieval times dotted around. We have many happy memories from that period, but one peculiar and scary evening stands out. One evening we went deep into the woods and checked out this old abandoned farm with a giant pine tree in the center of a field. We had to hop a couple of fences to reach these trees. There was always something majestic about this isolated area. When we left the field, it must have been around 6 or 7 p.m. as it was a crystal blue sky still in England, and it normally doesn't get dark until about 9 or 10 in the summer. I remember we both had this incredible sense of dread and panic that came over us. We cycled as fast as we could towards the exit, a tunnel into the back road. This was only a 5-minute cycle from the field with the isolated pine trees. However, my friend disappeared, and it felt like it was pitch black within a matter of minutes. I remember waiting at the tunnel entrance for my friend as I was too scared to go through it. I didn't want to go alone, and it felt like I was waiting for hours. Eventually he turned up, and he had an explanation for where he had gone. It felt as though 2 or 3 hours had been compressed into a 5-minute stretch. The daylight turned to dusk, and with a flick of the switch it seemed like we had lost many hours. To this day I have no explanation for what that sensation was, what that time warp was, what was following us. Those woods have always had an eerie and mystical feeling about them. Sorry for this being so short. I hope you enjoyed my story though. Up. In the summer of 1985, 11-year-old Jesse Morgan and his friends were playing a game similar to hide and seek in Bear Brook State Park, located in their hometown of Allenstown, New Hampshire. One of the boys called out to the others, revealing his hiding place because he'd found something more exciting than their game. It was a slightly rusted, dark blue 55-gallon steel barrel with a piece of plastic poking up beneath the lid. They managed to slightly loosen the lid, releasing an odor that resembled spoiled milk. When they were unable to open the lid all the way, one of the boys kicked the side of the barrel, knocking it over to its side. A white liquid trickled out. Again, Jesse and his friends mistook this for rotten milk, and they went home, leaving the Spotify as if it contained the remains of deep inside the head. The officer in the unit was assigned to were also confident the second barrel had been there when the first one was discovered. Suspicions increased when a search of his name and birth date only was known to be at the time. Former San Juan There is something hiding in the woods just beyond my small town, and I think I'm finally gonna be brave enough to go look for it. Welcome back to the swamp, my friends, and welcome if you're new. Today I'm going to be sharing some creepy and some downright strange deep woods horror stories sent in by viewers just like you. As always, if you have a story that you would like to share in a future episode, submit yours at swampdweller.net or on Reddit at r/thedarkswamp. I'd love to share your story with everyone here in the swamp, and stories like yours help keep this show going on a daily basis. This episode is sponsored by ShipStation. ShipStation is very useful, especially for myself and definitely during the challenging holiday season when I am getting more and more orders for hoodies, beanies, and t-shirts than I ever do throughout the year, and I'm very grateful to all of you for that. But ShipStation helps me know that I can run my business stress-free and making sure that everybody gets their items on time. ShipStation effortlessly integrates everywhere you sell online.
online, including Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Shopify, and more. You can manage every order from one simple dashboard, automate routine shipping tasks, print shipping labels, and easily compare rates and delivery times to optimize every shipment. With the best discounts in the industry, you'll never wonder if you're getting the best rates ever again. So join me and many others in the swamp today. Get up to 86% off USPS and UPS rates. And if that's not enough, use my promo code to try ShipStation for free for 2 months. Use promo code SWAMPED today at ShipStation to sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com, promo code SWAMPED. Small Town, Oregon, by Anonymous. I live in a small town in Oregon. It was isolated. Very little traffic traveled along the long, winding country roads. At the time, I was 14 years old, living on a farm with my parents, grandparents, cousins, and brother. The reason we all moved in together is something that I'd rather not get into. But needless to say, it could have been better. But we made the best of it. When most people think of Oregon, you probably think of places like Portland or Salem. But there's a whole other side to this state that is much less talked about. Beyond the cities are
About a decade back, I used to work in a brewery or a pub. It was set in a pretty big and old building from the early 1900s. I worked there for a couple of years, and most of the time it was pretty chill, but backbreaking at times too. On my time working there, I had 2 experiences that I can only describe as supernatural. The first one, it was a particularly late night, and I was tasked with closing up the hangar and loading docks. Closing it up was basically making sure that there wasn't anything obstructing where the trucks would park, stacking up any loose crates, turning the lights off, and locking it all up. I was about done too, so I turn off the lights, and as I'm making my way to the door, a beer bottle comes rolling towards me from the dark between the tall stacks of the crates. It wasn't forceful or anything too, it sort of looked like someone gently placed it on the floor and rolled it towards me. I didn't think too much of it though, so I picked up the bottle and placed it inside a half-empty crate. I turned around, and as I started walking, another bottle comes rolling from the same place. Then another one, and tired and thinking that it was a co-worker trying to mess with me, I shout, "Hey, alright, you got me, come on, I gotta close up." I expected to hear laughter or something, but instead, it was dead silent. I waited for a couple of minutes too, turned on my flashlight. I truly believed that somebody was there, and started looking around the stacks or the crates for what I thought it would be a giggling co-worker. But after searching each corner, eventually I just had to give up. I admit that I was a little bit weirded out at this point, but I just picked up the 2 bottles from the ground and placed it in the same crate as the first one. I turned off my flashlight and shouted at the darkness, "Alright, I'm looking up, see you tomorrow." Just as I finished saying that, a crate full of bottles fell from one of the stacks and landed 2 feet from me, glass shards and beer exploding absolutely everywhere. And that, I have no idea how it happened. The next day I told my boss about it though, and he said that it was probably a rat. The thing is though, is that those crates when full probably weigh 20 pounds at least. How a rat could throw it like that is just impossible. Talking to my co-workers too, they told me that they've also experienced weird stuff during the closing hours down there. Anyway, my second experience happened again when I was closing this place, and this time I was closing the pub. So when closing the pub, the last thing that you usually do is restock the walk-in freezer. The freezer is probably just as old as the building itself, to be honest, and it sits underground right beneath the bar. I was down there filling that enormous thing with kegs and crates. It being a very old freezer from a time when safety wasn't a big concern, the thing doesn't open from the inside. No handle, nothing. Just a flat, plain steel door. So I did what I always did when I had to go inside that thing. I put a keg securing the door open. And I was about halfway through that task when I hear the door slamming shut. I rushed towards the door, but it was actually locked shut. I started pounding on it, but the only other person there was my boss in the office, 2 floors above me, probably with the door closed. I tried my phone, but since I'm locked underground inside of a steel and lead box, I had no service. I was wearing only jeans and a t-shirt, so things were getting chilly pretty quickly. My face was going numb and my hands were getting stiff, and I made a blanket out of cardboard, but it was doing very little keeping the cold at bay. The only reason I didn't freeze to death, though, was because I had a date with a regular and she went there looking for me. She asked my boss where I was, and when he couldn't find me, he went to the basement and found me inside the freezer. I was there for about 45 minutes when he found me, and I was starting to consider writing a letter to my parents and drinking myself to sleep. My boss, he installed a chain to keep the door open after that, but I refused to ever walk in that death trap ever again. But the weirdest part was that the keg that I had holding the door open, it was now at the other side of the room when I got out. It was a full steel keg, mind you, not something that can just slide away, let alone quietly. Anyway, in the end, I stopped working there shortly after for unrelated reasons, but it's something that has always stuck with me. Ever since I was 3 years old, I knew one girl, and her name was Emma. And because we were in the same group in kindergarten, later we attended the same school too. We were never really close until we turned 9 or 10, because we got into the same group of friends, and soon we became best friends. Not surprising for that age too. We'd hang out a lot, literally spent all the free time with each other that we could. I knew that Emma had problems at home too. Her mother was an alcoholic and an addict, and even though she denied it all the time, we just knew it. Most of the time we would spend our time together on the streets. However, rarely we would stay at my place when it was raining or during storms and blizzards. But we never entered her apartment when someone was at home, and even then we never really stayed for longer than 10 minutes. My mother suspected that she was stealing stuff. A pair of golden earrings went missing and we never found them again, and just asked me to be more careful around her. And eventually, I noticed what my mother meant. Emma would come up with some crazy excuses to stay in my apartment, like saying that if we got under the rain that she would catch a cold during her period and in the future she wouldn't be able to give birth due to that or something. I wasn't a dumb kid but decided to not point it out, but one summer afternoon I decided to bring up the topic of Emma's family again. She took me to her room and nobody was there. Everything went normal, so we started hanging there more often. But I noticed a lot of empty alcohol bottles and syringes around, but it wasn't my place to pry, so I let it be. But a few days after that, when we entered, I noticed 2 extra pairs of shoes that weren't there before, and when we left the door frame, I saw a woman and a man sitting in a kitchen smoking. I knew that Emma didn't have a father. He died when she was 2 or so I assumed that it was her mother's friend or something. The person said, "Is that, and my name? You've changed a lot. Such a pretty face." I was so weirded out as she and that man stared at me intently, eyeing up my body and face. I was 10, so I only understood that later, how creepy it was. But I'm pretty sure that I've never actually met her mother before, so probably she saw me in kindergarten albums or something, but after that encounter, Emma started acting really strange, asking about my parents' full names, where exactly they work, whether I have extended family or not, persuading me to go to abandoned places. She literally dragged me to her place several more times where I met her mother and that man again. Weird comments too, especially about my body and face, happened every time. I told my mother about Emma's behavior. I didn't tell about the weird stuff with her mother, and she banned me from hanging out with Emma completely at that point. The important note too is that after me and Emma stopped talking, she transferred to another school by demand of her mother. Anyway, it was a regular morning, a month or two after I'd stopped talking with Emma. I was heading out to school when suddenly an old beaten-up car pulled up near me and a woman came out of it. I couldn't see her face clearly due to the scarf around her face, and I assumed that she was just a passenger getting out of the car, so I continued my way towards the school. However, I haven't even made more than a step when she firmly grabbed my arm. She started saying something about my mother being in hospital and that I needed to go with her, and her voice seemed sort of familiar, and the rest of the face too. She also said full names of my parents and that she's related to me from my uncle's side. She said his name too. I started to freak out and started denying her demand to get in the car, so she grabbed my shoulder, placed her palm on my mouth, and dragged me to the car. That's when I saw that the driver was that man from Emma's place. I bit the woman's hand as hard as I could, thrashed until she finally let go, and then I ran back home as quickly as I could. My mother came home furious after she was alerted that I never got to school, but she quickly calmed me down when she saw my state. My clothes were torn on the sleeve, my arm was heavily bruised, and I was sobbing. I was never an emotional kid, rarely showed even mild emotions, so this was completely unexpected from her. I explained everything that happened, and she showed me all the photos of relatives and asked if I recognized that woman, and I didn't. My mother never really said a word to me about it after that, and I think we just sort of pretended that it never happened. But today, I stumbled across Emma's Facebook, and there was a photo of her mother, and in that photo was that same scarf from that day. I denied the possibility that it was her throughout my whole childhood, but here it was, a proof that makes it impossible to lie to myself anymore. I need to let it out because my mother never got me any psychological help after this, and I just bottled it up. But I have to ask, why did Emma's mother do that? Did Emma know about it? I guess that I'll probably never know. So I believe that for a number of years, my family home built in the 1960s by my grandparents from my father's side has been haunted by several different paranormal entities over the course of decades, just because of major differences between the happenings themselves. It's a two-story house with my parents and I sleeping on the second floor, and my sister and grandparents asleep on the first floor. For me, however, this began around 15 years ago. My older sister was the first one afflicted, I think. In a short span of time, she began having constant sleep paralysis experiences, which I know aren't scientifically related to anything paranormal, but the folklore of my country relates them to a specific entity, known as a dark man, for lack of a better translation to English, or what you might call a sleep paralysis demon, often thought of as a mischievous and perhaps even evil spirit behind this. At first, nothing was really done about it or thought about it, but these became so frequent that it started to weird out my parents a bit, as well as myself and my sister too. Soon, more things started happening in addition to this too, like her waking up in the middle of the night with something invisible pulling on her hair, causing her to freak out and call out for Grandma, who, with lightning speed, ran over with a bottle of holy water, sprayed the place and prayed with my sister. Another time this happened, whatever was playing with her hair appeared to blow hair into her face, freaking her out even more. Grandma strikes again after this, of course, but the most shocking thing during the beginning of these happenings came when my mother, my sister and I were all in our living room watching TV, when suddenly, from a fully awake state, my sister shifted into the state of sleep paralysis. It took a couple of seconds for my mum and me to realize what was happening, when we noticed her shaking with her eyes open on the sofa, struggling to let out a sound. When she finally woke up, she let out a blood-curdling scream, crying and yelling at my mum and myself. "It got me, why didn't you help me?" She was visibly shook and pale, and my grandma arrived, of course, with her usual remedy, and even my father, a skeptic, walked out of my parents' bedroom freaked out by her screams. My grandma remembered that, in the local law, if a person wants to be protected from the dark man, a piece of clothing from the person's father needs to be placed on them, serving as a shield. So we ended up tying my father's belt around her waist, and she went to sleep in my room, and as she usually did when things like this happened, she fell asleep. Still distraught and frightened, she asked me to go get her a glass of water, so I went to get some in a plastic cup from the water dispenser, and I give it to her. As my mum was still in the living room and my bedroom door, as well as my parents' bedroom door, was open, we all witnessed this next part. So as I approached my bedroom door, the plastic cup practically exploded in my hand, splitting on all sides, water bursting out of my hand. My mum got up immediately and came over, everyone looking in shock, absolutely speechless. My dad first thought that I just dropped the cup, if I remember correctly, but upon closer inspection, the cup was obviously torn all around, in perfect straight lines, mind you, almost as if someone had cut it with a scalpel almost. Safe to say, though, not much sleeping had been done that night after that. Since that night, though, my mother and I had begun experiencing sleep paralysis too. For her, just a couple of times, and for me, even until this very day. Also, nightly noises started appearing in our house too, much different than the house settling, like moving chairs, clanking dishware, etc., mainly on the second floor, and especially when we weren't home. At one point, my grandma even searched the second floor, completely convinced that a burglar had come in at some point, as she heard the old wardrobe in my parents' room open in addition to moving chairs, but when she reached the room, the wardrobe was open, but there was nobody in there. These incidents, though, prompted my sister to visit our local priest, and after explaining the situation, the happenings, and the nature of the haunting, the priest concluded that a lost spirit inhabiting our home was for some reason reaching out to my sister, wanting to become known. My sister was a little relieved after this, knowing that the spirit meant no harm. She even named the spirit Samuel, and, well, now it was time to figure out what or who the heck Samuel actually was. There were a couple of theories. The first one concerned when my grandma was a little girl. On her way home from school, she had to pass through a cemetery every day, and one day she saw pretty flowers on a grave, and she picked them, brought them home without telling anyone, and that very night, she woke up to an invisible force grabbing her by the leg, trying to drag her out of her bed. She felt as if she knew that whatever was dragging her wanted those flowers back, and she woke her parents up, and her mother said the same thing, and they threw or returned the flowers the next morning. From that day on, she knew not to take anything from a graveyard ever again. It could have been that this entity remained attached to her and moved with her childhood home to our house when her and Grandpa built it, since it was only a couple of houses next door. The second one, though, was that the ghost was possibly my grandma's father, my great-grandpa, who I had never met, mind you, but this was a thought because before he died, he said to my grandma, "If I'm gone and you ever hear something moving in the attic, know that it's me." Coincidentally, the attic eventually became the second floor of the house, where most of the noises and the cup incident happened too. It's also worth noting that my sister and we shared my room before she moved downstairs, so it could be connected somehow. I just truly don't know. But whatever the case, other incidences soon followed. My mother once felt a strong press on her upper body when she was nearly sleeping, and thinking my dad put his arm around her with his full weight, she asked him to move the arm. and after she got no response, she asked again, complaining that it was hard to breathe. And she eventually had enough to the point of crying and yelled at him to stop, only to realize that he wasn't even turned towards her in the bed. He was turned to the other side and woke up wondering why she was screaming like that. She still remembers this vividly, and it frightens her to this day, and my dad remembers this too. On another night, I was playing PS2 games very late, and I had gone to bed without realizing that I forgot to turn it off, and my LED light-up joystick remained plugged in. I woke up in the middle of the night, and the TV was off, but thank God the PS2 was still working and the joystick was glowing. I couldn't stand the darkness with all this stuff going on, and I remember looking at the PS2 and the light when suddenly the joystick just unplugs itself, and in an instant, total darkness swept through the room, along with my panic. I quickly got up and I ran to the light switch and quickly turned it back on, which remained turned on for the entire night after that. This was soon followed too, once again late at night, with me watching TV in the living room. Now, the stairs are connected to our second floor at the very beginning of the living room, and they're separated by a thin metal strip from the living room floor. And as I'm sitting there in total darkness, I suddenly hear footsteps coming up the stairs. I yell out to my sister, believing that she was going upstairs for a drink. But as I get no response, I realize that there isn't a chance that my sister would be coming up the stairs without turning the light on, as she never sleeps with the light off since this stuff started happening, and to this very day, she's almost 30 years old, she's never slept without the light on. I sit up at the sofa, frozen, listening to each step as it comes closer to the top of the stairs. Finally, I hear that metal strip on the top of the stairs clanking, as if somebody had stepped on it. And at that, I just ran for the hills, or should I say for my parents' bedroom door, frantically banging on it and screaming for them to let me in. And I slept in their room for the rest of the night after that, completely terrified. But the most bizarre thing during that first round of hauntings happened during broad daylight, and it truly is just unexplainable in every way. My grandma and grandpa, sister and I were all heading next door to my aunt's house that afternoon, and my grandparents went before us as I was still doing something in my room, and my sister was in the bathroom at the time. Now, it was always practice at our home that the last person to leave always takes the key from the inside of the front door and locks it up before heading out. So I run out of the house telling my sister that I'm going, and she replies that she won't be far behind. I close the door behind me, and my sister tries to come out of the house, maybe half a minute after me, I would guess. She reaches for the door handle and realizes that the house is locked. The house was locked from the inside after I left, and she remained the only person in there, meaning that nobody was there to lock it. She unlocked it as fast as she could and ran out after telling me that someone locked her inside. We told everybody, and we checked the locks, tried to reproduce this, but in the end, it was absolutely impossible for it to happen. The key had to be turned 6 times, from the outside, mind you, for the door to be locked like that. The whole thing just made absolutely no sense. But this was the last major thing from that first round, I believe, and it was followed by mostly noises, which we learned to live with and accept. And as my sister accepted this Samuel, truly, no more incidences happened for a long time after that. At first, we didn't spread a word of this outside family and family friends, but when some time passed, I told my classmates about this, and one of them actually stayed the night after my birthday as he was intrigued by the noises and wanted to hear it for himself. My sister knew this and actually tried to pull a prank on us by knocking at our door late at night after the party, and he and my other friend, who was also sleeping over, got scared by this, so my sister revealed herself, but the next time it happened, a couple of hours later, my friend woke me up to say that something was knocking on our door again. I opened the door, but this time there was nobody there. My sister was in her room fast asleep too. I checked this, and He kept asking what the heck that was, and I just couldn't give him any answers. I was scared too, but I think I was just used to it by that point. He never slept over again and tells this story a lot, as well as others who have slept there as well, but that was pretty much it for the chronicles of the first part of the paranormal experiences in my family home. After we accepted things, that they were just the way that they were, it all sort of watered down strangely for a couple of years, and things like noises and sounds became less frequent. But a few years ago, some other things started happening, but the nature of them was different, as was the source, I think. Well, I believe. So, I'll leave that for another time, but if you guys would like to hear this, then do let me know. I was 12 years old at the time, in the 6th grade, and living in the South. At that time, the town's population was around 20,000, but when the local university was in session, it would nearly double. It wasn't a place where everyone inevitably knew everyone else, but if you played 20 questions with each other, you could undoubtedly find people that you both knew. My single mother and I lived in an apartment downtown and had been there for around 8 months. It was summertime, and as she worked and attended college, I was usually home alone during the day. It was the early 90s. About halfway through the summer, a girl from my school, Maria, moved into a house about a block away from us. I didn't know Maria that well, and it wasn't until she moved in that I really started spending a lot of time with her. I didn't know her parents, and they didn't know Mum. And when this event occurred, we'd been hanging out for maybe a couple of weeks, riding bikes and going to the library together. Her mother and stepfather worked all day too, so we were mostly alone. When one day I was at her house when her mum was home, Maria and I were out in the yard when her mum came to the door and hollered at me. She was like, "Hey, did your dad ever manage to find you?" And which to me was super weird, so I was like, "What?" "Yeah," she said. "Your dad called here a couple of days ago and asked if you were at our house. He said that he couldn't find you." I was sort of stunned and had no idea what she was talking about. To Maria's mum, a virtual stranger, the call probably made sense. I mean, to those who knew me though, it was pretty wild. The actual people who knew me knew that my dad didn't live with me, had never lived with me in fact. He lived a couple of hours away in a different county, and at that point in my life, I could count the number of times that he had been to my house on one hand. There was no animosity or drama there. He could see me whenever he wanted, but we were not close, I guess you could say. He'd never been to the town in which I was living either. I hadn't seen him in probably 6 months, and seeing as how we didn't have a phone, we hadn't recently spoken either. He had no idea Maria even existed. He'd never met any of my friends. My mum hadn't even met Maria or her parents. So I was a little freaked out and asked, "Are you sure it was me that he was looking for?" She was like, "Yeah," she said. He'd apparently recited my full name, middle and all, and described me even, including my recent haircut and glasses. My dad had never seen my glasses, didn't even know that I wore them. I'd only had them for like a week. She said that he asked if she knew where I was, that he couldn't find me, and that she'd told him to try my apartment. He'd apparently said okay and then just hung up. And well, of course, I went straight to a payphone and called my dad as soon as I left. And of course, he had no idea what I was talking about. In fact, it bothered him too. To this day, I have no idea what that was about. Was it a prank call or somebody coincidentally looking for their daughter of the same name and physicality, and Maria's mum thought that it was me? Or like some guy actually trying to abduct or stalk me or something? But in that case, how did he know to call Maria's house? He would have needed to know Maria's parents' last name for one thing, and her mother had remarried as well. Her last name was different, in other words, and what was the point? I was often alone. I was probably easily abductable, I suppose. It's probably not a word, but you get my drift. Nothing like that ever happened again, but A few weeks later, I did get a really strange feeling after coming home from the used bookstore. I'd just gotten upstairs and had unlocked my apartment's door when something like a trepidation hit me with full force. The living room looked fine. I didn't see or hear anyone, but I got the strongest sense that someone had just been in that room seconds before. When I tried to step forward, every hair on my body suddenly stood straight up, and I didn't question it. I just slammed the door, ran down the stairs, and I stayed at that library until Mum got off work. Maria's family moved a few weeks later, but we were there for another year, and as far as I know, nothing else happened. Also, I spoke to my mum about this sometime later, and she only remembered it but said that she'd gone down and talked to Maria's parents at the time. I didn't know that. Apparently the guy had also asked if there were any places I might be, like maybe he was fishing for information. The biggest thing though was that he asked using my full name. My dad never used that name, and he's the only person in the world who calls me by a certain nickname, a shortened version of my longer name. My 11-year-old theorized that maybe he was planning on abducting me and calling Maria's house, posing as my dad so that when I disappeared my dad would be suspected. He may have known just enough about me to know that my parents were separated, but not enough to understand certain details, like my nickname or my parents' situation. Whatever the case, it's something that has stuck with me, and it puzzles me, but at the same time, it really freaks me out. This happened when I was 17. I worked briefly at a truck stop. I literally worked there a week and a half, so the only person that I got to know while I was there was the janitor. We had talked on breaks, and he smoked with me once. He was a shorter guy, probably 5'5", and had a smaller frame, and he was probably in his late 40s. He has scraggly hair down to his shoulders and thinning on top. Not that it matters, I'm just painting a picture, I guess. But I'm a pretty big girl, I'm tall and built like a brick house, and if anyone was the imposing one, it was me. I never at any point thought of him as scary or anything, just thought that he was a nice older guy. So after I stopped working there, a few weeks had passed, and I was fueling up in my car, and he came up to me, and we talked, and he told me about his great weed that he had, and if I gave him a ride home after work, I might get some. I didn't think anything of it, and I drove him home. He rolled a joint and made me a drink that was about 2 fingers full, but he didn't have a chaser, so I only took a small sip. And well, he put his hand on my leg and then tried to put my hand on his junk. And at that moment, my head started swimming, and I got this gut feeling, and it was fear, pure fear. I felt faint and shot up off the couch and headed for the door. He did everything but physically stop me from leaving. I can't remember exactly what he said, but I moved him from in front of the door and I just left. When I got out, it had already been snowing all day and there wasn't a car on the road. I got about half a mile from my apartment, and after that, I have absolutely no clue what happened. I woke up the next morning in my basement on the cold concrete floor, and again, I just don't remember anything from that night. I actually saw him again after I had met my husband, and he angrily stomped up to me and said, "I thought that you were gay," and I was really scared of guys. I must have told him that I was gay or something, I don't know, but I'm 39 and I still think about this situation from time to time, and I often wonder what the heck happened that night. What I do know is that I was probably roofied, but what I don't know is how the heck did I end up on that concrete floor? A few years ago, I, a 19-year-old female at the time, used to live in apartments across the street from a grocery store. I worked nights and needed to get a few groceries after work in the AM at one point, and if I didn't need many things, I would just walk instead of drive. But this was one such occasion. So it was early enough, I'd say maybe 8 a.m.-ish. I'm browsing the store. I grabbed a really nice measuring cup, I think. Sort of like an impulse buy, I guess. But this will be important later on too. Toward the end of my shopping, I'm grabbing the last few items, and I passed this same man at least twice. It could have been more before I started to notice, but he would pass me and dip into the aisle right behind the aisle that I would go in. The last thing I needed was milk, which was at the back of the store. Again, I passed this guy. On my way to the checkout stands, I decided not to get the measuring cup. Here comes this guy again, going into the aisle right behind the aisle that I went in. The measuring cup was at the front of the aisle, and I was there no more than 10 seconds, I would guess, before I was out of the aisle going to the checkout stands, and the guy was out of his aisle and passed me again. I continued on to the self-checkouts that were currently full, so I stood in line. And you know how people talk about, like, gut feelings? Well, I suddenly just feel extremely sick, like I was going to vomit and even got a cold sweat. I turned around and saw that same guy right behind me. His basket looked empty, or only had a couple of things. I was too panicked to really count, but people were lined up behind me and my self-checkout became available. I glanced at my shopping basket and very audibly said, "Oh shoot," like I forgot something, and I went off back into the store in a hurry. I'm pretty sure that it would have been out of place for him to suddenly follow me, but I don't know exactly what he did. I didn't look back. I circled around the entire store and came back to the checkout lines that were empty now. I quickly scanned all of my items and rushed out of the store among the small crowd of the other shoppers. And that was when I saw a brown paneled van parked near the entrance. I'm almost 100% sure that I saw the same guy sitting in the front seat too, but I could have just been paranoid, I know. He was looking down and I'm guessing at a phone, but I ducked behind a different parked car and almost sprinted back to my apartment. I was definitely being followed that day, and the fact that he was sitting right there at the entrance, in a van of all things, I don't know, something just didn't feel right. To this day, that is the most intense gut feeling that I've ever had, and to be honest, I'm really glad that I listened to it. This happened when I was only about maybe 8 or 9. My father and I went to Duke's Farm in New Jersey for a Cub Scout event, and after the event, we walked around the estate with a friend and his father. We were walking by the stables, and there was this mansion, now removed, behind these gates. We all decided that it would be fun to see what it was all about, so we went past the gates. But I started getting this, I don't know, like anxious feeling when we entered the gates. I presumed, though, that it was from entering a restricted area and not wanting to break the rules. As we got closer to this mansion, I get this horrifying feeling of terror and start crying and begging my dad to leave. At the time, I didn't know why this was happening and was scared for my life all of a sudden. But years later, my father tells me his experience from that day, and according to him, he froze in fear as well. He described it as evil entering him and apparently told the evil that I'm a follower of God and he will protect me. He was scared as well, but not as worried as me. But he felt this sensation like something was trying to take control. We got out of there as quickly as we could and kind of brushed off the experience, to be honest. And he didn't want to tell me until maybe a few years ago because he didn't want to scare me as a kid. Now, I've never been crazy into religion, and I'm very skeptical when it comes to paranormal experiences like this. But this experience was, I don't know, just so real to me, and sort of opened my eyes to what might be out there. And with my dad, who I've never really known to be a liar or anything, confirming these feelings with the way that he did, I don't know. I think that there was something going on at that place. Something evil. So I'm now 36 and I'm married. I live in another state, but we've been together for 10 years and have had a dog for 9 of those 10 years. When this last experience happened to me, I was around 19 to 20 years old and living in my parents' house. It was our second house that we lived in as a family, and it was only a few years after we moved in did I experience this. I'm not religious or someone who believes in the afterlife, but I also acknowledge phenomenon that we can't explain in energy that surrounds us. So the first time I remember experiencing anything strange or paranormal, I was about 7 years old. At the time, I had really bad asthma, so we thought that it actually turned out to be mold or asbestos in the school that I was at. I was on a bunch of medications as I stopped breathing a few times from my condition. Since leaving that school, I was never diagnosed with asthma or any medication whatsoever. But our first house was my parents' first house they purchased and I was born in. They bought it from a couple who was going through a divorce, I think, and it was one level and my bedroom was diagonally across from my parents' room. All of a sudden one night too, after my mum put me to bed, she would leave my door slightly open so I was able to see in the hall in my parents' bedroom. I would be laying in the bed, looking into their room, and within moments, the pitch black room would start changing to all different colors rapidly and then would settle, and from it, the figure or outline of a man in all black. I couldn't see his facial features or clothes. I just knew that it was a man, and all black would form from these colors and slowly start walking towards the threshold of my room. The first time that this happened, obviously I freaked out and was screaming for my parents. They would always come and nothing would be there. This went on for about a year, in fact, and the most I ever watched was one time I didn't look away as the figure actually stepped into my room. But then I got so scared I would go under the covers and face my wall. I slept like that for a year until my mum took me to some woman that I don't know. She might have been a medium or a psychologist or something, and she had me draw the figure on a piece of paper in jail and put in a shoebox in my room and keep it there. Shortly after being out of that school and doing that, all of these things stopped happening to me, and I ended up being in that room and house another 7 years until we moved. I never had another experience after that. I never even really thought about that year again, my whole life really growing up until I was about 19. We had just recently moved to another home, once again bought from a couple who had divorced. This house always had a really weird sort of cold feeling to it. And one night I was out with friends just getting food. We weren't drinking or anything of that nature, just a low-key night. I remember I came home around 10 p.m. and went upstairs to my bedroom. My room was on the second floor, and in the middle of the floor my siblings' rooms were on either side of mine, and the master bathroom and bedroom at the end of the hall. And I remember I came home, played some video games for a bit, and then shut the lights off and laid down to go to sleep. It was a tiny room and my bed was parallel to the door. I remember too that I fell asleep fast and hard. I don't remember the time or why even, but eventually I wake up facing the door. Slowly my eyes are adjusting to the darkness and I see a figure standing in front of my closed door. I rub my eyes some more and see a tall black figure in what I can only describe as a generic striped prison clothes standing there. And I instantly shot up in bed and go to scream, and all in that split second, the figure rushed towards me, put its hand around my throat, and chokes me. I can't scream or make a sound, and then instantly I wake up. I'm laying in bed facing the door sweating, and the room is completely empty. At this point, I'm kind of shook up. I go down the hall to the bathroom to splash some water on my face, and that was when I notice a handprint around my throat that does not match mine. Now, I don't know what to believe or think at this point. It was strange because I was shaken up, but not enough that it kept me up all night or anything. I didn't know what just happened or how to explain it, but I told myself that it was just a bad dream, and I went back to my room and went to sleep. I never really told anyone about this before, and nothing like that has ever happened to me since then, too. I've moved a bunch of times in my life. I collect antiques and vintage items, and I love horror films and anything paranormal or ghost hunting related. And still, I don't practice any spiritual or religious beliefs, so I really don't know what to think of this. But after reading up and listening to other people's stories more and more about the paranormal, it's something that has always interested me. I don't consider myself someone who is easily spooked. I felt at this point in my life that I would like to share these experiences here and see what people think, what their opinions on all of that might have been. To this day, I've never really personally ever come to a conclusion on what all of that was. I always just chalked up what happened to me when I was 7 as a combination of the medicines that I was taking and the mold or asbestos that I was inhaling while in that school. And then the event later in life, I guess I just rule out as sleep paralysis. I don't know. Any feedback, opinions, and insight is much appreciated, and yeah, I hope that it just never happens again. This happened to me recently. I was walking my dog, and we were walking down the street of the neighborhood that I live in. I heard an owl making a typical noise, and I walked further with my dog through the neighborhood with the owl, assumingly constantly moving with us, even though there were no real trees around. But I followed the sound further because I have a personal connection to owls. I just really like them. After many direction changes, I found myself down at the forest's edge. When I arrived there and I was standing before the dark entrance, the sound of the owl was now gone, and in place of it, a sort of creepy crawling noise could be heard, which was faster than it should have been, and it seemed to be coming in my direction, coming from deep inside the woods. Then I heard the owl again hooting from the direction that the strange approaching crawling sounds were coming from. My dog became terrified at this point, and started threatening whatever was lurking in the darkness by barking at it. At this point though, because the crawling became even faster and more unsettling, I sprinted backwards around 30 meters and I turned around to see if something was behind me. And I heard the owl again, but this time it sounded different, as if someone was calling my name to come back. When I told my dog to calm down as I was running home, a distorted laughter was what I heard coming from the forest, and it didn't really sound human. But after that, I just ran for home and I locked all the doors as soon as I got there. It was nighttime at that point, and I just tried to get some sleep, but I don't know what the heck that was. I, an 18-year-old female, met my ex, male, 22, in February of 2020, but didn't end up dating him until closer to my 17th birthday because he still lived with his girlfriend. He told me that they were just friends and he didn't like her like that, and I didn't find out until later that they were actually still doing things together, and meeting him was absolutely the biggest mistake of my life. Everything started off great though, as every relationship does. I sent pics because he was my boyfriend, so, and of course I let him save them for later use. Another big mistake. But I noticed that they were still texting, and when I went through his phone, he was saying that he still loved her and missed her. I was deeply hurt by that and called him out on it. He apologized and said that it would never happen again, and I told him to text her that we were dating, and he did. And she was ticked. She stopped paying for the house and helping him with car payments, and at this time he had quit Taco Bell and refused to do his new job Ubering because I need to practice League of Legends because I want to be a pro League streamer. So I worked my tail off and ended up losing my job because the manager didn't let me work without a doctor's note, so I was stuck working his job while he played his games. Before I met him, I had $4.5K in my savings. He ended up using my car to pay his phone bills, car payments, the apartment, daily weed, fast food, new league accounts, and CSGO knives of all things. but he kept losing his accounts due to telling people to off themselves and using all sorts of slurs, as you can probably imagine. But the worst was yet to happen. I found out that he was using an old tablet to excessively watch explicit material, set up dating accounts, and have different Instagram accounts. But on these accounts, he was pretending to be a woman. I called him out about this and told him that I wanted to leave. He freaks out, jumping around and screaming and crying, saying that he would change, and I trusted him. I know, stupid. But as time went on, things got worse, and I was scared to leave, and by the end of this, you'll see why. He had shoved me into a wall and getting in my face, screaming, "You stole my car key because you don't want me to work because you're jealous of other girls," which was stupid because he had thrown his car keys at me during a different argument. But one day I went through the iPad and found that he was actively not just sending but selling my pictures from when I was 16 or 17 and doing the same with his other ex. I started to try and get my stuff together and put Gorilla Glue in the charging port to just get rid of the filth that I just saw. When he found out that he no longer charged after he used my card to get us food, he was absolutely livid. He started screaming and getting in my face. I tried to go around him and grab my things, but when my back was turned, he pulled me down to the ground, wrestled me till he was able to put me in a chokehold. I was sobbing and just accepted that this would be the end of me, but before I blacked out, he let me go and I started gasping for air and gagging from excessive coughing as he just stood and laughed at me. I tried to crawl away from him when he grabbed my leg and started dragging me out of the apartment. I kicked to try and get him off of me, which just made him pull me like a dog playing tug of war. But he eventually dragged me out, keeping my wallet, keys, and all of my valuables, so I sat crying, begging for my stuff so I could just go home. He came outside and pulled me down the apartment stairs by my leg, and I was left with extreme bruising and also some cuts. I did end up calling the police, obviously, and they did absolutely nothing in the end. Fast forward, and he had to move because he had nowhere to stay or live after getting evicted from the apartment, and I had gotten a new job at this point. One day, though, it was particularly cold, and I went to get a shirt out of my car, and there he was. He was sitting in my car on his phone. I left the door unlocked usually because I worked in a good area. I called him a cheater and told him to leave, and he got out of the car and was starting to go around the back, so I jumped in and tried to lock the door from the back seat. He ran over and pulled the door open and started trying to pull me out of the car. I started screaming and kicking at him. Thankfully, a customer saw this happening and called the police. They arrested him and told me to go home for the night, which they ended up firing me for, unfortunately. Also, unfortunately, he got bailed out, and while he was in jail, he had given out my phone number to other people there. Then, he walked 4.5 hours to my house after he was released and was looking around my backyard when my neighbor saw him and called my dad. My dad got in his truck with his gun and waited for him to come out of the gas station. He eventually did, but ran off, and he wasn't shot. He had harassed me, saying that he was going to show up to my graduation and ruin everything, and has gotten to the point of making multiple fake accounts on Snapchat, Instagram, and TikTok, pretending to be me and his other exes. And as of today, he still pretends to be high school girls selling our pictures and making fake accounts. In the late 90s, I went to an overnight girls' summer camp for a couple of weeks every year. It's a beautiful chunk of forest in Maine, and this campground is structured like this. There are 2 roads that go up either side of a hill. Along the roads are paths that lead to clusters of cabins, which each can house up to 4 girls. Each cabin cluster had a set of 3 porta potties, since the flush toilets were too far to walk to at night. There's a stone house foundation next to the cluster of cabins that is furthest in the woods, and from now on it will be referred to as DW. Now, I've heard a few spooky stories from DW, but never experienced any specially there myself, and my story is from when I stayed in the cluster of cabins next to the furthest one. This one I'll call BP. BP is situated where all the cabins are ways into the woods, and porta potties are between the cabins and the road that continues to DW. In fact, the potties are just at the edge of the road that continues to DW. One evening, my group of campers had come home from a bus field trip. It was later than we usually went to bed, and it was very dark. The most important rule at the camp is the buddy rule, though. You never go anywhere without at least one other camper. Counselors were the only ones allowed to travel without buddies. After getting ready for bed too, my cabin went together to the porta potties. We were still energized from the trip and were very giggly, and I glanced up to make sure that we weren't straying and saw a person on the road walking toward DW, seemingly illuminated by a blue lantern flashlight. From my vantage point, the person was no longer visible once they walked behind the potties. I looked back to my friends and said something like, we're probably freaking out whoever is on the road if they can hear us, you know. And immediately, my friends asked, what person? I answered, there's a counselor going over to DW. They're behind the porta potties. They didn't see anyone, and as we approached the potties, neither did I. The road was pitch dark in both directions, and so was the surrounding woods. There wasn't even a dark silhouette, like if their lantern had died and they continued walking anyway. There was nowhere that this person could be found. They just up and vanished. I don't really remember what the person looked to be wearing. All I remember is the blue light and short, straight, almost shoulder-length light hair. Looking straight ahead as they walked toward DW, and the house foundation is all I saw. The campground used to be the site of some farmland probably 100 years ago. I know this because the campground is crisscrossed by low crumbling stone walls and the farmhouse foundation in DW. I fell in it once, but that's another whole silly story. But I later learned the legends surrounding the foundation. It was a home to a small farming family, either one child or a boy and a girl, depending on who tells the story. And one day, when the father was away for market, the house burned with the other family members inside. He came home far too late, and some say that the skeletons found inside were holding each other, a mother trying to protect her children for the last time. Obviously, that is sort of folklore, I guess, but who knows, maybe it's true. And my theory is that if I did indeed see a ghost, it may have been the ghost of one of the family members, and an echo-type ghost repeating actions took in the past. I could relay the other paranormal legends I remember from the campground if anybody is interested, but again, that's a whole nother story, and yeah. Anyway, this is the only quasi-paranormal thing that's ever happened to me, so yeah, there it is. I am going to preface this by saying that I am a believer in the paranormal and have had paranormal experiences just a few times before in my life. Some weird things have been happening at work recently though, and I'm really not sure what to think about it, if it's paranormal or not. I guess this is where, well, doing this comes in, sharing it with you guys. So, I'm a female in my 20s and a full-time overnight worker at a hotel in my hometown. I've been working this position for about 4 months now, and have experienced some odd, sometimes unexplainable things happening in the wee hours of the morning. I'm the only employee in the hotel working during my shift, and have grown used to keeping my eyes and ears peeled, as I'm basically security for the place, along with the front desk, and want to make sure that my guests are safe. Now, I truly can't tell if I'm convincing myself these experiences are paranormal, or if they really are paranormal, but I want to share them here. So first, the drawer at the back desk where I sit and watch the security cameras, it will open on its own every 5 minutes or so. I assumed that it was because the drawer was loose and needed to be tightened. When I asked maintenance if they noticed it happening during the day and could fix it, he and my manager said that they'd never seen it do that before. I'm not convinced that this is paranormal, obviously, but it's definitely odd when you add everything else. Our TVs in the lobby are kept at louder than 25-30 volume during the day and are muted at night. And one night, the TV unmuted itself and was set at 60 volume, startling me near to death as it was loud and abrupt. It happened once and never again, and I don't think that my co-workers would raise the volume to 60 before muting it, as there's really no reason to do that. Again, I convinced myself that it was just a technological error, but it still left me uneasy. I once looked down the hall into the kitchen, and for a split second, I could have swore that I saw a man standing there in the kitchen doorway. I even did a double take, and when I looked back, he was gone. I convinced myself, though, that I mistook the shelf and the boxes for legs and a torso, but again, it left me uneasy. I was preparing breakfast in the kitchen one morning and heard a loud crash in the lobby, as if the large tin dish in the breakfast area had toppled over onto the ground. I rushed out of the kitchen to investigate what had happened, only to see that everything was in its place. Nothing had fallen, and I also saw nobody in sight. I couldn't really come up with a convincing reason for why this happened, and that one still puzzles me. But this morning at 1 a.m., I returned to the back desk after using the restroom, and I heard a noise in the back hallway coming from the sort of housekeeping laundry room area. I slowly approached and turned on the light to see that one of the large dryers had started itself 2 hours after I started my shift, with the dryer door open. That has never happened since I've started working here, and after confirming with my manager, it has never happened before. And again, I guess it could be explained by a technological error, but it was really odd. Other things have happened too that I can't really remember off the top of my head, but I can't tell if my belief in the paranormal, combined with me being completely alone and sometimes scared, I'll admit, at work, has created the idea of these instances being paranormal. Again, I don't know what to think, but I would really like to know what all of you guys think. Back in 2018, I had just turned 20 and wanted to splurge for my birthday, so I invited a few friends to paintball, including my old friend Rain, her boyfriend Jackie, my boyfriend, who I'll call Fred, and my best friend Evie. We all met at a nearby mall and crammed into Rain's car. She had offered to drive us all. I don't know if this was connected, but my boyfriend said something weird too. We were on the highway when he turned to Rain and said, "Hey, can you slow down? I have a bad feeling that something bad is going to happen." Which was obviously strange to ask, but Rain obliged and slowed down to the speed limit. She was going 10 over, which is permitted where I live. And we made it to the paintball place, without any issues too, and proceeded to have a great time. Fred even shot me in the spine, which hurt up until the next day. Anyway, eventually it was nearing the end of the day and we were all tired, so we all agreed that it was time to go, but Rain suggested that we all book a motel room and spend the night together. But Fred and Jackie said no to this, and they were both tired and wanted to go home, which left us girls to hang out instead. So we found a pretty rundown motel for cheap and spent a few hours watching horror movies. And halfway through the second movie, we started to feel like there was a presence in the room with us, but we just chalked it up to the horror movies, obviously. Now, a fun fact about Evie is that she has an attachment, a shadow figure that has been haunting her for years, her and her family. It started with her mum and weirdly got passed down to her, apparently. And that night, when feeling the presence, Evie nor I thought that it was her ghost friend. Like I previously said, we just thought that it was our nerves from the horror movies. After we had finished the final film, though, we all decided that it was best to get to bed. The presence that we were feeling was getting a little too much for us. The air felt heavy and whatever was in the room with us felt angry, and we assumed sleeping would just help eliminate the feeling of being watched and the overall nasty gut feeling that we got. Evie and I shared a bed while Rain took up the other. I usually have a hard time falling asleep in a new environment, but at that moment, I was having a more challenging time than usual. The odd time that I did manage to doze off, I would always have these strange dreams of swirling shadows, but no actual shape to them, just sort of whirlpools of darkness. On the other hand, Rain seemed like she had a fantastic dream. She was moaning and making a lot of noise overall. Well, that mindset changed when she shot up and gasped for air. I sprung up myself and asked her what was wrong, and that's when she started telling me about her dream. In her dream, she was being pursued by a shadow figure. She recalled how terrified she felt, hence the moaning, and no matter how fast she ran, the thing would always catch up to her. Eventually, it knocked her to the ground like it was fed up with the chase and wrapped its fingers around her throat. She couldn't breathe and started thrashing around, trying to break free from its grasp. But nothing worked in the end, and Rain could feel herself dying. She thought that was the end, but luckily she woke up before she died. And as she's telling me this, I turned on the light. Evie had woken up at this point and was listening to her retell her nightmare as well. And during her recollection, I noticed red marks forming on her neck, same as her wrists, arms, and legs. Just about any visible patch of skin had some form of a mark on it. I pointed it out to her once she finished her story and asked if she usually woke up with bruises and marks on her like that. Rain looked somewhat startled and said no. Weirdly enough too, some of these marks looked like handprints. And with that, the three of us decided that it was probably time for us to leave now, and we hastily packed our bags and piled into Rain's car. We started to feel better once we were far from the motel. Evie and I began to tell her about the shadow figure that haunted Evie, and I told her that it had once threatened my life in a dream too, but never physically attacked us or anything. Rain nervously laughed it off, and I took that as a cue to just drop the subject. It was getting a little bit awkward. Rain and I really don't talk anymore, and I moved across the country and we sort of fell out of touch, but I'll never forget the look of fear as she recalled her dream to us that night. That shadow figure still haunts Evie and I, but it has never tried to strangle someone in a dream, or at least not that we know of. So we don't know if it was the same thing or if there was something else going on in that room. This event happened around the mid-90s. It's a situation that I often think on and realize just how lucky I was. I was 18 and I had found a new bar called the Aqua Lounge. It was an interesting place, actually set up in an old Napoleonic fort on the south coast of the UK. I was quite into amphetamines at the time, as were a lot of youths back then, and we would use it to dance all night. And one evening, a DJ that worked there started talking to us. He went by the name of Paul and seemed affable and friendly. He invited myself and two other friends back to his for an after party. Initially, we refused as we had started talking to some girls and things were looking promising. But he insisted and suggested that they come along too. He gave us a lift in the back of his van and we arrived at his place. I remember seeing lots of UV paintings, and his house had a real party house sort of vibe. He offered us drinks and we drank them. Now being on amphetamines, you're invariably chatty and energetic. However, I felt almost stuck in the chair that I was in. The girls that we had brought with us, in fact, said that we seemed quiet and boring. I was wide awake, but my body just wouldn't move for some reason. The girls seemed unaffected by this. Our host kept insisting on giving us drinks, but I refused as one of the beers that I was given seemed to last ages. But before long the girls left and the host started trying to hypnotize us for fun. This didn't work, and after a while in the early hours of the morning, we all just left, but the memories of where he lived and the journey home are a bit sketchy for me. In any case, a few years later, I was talking to an old friend that I had reconnected with, and we discussed the now closed Aqua Lounge and what it was like there. I shared my experience with my friend and said that it was just odd how it was there. And my friend then told me that the DJ, Paul, is apparently now in prison, and that a friend of his had been drugged by him, and when he woke up, Paul was apparently doing all sorts of stuff to him in the worst way. I fully believe that we were to be his next victims, and if it wasn't for the amphetamine in my system, the drug that he'd used on us would have rendered us unconscious and at his mercy, rather than just locking us to the chairs. I still think back on that night and feel grateful that I wasn't his next victim. And in the end, it turns out that the club was shut down due to a spat of drugging incidences that apparently occurred there. So, I've never really shared anything like this before, and am naturally a scientifically minded and rational person who comes from a place of skepticism. Basically, I'm trying to get some perspective on what happened and explore all avenues because, to be quite honest, I'm dumbfounded. So me and my 2 children were visiting my parents for dinner, and they live in the middle of the woods. It's my family home where I grew up, and about halfway through the evening, the kids were watching TV inside, and my parents were busy talking in the other room, so I went out to my dad's detached shop to practice pool for a little while. I let them know where I was going before I did this, obviously, and I'm an avid pool player, and he has a table, so I figured I would run some drills for around 30 minutes. After I finished up, I walked out the door to go back into the house, and it was almost dark at this point. Still some light, but not much. I was about halfway to the house when I heard a child's voice in the woods. I couldn't understand what it said, but it was clear as day and sounded like it was maybe, 100 yards away. I stopped and looked in the direction that it came from, trying to see if maybe it was one of my kids and that they had went outside without me knowing or something. Then I heard the voice again, and it literally said my name like it was calling me. However, it didn't really sound like one of my kids, so I yelled back and got no answer. I walked towards the woods a little, expecting to see who it was, but I never saw anything or anyone. I stood there for a while calling before I just immediately went inside to check on my kids to make sure that one of them hadn't wandered off into the woods. And when I got inside, they were still sitting in the same spot watching TV. I asked my mum if they were outside, and she said that they never actually went out there. And now, for some perspective, my parents lived in the middle of nowhere. There's no house within a mile of them, and no one else around has kids who would know me by name. And to be honest, I'm genuinely creeped out by this. I'm wondering, has anyone else experienced anything similar to this? When I was 18, there was a gas station outside of town, and it was this rinky-dink little place where the cashier sold cigarettes to you if you were in pull-ups and being carried by your mum. They just didn't care is what I'm getting at, and I pulled up one day and walked out with a pack of Marlboros and a Red Bull for some gaming time, because I was itching to die young and fast, right? But I got in my car and turned it on. For some context too, I weighed about 108 and was 5'4". I'm tiny and I was a scrawny teenager in a sketchy gas station parking lot, but in the middle of the day, mind you. Anyway, I always keep my car doors locked, and as soon as I'm in my car, the first thing that I do, besides check the back seat before I even get in, is lock my doors. I do that, and a split second later, I hear my passenger side door jiggling. This guy in his maybe 20s to 30s, blonde hair, stubble, normal looking dude, was yanking on my door handle like he knew me, like I was his Uber. I'd never seen him before, and this man had no business trying to get into my car. I'm just in shock and watch as he taps my window and points down like he wants me to unlock it or roll down my window or something. I could tell, though, that he was bad news and I wasn't stupid, so I threw my car in reverse and I pulled away. He looked frustrated and disappointed, but I never saw him or the van that he was standing at again, too. I was too stunned to get a license plate, and even if I thought that I could report it, I was buying cigarettes and didn't want to get in trouble. I didn't even smoke them in the end. I bought them for the thrill and gave the stale cigs to a stoner friend who didn't use them for nicotine. I can still see him in my head, though, tapping on the window like that. It was freaky and just completely out of the blue. I was on the highway too when I realized that I'd been so scared that I even forgot to put my seatbelt back on. I guess it just goes to show that stuff like this can happen at any place and at any time. So, a few minutes ago, I saw a picture of what appeared to be a cult or activity from them or something, and looking back at that picture, it stirred up a not-so-distant memory for me. For context, I visit my mum every month, and she lives a few states away from me. I was driving back home from visiting my mum, and was less than an hour or two from the Oklahoma-Texas state line. Driving, I enter a small town that I have no knowledge of. The only thing that I remember clearly about it, though, was that there were a few medicinal marijuana dispensaries, and it had a lot of old buildings, almost all of them with large old fences and gates. Weirdly, I can't seem to find this on the map, but if any of you guys have any ideas, then please do let me know. So, I drove into town already feeling creeped out. The residents would sort of shuffle about and stare, and there were very few new buildings, but that wasn't the creepy part. You see, on almost every sidewalk corner and road, there were dead dogs, all wearing a leash and a collar. No blood, no slashes, bites, or gunshot wounds or anything. Just dead dogs everywhere. I stopped at one of the traffic lights in town and took in the greater picture. The people, as I said, just sort of shuffled and it just seemed